going on, party people? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the tournament. So, of course, this is going to be on the new patch. And today, I'm actually just going to be casting games. So, I'm going to be resting the old man hands and focusing on casting other players' games. And, of course, following the entire tournament, semifinals, grand finals, all that good stuff. So, should be quite a bit of fun. Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome. All right. So, let's get this tournament started here in just a minute. Going to give the stragglers a minute to finish the registration attempts, and then we will go from there. 2 days in a row, man. We're just getting started. I massively prefer streaming to doing videos, so I definitely want to in the future, and it's my plan to just stream more often, basically. Of course, there'll still be videos and whatnot, but yeah, that's kind of the general plan. So let's get the tournament started, have some fun, and thank you guys all for joining. It's going to be a fun one today. Somebody had a big yeehaw as we started. That's always been one of my weird fantasies is being able to do like a really good, like loud yeehaw, you know, just belt it out. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I could do it. Maybe I'll practice and we'll pull one up someday. All right. So it looks like check in. Yep. I think most people checked in. If you didn't, you know, you got to pay the troll toll now. So let's go ahead and generate the bracket and have some fun. So 5 rounds of competition, by the way. So big sweaty one today. Very similar to yesterday. Of course, there won't be a patch note review at the end, but aside from that, we will be having some fun. What inspired the thumbnail? Just kind of my style, you know? We've been doing those kind of thumbnails forever. I'm not playing today, Magpie. Today I'm just casting. Yeah, just casting. Just gonna be casting ye old goodness. Okay. Oh, it's the dreaded Pwn. I feel like Professor Pwn could do a really good yeehaw. Like a really powerful one. Yeah, I bet he could. All right, so let's go ahead and announce the tournament. Let everyone know we're started. Gonna go to the tournament chat. Yes, out of region. No mods. No mods today. Okay, so Goblins, round 1 is live. Remember, we're on vanilla games. Good luck, have fun. All right, so now we just need to find a game to cast. Yeah, a lot of players signed up. I mean, the Total War community is pretty damn healthy. I mean, good amount of tournaments here for the Haggard Times. That's right, Kara. That's right. We're here for it. Pone says, of course, I'm from Missouri. Yeah. I bet you could nail it, dude. Banana Bean. No, we all got to be friends, man. Yeah. All right. So where are we at? Let's see what's cooking. I want to do an Anticity game, although I think we have to do my my Padawan. Yeah, we're going to do my Padawan. We're going to do Orange Pest in game 1. Orange Pest, lobby code, please, for game 1. So Orange Pest has been a gentleman. He is a really cool guy. He's the number one, I mean, he's not active at the moment, but historically he's been the number 1 ranked player in competitive Company of Heroes 3. And he's been kind of trained. I haven't played with him in a little while since I've had this cold, but before then we were training a little bit. So we're gonna cast the Padawan game and see how he's doing. You can let out a solid yeehaw that's really good, giving Howard Dean vibes. Yeah, absolutely. Isn't it funny that like in the early 2000s, like that's like one of the big variables, right? Do you guys know who Howard Dean is? So Howard Dean was an American politician in like the early 2000s. I think he was running in like, oh God, what would it have been? Was it 08 really? Was it 04 somewhere? But he was an American politician, and he basically had his political career derailed by yelling like, just getting excited at one of his rallies. You know, he was like, and we're going to Washington, and we're going to Georgia. You know, he was just getting like all into it. And then he let out like a big roar at the end of it. You know, he's like, "Roar!" Basically exactly like that. And the dude's career just got like karate chopped, you know? Yeah. I love it. It's like the shit you can people get away with nowadays compared to like back then. Back then that was like, oh my God, did you see that madman on the news? Yeah, it was pretty funny. Anyways, let's get into this lobby. I love that shit. That's so funny. It's so freaking funny. The Howard Dean story is like the funniest thing ever. All right, does he have a password? Okay, he does not. So IA... Okay, so we need to just join that as a spectator. All right, so we got our game to cast. Yeah, the standards have certainly changed for what's considered a scandal. Absolutely. Oh, the Chad Nurgle player, maybe. All right, so my Padawan I think he watched us playing Nurgle yesterday and got excited. We're not playing. I'm casting your game. You have a different opponent. Copy. All right, so they're going to work that out. Did you see this one? Hey, and it looks like we have a new subscriber over on Twitch. Thank you so much to Mosaic, I think is how you say your name. Subscribed with Prime. Thank you, man. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the family. The fire rises. Yes. I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm feeling great today. Woke up with a little bit of allergies, but that's just life. Well, I have my pirate eye is acting up. That's all I got to say. Okay, so, yep, we got round 1, and it's going to be my Padawan facing off against Dr. Coco, who we casted the other day, who's a very strong player from what I can tell. So excited to see this match. And Professor Pone's playing. We're going to definitely do a Pone Dog game today. I think we do. So we got 5 rounds of regular competition, followed up by, like, today's tournament, guys, is uber sweaty. Like, very, very sweaty tournament. I think we had almost 50 players sign up, which is freaking awesome to see, man. I mean, even before this patch, we were getting, like, you know, at nighttime, we were getting 30, 40 people. In daytime streams, we were getting a lot of tournament people signing up as well. So, yeah, man, I'm loving it. Total War community's doing great right now. It's cooking. All right, so Orange Pest he's a Tomb Kings guy. He's been playing a lot of Tomb Kings. That's kind of been his jam in tournaments. So that makes sense. The thumbnail's gold. Yeah. It's, you know, Mazda Mundi. You know, dude, you know Mazda Mundi would put down like 500 hot dogs. Not even joking. I want to join one of these one day, but I'm a campaign player and feel it. No. Oh, dude, don't worry about it, Stainsby. Get in here. We have a lot of new players playing. I mean, there's a lot of sweats, and you'll probably encounter a sweaty player in like one of the early rounds. But once you lose a game, you know, you're going to be playing other people who've lost games, and it's totally fine. Yeah. Jimmy says, I only know American. We don't even talk about politics here. Hey, Malden, thank you for subscribing. Greatly appreciate it. We got another subscriber over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Yes, hype train. I don't know what a hype train is, but we'll take it. Thank you, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Howard Dean is pretty legendary stuff. I think I used to have a soundboard that we used to play his Scream on. Maybe I'll set that up. Yeah, maybe I'll set that up. Who knows? Dude would eat a bucket. Oh, he for sure would. Pone is the go-to multiplayer. I don't know what he's talking about over there, dude. Someone has to... Okay. Oh, all right. Sounds good, Frost. Thank you for the clarification. So, Tomb Kings, Battle for Itza is going to be the map. Curse this Nurgle Affliction, dude. Curse this Nurgle Affliction. And Tomb Kings versus God knows what. We're going to find out here in a second. 5 rounds, though. So, today, we're going to have 7 games casted. Potentially 8. So that should be quite a bit of fun. And of course, we're going to be jumping around and following different players. It is a pick 3 format. So every player has 3 factions locked in for today. And those are the 3 factions you can play the entire tournament, which is actually... So shout out to our boy Martin for innovating that format. It's really good. Because most competitive settings, you play 3 factions. Like I would say if you're preparing for season finals or, you know, a really sweaty tournament, it's usually best of 3. Best of 5 in the finals, but yeah. So knowing at least 3 factions competitively, I think is like a beginning staple for getting to the next level there. All right. Hey, thank you, Katie. Thank you, Frost, for the bits, man. What are bits? I don't know what that is, but thank you, man. Are you planning to play more Bannerlord? Toad, yeah, for sure. We'll play more Bannerlord when I don't know. I'm waiting for the Orcs and the Greenskins update, or the Greenskins and Dwarfs update for Bannerlord before I play again. And when they do that, we'll do it. Ah, got it, Frost. Thank you. We have a Polish player on the High Elves, do we? Yeah, we have a lot of Wolf's Howl. We have a lot of really strong Polish players in the community. Some of the I think the number 1 ranked player on the leaderboard right now is actually Polish. Charix just like appeared and won like 5 tournaments. Like he was not at the top of the leaderboard this season and then just zipped up there. Pretty nuts. Yeah, there's definitely a long history of strong Polish players. I mean, players in Poland and you know various regions of Eastern Europe, very strong players, very, very strong players. Yeah, it's pretty hog wild, man. So Tomb Kings versus High Elves. Now, this is an interesting matchup. I think it's probably Tomb Kings favored, especially on a map like Itza. I think High Elves can be stuffed back pretty good. But remember, High Elves are coming off a nice buff. They got armor buffs across all of their cav, which is going to be very helpful in this matchup, considering Tomb Kings have a fair amount of non-AP damage. And on top of that, High Elves also got Eltharion buffed. So you can totally go with Eltharion and use the Mistwalker's Barrage to clear out skeletons. That sounds pretty awesome. I actually am happy we got into this game. I hope to see Dr. Coco use Eltharion. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be good. Tailworlds announced the Sea DLC in Bannerlord. Yeah. I'm curious to see how that goes. Naval combat's pretty hog wild. Come on, Swordmasters. Probably no Swordmasters. Phoenix Guard, yes. If you're gonna, I mean, bringing Tomb Kings are pretty good at killing elite infantry. You know, they often will bring things like Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, Arc in the Black, or Cetra. You know, that can run over elite infantry. But Phoenix Guard are probably the best bet because they beat all the Tomb King's infantry, they beat the constructs, and they can fend off the monsters. Eltharion is so easy to lose, got to be super careful. Oh, yeah, I suppose. I think he's pretty good. He has Apotheosis. But yeah, the Padawan going full dark side here, going double Khemrian War Sphinx. Now, these things were nerfed. They got plus 100 gold, so it's going to be 200 gold less to the Tomb King's army. But this is very hard to stop. It's very, very hard to stop. And the High Elves are going to be going with a elite build, so they have Sisters of Avalorn. It's going to be 2 of them in Tyrion. Tyrion is actually reasonably okay at chasing down big constructs and monsters, but I don't know, man. Locking down Khemrian War Sphinxes is really, really tough. But double Sisters of Avalorn, typically you would see them brought with Archer-based builds. Not Archer, net-based builds. So you would see like a net of Amatok and then have them like focus fire things down, but the Lore of Life is what I saw. So it is going to be a little Lore of Life. Yeah, Wild Tyrion pick is coming in. All right, guys, let's have some fun. Thank you for joining. We're going to be streaming tomorrow. We're not going to be streaming tomorrow. I will upload some videos. And then Friday, we're having a big tournament as well. And I'm going to be scheduling the season finals for the previous season soon. I'm not sure when, but pretty damn soon. All right, guys. Taking a look at the build here for Orange Pest. If you guys don't know Orange Pest, he is he's basically the GOAT of Company of Heroes 3. Wins most of the he did win most of the major tournaments before he kind of retired from the game a little bit. So very, very strong RTS player. Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spearmen with the double Khemrian War Sphinx. So the War Sphinxes here are just brutal monsters. Anti-infantry, but they trade well enough against enemy monsters. They have the Howdah attack, so they have a couple archers on the top who are going to be generating you perpetual value. Very, very good. I love the Chosen Under the Gods pick. Really good against High Elves, because the only thing that High Elves have that can range these things is a bolt thrower, and bolt throwers kind of suck. So having Chosen Under the Gods sitting back and just shooting into either Sisters of Avalorn, Phoenix Guard, whatever, is incredibly good. Incredibly good. So I do like that. A couple spears, skeleton archers, and Katep. Look at Katep. He's doing a dance with Katep. Yeah, he's don't give yourself carpal tunnel, dude. Jeez. Yeah. He's going to give himself carpal tunnel, but Katep's just going to be on a chariot using the Druid Sandstorm, it looks like. So, yeah. Hey, and thank you guys. Thank you guys all for joining the party. The good times are rolling. Now, he was doing the DJ booth, dude. He was full on dancing over there. I love it. Looking at the forces of Dr. Coco here, he's going to be using a Spearman front line. Totally fine. Spearmen will beat Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spears, but they just hold. That's really, yeah, my RSI is twinkled with empathy. I know. My wrists were hurting watching him spam click those guys. Yeah, it hurt. It was painful. It's a warm-up drill? Yeah, I guess. Sister of Avalorn can be pretty lethal against the Tomb Kings. Fire damage is nice. And magic damage, I guess, not terribly relevant, although there is the Incantation of Protection, which gives Phys Res. But yeah, if they're able to just, plant their feet and just rip shots into the big monsters, they can do a lot of work. Lothern Seaguard back here, spears, and more Sisters of Avalorn up on the high ground. The Everqueen's Court Guard, as a matter of fact. So High Elves look like they're going to be playing objectives 3 and 2. Now, a bit. Let me tell you guys from a little bit of experience. Been doing this for a while. This is a bit of a positional error from the High Elves. Typically, in this type of a situation with the defensive bow line, you would want to wheel your army around like this, secure objective 3, and then push out towards objective 2. So then it's harder for your opponent to flank you, because they either have to go through a narrow choke point, which you can react to easily, or they have to come through your spawn area, at which point you can call out horsemen to intercept those. So a little bit of a positional error, in my opinion, but it's not the end of the world, right? So we do see the Khemrian War Sphinx. Oh my god, is it friggin' Tyrion on foot? No, it's not. He's on horseback. Okay. So Tyrion getting shot by the Ushopti, and now he's going to be going after the big Sphinx here. So we do see the Talons of Torquelada, as well as the Sisters of Avalorn getting some respectable damage into the Khemrian War Sphinx. Nothing too crazy, though. And in response, of course, Orange Pest using the Chosen of the Gods Ushopti to waste into the Sisters of Avalorn, which is pretty painful. Tyrion going balls deep here, though. I don't know what he's doing. That's very risky. You guys seeing the shit? Tyrion's like full on zipping around the backfield looking for some opportunities, trying to hunt some of them, the Ushopti Grapos perhaps. I don't know. So High Elves going to be securing the high ground objective, putting a spear and a Lothern Sea Guard up there is a decent little stalwart holding position. But Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance activated on the Talons of Torquelada. Sisters are a little bit beat up as well. And now we are going to be seeing some Reavers going after Kotep. So Kotep was being used on the outside of the formation there and was basically just using some of his basic magic to try and shut down the archers. But yeah, the Reavers should be able to push him back for now. And the Darude Sandstorm activated, ladies and gentlemen. So the Darude Sandstorm is going to be ripping through those spearmen. Beautiful cast right there. Really doing a hell of a lot of damage. Oh no, Tyrion! Oh, Tyrion learned firsthand why Chimerian War Sphinxes are some of the strongest monsters in the game. Now the question is he going to be able to get away? If he dies here, that's probably going to be, I don't know, a brutal comeback for Dr. Coco. Okay, Tyrion rallies. No, don't go back towards them. Run! It's Jurassic Park. All right, so Tyrion does have like a crazy healing, and he gets the healing proc. Okay, Tyrion stabilizes with the Heart of Avalorn. Very epic, you know, the mighty Elven King here. He's a king, right? Going to be duking it out with the big Sphinxes, but 2v1 versus 2 giant monsters. I mean, he's only a horseback character. And right there, he's going to be breaking once again. And, you know, he put up a good fight, but yeah, 2v1. And, like, dude, Tyrion probably costs, like, as much as maybe a little bit less than one of these things. And there's 2 of them just going deep. So Tyrion just getting bullied off the battlefield right there. And back on the middle, the Tomb Kings are pushing well. So that was a pretty colossal blunder because, honestly, you know, the High Elves aren't doing terribly value trading elsewhere, but you could see the value difference of 3.5 against 1600 is basically just Tyrion being farmed. Kotep moving in right now, so he's going to be going. He's going to be matrixing some of the shots on his chariot as he surges into the backfield and drops what appears to be another Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. So Tyrion getting absolutely crushed by the Chimerian War Sphinxes. And now the floodgates are open. Like, Tyrion would have been very good defensively, using him in the backfield here to defend against the diving War Sphinxes, and using Sunfang to clear out some of the skeletons and whatnot. But, you know, people get a little bit crunk nasty when they have Tyrion. They think he's indestructible because of the high defensive stats and, of course, the very, very powerful regeneration ability. But that was just brutal stuff right there. Brutal stuff indeed. All right. So a little bit of lag here. Wouldn't be Total War without it. And moving on in, we do see the Chimerian War Sphinxes going to be pushing back in here. So going to be heading into the Pure Company as the archers, you know, honestly, not terrible cost effectiveness. The Sisters of Avalorn sitting at about 700 value there. If only Tyrion hadn't been blundered, it could actually be a reasonably close game because 3.9 against 2.6, that difference in value that you're seeing right there is straight up just Tyrion getting crushed. If Tyrion had lived, you know, and just been used conservatively, we would have an even value game right here. But, you know, it happens. First game of the day, people getting warmed up. You know, he's on stream too. Maybe he's not used to being, you know, in casted games and whatnot. People can get nervous. So it totally happens. So don't you stress it. But Sensei Orange Pest here looks to be doing pretty good. He's got the Chimerian War Sphinxes retreated back, being very conservative with those. Objective 3 does belong to the Tomb Kings. Objective 2 here, of course, does belong to the old High Elves. But probably not for long. Tomb Kings are going to most likely going to be able to overwhelm it. Without Tyrion's presence on the battlefield, going to be very, very tough. We got Nehakar Horsemen and mass amounts of Cav diving into the Elven backfield, including what appears to be a Ushopti summon. So here we do get a Cav charge into the Everqueen's Courtyard, which are they're really good fighters. They're really, really good fighters. And is it just me, or does the back of their cape look like they have a Chaos Star on it? A little bit sus, as the kids would say. But the Ushopti going to be chopping them to pieces, pinned down by the Nehakar Horsemen here. So that's a really, really nice catch. And the middle objective is going to be flipping, as the value lead is kind of sitting at where it is. High Elves have a little bit of healing, of course, with their Earth Magic. Or not Earth Magic, their Life Magic. And, yeah, Tomb Kings obviously have Realm of Souls and the lore passive from DJ Kotep to cast spells. Middle objective going to be flipping here, as we do see the Skeletons and the Skeleton Warriors getting ready to move up. A little bit of lag here. Can the Elves bring this game back? You know, I honestly think maybe resummoning Tyrion wouldn't be a terrible idea. Seems like a little bit of lag between these two players. I know that Orange Pest is somewhere, I believe he's, yeah, somewhere up in the northern lands of Scandinavia. I don't know about Dr. Coco. Somebody mentioned he might be Polish, but not sure. Yeah, War Archer shots shooting downtown. We do have the archers here blasted away, and the Talons of Torquelada, of course, applying fire weakness. And, you know, the one thing that has been going okay for the High Elves is they have been able to kind of control the Sphinxes to an extent. It's not like the Chimerian War Sphinxes have been going too bananas and ripping through everything, so there is that. And, hey, Rapandium, thanks for becoming a subscriber over on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. All right. Yeah, a little bit of lag. And I don't know where Tyrion is. Yeah, Tyrion's still cooked. He hasn't been resummoned or anything like that. But this game is, you know, if there was to be a desync right now, we would definitely probably rule this for the Tomb Kings. They just have a huge advantage on the battlefield. And yeah, that would be the ruling we would make if there is an unfortunate disconnect. But it looks like somebody's internet is fighting for its life right now. And it is going to get out and survive it. So Nekar Horseman moving up, Skeleton Horseman moving as well. And it's basically just going to be bowling pins right now. We're going to be seeing, basically just seeing the Camarine War Sphinxes rampage through and rout the Elves. So the Elves are getting routed pretty good here. We do see the Elven Spearmen, or the Hybrid Spearmen, Lothern Sea Guard fleeing the scene from the Camarine War Sphinxes, and the Nekar Horsemen, the Puremain Company's on the run. And the Everqueen's Court Guard, it looks like they got pounded pretty good here, took a lot of damage. And that's going to be it. So in this matchup, I think one of the better ways the High Elves can play is using Monster Mash. The Archer play certainly can be okay, you know, with a more defensive Tyrion positioning maybe. But you're probably going to want to see, you know, double, you know, Arcane Phoenix, maybe some sort of a dragon, something that can bully the Camarine War Sphinxes, and also maybe threaten the Ushapti Great Bows. How are the Fishmen doing in this patch? Super strong, Biofoot, super strong. Fear the Fishmen. Fear them. They actually exist in lore, don't they? I'm gonna take a moment to have some tea here real quick. The War Sphinxes did get a nerf actually. They got a gold increase. Yeah, so you know we'll see how they are. I think they're gonna be. They're still gonna be an S tier monster, but will they be? Will the 200 gold increase cost make a difference? Maybe so in close games. It's hard to say. But yeah, this game is probably just over here. I don't know what's going on with there. I know Orange Pest has pretty good internet because we play together all the time off stream. So it must be poor Dr. Coco here. He's trying his best. He's trying his best. We do have DJ Katep, and on the backside he's using Assyrians just to melt down the Lothern Sea Guard. And the only thing the High Elves really have is the high ground objective. They only have objective 1. So yeah, it's not going to happen. Hey, what's up, Gunhound? How you doing, man? The mighty Gunhound lurks. He is here. How's everyone doing? Sorry about the lag. It happens. But, you guys got to see some interesting tech here. And also, you get to see, what happens when you send Tyrion against 2 giant monsters by himself. Yes, he might have plot armor in the books and be very powerful and whatnot. But, yeah, it's a tricky one, man. It's a tricky one. How many games are left? Oh, a whole bunch. This is literally the first game today. So, yeah, once we get through this lag fest, there's going to be 7 or 8 more games. And then also, we're going to have a, what's it called? FFA at the end to close things out. So yeah, Orange Pass basically just taking him to Pound Town now. He's going to be running into the trees with the Camarine War Sphinxes, chasing down the Mage of Life. High ground is just 1 Spearman sitting idle, not really going to be able to do much. We could just leave this game, honestly, and let them play it out. Because, yeah, I think that this one is just over. Yeah, if you're listening, Dr. Coco, this one is definitely over, bud. Yeah, there's no chances for you, I don't think, as much as you may try to do Syrian proud. Time dilation activate. Yes, this is the best way to learn tactics. It's true, actually. When it lags, you can certainly really get a good look on the battlefield here. This is some serious lag, though. I might have to put some caveats in tournaments that if you're lagging this much, you're just going to be dropped from the tournament, because this is some pretty serious shit. Yeah, pretty serious stuff. Okay, so moving up, yeah, we got the Sphinxes in the tree line and the Nekar Horsemen battling it out there, and yeah, there's nothing he can really do. It's just over. Ushapti Great Bows have used all of their ammo, 1,700 value on those. Sphinxes are fighting in the trees, which is kind of rough because then the High Elves can't really shoot them effectively. Lag is perfect micro mode. It is. Well, that was one of the big conspiracies with Warhammer 2 competitive. Was that like there were some cheaters who would purposefully lag their internet in high micro moments to make sure they didn't mess up micro situations. That's obviously not what's happening here, but yeah, that was one of the big conspiracies back. You missed the old slideshow. Well, it's back. It's back. Micro's never been better. That's right. Their internet, someone's internet is fighting tooth and nail, dude. It's in a survival fight or flight right now. Looks like maybe we've gotten some stabilization here. This is actually how no, it's not frozen. It's moving. It's actually starting to move a little bit more again. Okay, Jesus Christ, what the hell was that, dude? All right, Nekar Horsemen moving in, and we do get some Skeleton Horsemen surging into the Sisters of Avalorn over here. Very cost-effective to tie down those very expensive archers with one of the cheapest, most effective light cav in the game. Good unsummon from Orange Pest on the Ushapti Great Bows. Going to get a resummon and or a refund and also bring them back into the pool. Looking at the value, 7.7 against 5.4. It seems like the lag has subsided, so that's good. There you go. Look at that. Lag switch in WoW Arena was peak. Is that actually a thing? Holy shit. Yeah, the potatoes being baked. All right, you guys want some more Jurassic Park? Because here you go. It is going to be the dreaded Sphinx hunting down the Mage of Life. I like it. The Mage just like punts a skeleton as it's trying to get away from the Khemerian War Sphinx here. It's like, get me out of here. It's like, you remember in Happy Gilmore, Mister, get me out of here. But yes, the Mage of Life going to be fleeing to the edge of the battlefield. Objective 3 firmly controlled by the Tomb Kings. Objective 2 firmly controlled by the Tomb Kings. And now it's time for these valiant High Elf Spearmen to basically just get Shrek'd. They're going to be fighting, you know, a little bit of a wet noodle contest. Tomb Kings are pretty cool. I actually play Tomb Kings in tabletop. They're a really, really fun army to play. The Sphinxes are insanely good in tabletop. Not these ones, but the Necro Sphinxes, the anti-large ones in tabletop, they're not anti-large. They're just kind of anti-everything. But they're insanely good. Insanely good. So this objective is going to be flipping. Obviously, Orange Pest is behind on points, but it's just going to be a grind. And a lot of players don't really, you know when they're defeated. They'll just keep grinding and keep going. But yeah, this battle, I can tell you from having cast a million different games, is 1000% over. And there's not going to be too much more tactical analysis. Rangers, of course, did get some really nice buffs in this patch. I think the Rangers are actually quite good against Tomb Kings at clearing out chaff infantry. I think you're going to want to mix in a couple of those in the build. But yeah, very, very tricksy hobbitses. Some Illyrian Reavers coming up here. We also get the Lothern Sea Guard from Dr. Coco shooting into the Skeleton Horsemen here as some of the advancing Heralds of the Wind. Going to be trying to make a difference on this point. But the Khemerian War Sphinxes are pretty healthy. And Orange Pest is also using an Necrotech. So he's using Necrotechs on Chariots, which actually, I like that's kind of a cool tech. It gives them some utility against infantry. And they can heal the Sphinxes, which is incredibly brutal. So they're able to apply the big heals. Kotep getting a little bit low, but Orange Pest is, oh dude, look at him. He's doing slaloms here. He's going between the pillars. He's weaving between, look at that. He's going skiing. All right, so Kotep is going to be weaving between the pillars of the old ones. In the meantime, completely pinned to the backfield, basically. The archers shut down. Khemerian War Sphinxes are feasting like the heathen kings of old. A little bit of cheekiness in the middle. We do see a rallying Lothern Sea Guard unit trying to grab that, but now we have a Tomb Kings complete triple cap, and I think Dr. Coco is going to get the message that this game is probably over. And yeah, that is it. Yeah, if you guys had some, I'm surprised to hear, because I looked at the streams afterwards yesterday and I didn't notice any issues. Obviously, if you guys are watching the videos of the streams after the stream finishes, it usually requires maybe 2 to 3 hours to fully process, and then it shouldn't be pixelated anymore. But if you load in like right when a stream ends within an hour or two, it tends to be a little pixelated, but I do appreciate all the tech feedback. Hopefully this isn't too bad. We should be at least 1080, so yeah. Kotep games. Yeah, Kotep actually doing some work, man. Rangers, of course, getting through the Skeleton Spears. Lothern Sea Guard here. You know, pretty decent unit. They do have anti-large, so they can fight the big monsters, but it's still not ideal. They don't have armor piercing, so they're going to kind of struggle a little bit there. Orange Pest's going to be calling out more Skeleton Spearmen as we approach 1,000 points. This is basically a base camping at this point. Kotep going to be using Osirian's Incantation of Vengeance upgraded, which he actually took some overcast damage, but it's a good usage of that spell there. And Khemerian War Sphinx is getting shot in the face, doesn't really care too much about that, and is going to be preparing to move over and maybe go after the Everqueen Scorecard. Who knows? Rahaghar's Pride, the Narnia lines being called in. So Narnia lines in this matchup are okay. I don't think that they're the best. I think, you know, the Roar ability, lowering leadership and speed. Maybe if you're going to bring a Narnia line, it would be the ROR, so at least you get this ability. But they're more of an anti-infantry monster. Granted, the ROR has good enough combat stats that they can definitely provide armor piercing to big monsters, unlike the regular ones. That certainly would struggle a little bit in that regard. So a couple Elven Spears moving in. Claymation Skeletons, I know, fear them. Fear them indeed. And as we look at the woods here, we can see the Khemerian War Sphinx and the other Khemerian War Sphinx just kind of rampaging and having fun. We'll get you guys some good cinematic shots. Tomb Kings definitely have some of the coolest looking monsters in the game. I mean, these things are rad. And what's actually cool is it looks exactly like the tabletop model. The tabletop model for the Khemerian War Sphinx is like just like this, and it looks freaking great. Their infantry did not age well. Like when you look at Tomb King's infantry in tabletop, they look like they're from like 1989. But the monsters like the Ushapti and the Sphinxes and all the big boys and the new Bone Dragon from the old world, those things look freaking great, dude. They look really, really good. So yep, complete crushing here as we do get to 1,000 points. So it's going to be 3 victory tickets per second here for Orange Pest. Probably just going to, you know, if there's not a surrender from Coco here soon, most likely just going to be jumping out of the game just to, you know, hopefully mitigate the lag and, you know, let these guys finish. Because this one is just freaking over and a half. It's very, very over. He's straight up being routed up the hill into the Temple of the Old Ones. The High Elves are going to have to fall back up the staircase, and they're going to have to make their last stand at the pinnacle of the temple. Which reminds me of Aliens vs. Predators. There's that scene where the Predators are like on the pyramids fighting aliens. I was like, hell yeah, dude, let's go. All right, GG, well played. And yeah, very dominant victory for my Padawan here for Orange Pest. Sphinxes did really good. Ushabti Grapos did really good. You know, his carry pieces performed. Like all of his carry pieces. The High Elf army was pretty rad, honestly. And good value. 1,200, 1,700 on the Sisters. But, you know, throwing away Tyrion in the beginning and diving into enemy lines against all those big SEs is very risky. And diving into Tomb King's back lines, you need to go with critical mass if you're going to do that. Because Tomb King's players are going to be rocking, let me show you, the Sepulchral Stalkers, these sneaky snakes with halberds and laser beams. So, yeah, you don't want to do that. How do you report score? So, Snickerdoodle, the winner of the matches needs to report the score. You go to TotalTavern.com, and you go to your match. It should be highlighted. You'll see your name on there. And then you put in the score, so 1-0. And then once you click Submit, it's going to ask you to put a check mark on the winner and report the factions that were played. It's pretty straightforward. Only do it once if it takes a little bit of time loading. You know, roll with it. So, against High Elves, let me give you guys a little... We'll do this to kind of kill time in between games here. All right, so let's see. Hey, what's up, Rats? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Pizu, what's cracking? We have to get someone to mod Itza so there's an annoying laser ASMR from the tower. You know you love the laser ASMR. So if I was playing High Elves against Tomb Kings, which I do think is still favored, let's see what kind of a build we would come up with here. So probably Spearmen out of the gates. I would bring maybe like 2 basic archers just for utility to kind of poke and fend things back. Bolters are okay against Boshopti, but I don't know. I think I would probably go for... would I go for Larry? I'd probably go for Larry, yeah. So we'd bring Earthblood and Arcane and Forging. It's really nice. Arcane and Forging is really good against characters like Kotep. I would bring the Shield, the Stave of Avalorn you can probably cut, put her on a Great Eagle, and cut this. Bunavisha, magical attacks, probably cut that. So I would go Larry on Eagle, Arcane Phoenix, and then I would even maybe consider a second Phoenix. I feel like that can do some serious damage. A lot of utility on those. So do we want to go double Arcane Phoenix or maybe a Frostheart Phoenix? They're really good. They have some nice debuffs actually with the Blizzard Aura. There it is. Yeah, so double Phoenix here. Let's cut 1 Spearman, and then how do we want to play this? Probably go for like 2 of these guys. Man, High Elves are so expensive. They're so clunky with their costs. The Shield Stun of Isha, the Fizz Res is quite good. Life Bloom is all right. Probably not super essential here, so we go 1 more Spearman. Okay. So something like this out of the gates. Reavers, you always want to bring like more or less max of them. They're very good. But in this matchup, bringing a Silver Helm isn't a bad idea too. You can go this, maybe like 1 Shielded Silver Helm and 1 Fireborn. Okay. So you have the 2 birds. These 2 birds can go and they can bully the Sphinxes a little bit. It's still not easy. Dealing with infantry, you're going to need some killing power here, so I think you just go with Rangers. Bringing the White Lines of Grace is overkill, I think. Yeah, a little bit of overkill. So Fireborn will help you deal with Ushabti. The birds can definitely threaten a lot of different things. You could slip in like a late game Phoenix Guard if you want to, I think, or even like mix in a Noble. But like a late game Phoenix Guard wouldn't be like a terrible inclusion of the build. And from here... what else do we want to bring? Chariots are all right. Riders on the Storm. Yeah, Storm Riders aren't bad. They have Vanguard deployment, I think. Do they? Yeah, and they also can move and shoot. But yeah, something like this. I like a build like this, maybe, against Tomb Kings. I still think it'd be Tomb Kings favored, but if I had to say, I think that's the direction we would probably want to go. Hey, Optimus Prime. Optimus Spine. Optimus Pine. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Arcane on Forging isn't as bad as you'd think. You know? It does some work. Hey, we're not playing a game right now, but thank you for joining. All right, so that's the build there. So let's go take a look at the tournament, see how we're looking right now. And refresh this. We will cast a Anticity game in the next round. We're going to get him and see if he can give us a beloved Bretonian victory. That would be pretty cool. All right, so still 4 games to go. And yeah, Anticity defeating Tommy. Professor Pone with the steel chair defeating Sampo. All right, dude. This build counts for something. Not sure what you mean. Not sure what you mean, boss. Cue the Doors background music, yeah. Yeah, we're not playing today. We're just going to be casting today. I think it's good to do that every now and then to kind of see what. If you just watch me play every time, it's going to be the same kind of shit. You're going to see Nurgle. You're going to see my favorite factions. But if we cast, more different, different players, you're going to see more faction diversity, which is fun. Dude, Pwn Dog coming in, crushing it right now. Look at him. All right. So, yeah, we just got another, 5 minutes for the next round starts. You got spanked by Anticity? Dude, don't sweat it. Yeah, everybody can suffer against Anticity. He's very, very good. What did he beat you with? Did he get you with Bretonia? I've tried everything. I can't find it. Oh, you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure, Tanner. I'm craving some lizard gameplay. Me too. Yeah, I mean, we had lizards yesterday, right? Didn't we? Did we have a lizard game yesterday? I don't think we did, actually. Yeah, we'll see if we can find them. Pwn is the ever-chosen. He is. I didn't sign up today as I have some things to work on and said, it's all good. Well, we're going to be having a ton of tournaments, and the community is super active right now. There has been a lot of those. Turn to Civ. I will get back to maybe doing some Civ 7. To be honest, what I don't like about playing Civ 7 on stream is most people cannot finish a playthrough in one sitting and can't commit to 7 hours, which I completely understand. And I don't like doing multiples of streams of that. Yeah, so I would need to find some people who are guaranteed willing to sit down and just go all the way through the game to complete it. Hey, Halo Jack, thanks for subscribing over on ye old Twitch. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it, man. Coming in with the dreaded Prime. All right. Against Tomb Kings, you go Lore Masters to grind. Yeah, honestly, big boy, I don't hate the idea of Lore Masters. They did get buffed. So that's going. Maybe there's a little bit to work with there. Let's refresh the brackets. 3 games. So Calamity and Lord Shaftesbury. We have Buy the Dip and Atunes, and Charix versus Attack Speed Enjoyer. Currently number 1 ranked player on the leaderboard. Let's take a peek here. It is. Where art thou? Yeah, Charix is number 1 right now. I'll show you guys. We'll take a little look at the community, see what's cooking here. Yeah, so if you look, you can see Charix is the number 1 ranked player on the leaderboard. He's got 6 freaking tournament wins, which is very impressive. And a 78% win rate, 48 wins and 13 losses. Is that the highest win rate in the tournament scene right now? Yeah, he's Polish as well. So you were talking about that earlier. 78% win rate. 81% win rate is pretty good, but less games played. I think this is Berserk or Ulrich. Yeah, Berserk and Ulrich, both very, very strong players. Here I am lurking at number 14. I think I have a 70% win rate right now. But yeah, Charix has been absolutely crushing it, guys. He's very, very good. All right, so switching on back here. Let's do it to it and refresh this. See how we're looking. Is Nurgle still number 1? I don't think so. Nurgle has lost some games. They're 8-3 though. We'll look at the data once we get a little bit deeper in the tournament because we're still too early on with the new patch to have conclusive data. But the Dwarves have been crushing it. They're freaking 11-2 right now. Somebody's going apeshit with the Dwarves. I don't know who it is, but yeah, they're doing it. They are doing it. All right, so let's go back to the tourney and see if we're ready for the next round. It's funny. I'm having so much fun playing Total War right now. I'm getting the itch to play. I'm wishing I had signed up and played right now, but it's good to get some player diversity. Yeah. I mean, you guys gotta get sick of watching Nurgle, right? You gotta get sick of it. Yeah, man. How many hours do you have across the series? Oh man, dude, a hell of a lot. So in Total War Warhammer 3, all right, you guys ready for the hours? In Total War Warhammer 3, I have 2,555 hours. In Total War Warhammer 2, I have 5,220 hours. And in Warhammer 1, I have 1,311 hours. So Warhammer 2 was obviously around the longest, and I have the most hours in that. Oh, it's the dreaded Sparty. What's up, man? Oh, look at that. Shit. Thank you, Sparty. I appreciate that, man. How you doing? Yeah, so we just started streaming on Twitch. We're just learning the ropes of it. Yeah, it's good times, man. Hope everything's going well with you. Yeah, man, it's going. Ryan, are you ready to hunt Bigfoot with Pwn and I? Are we going to do some Bigfoot playthroughs? Is Is the saga finally going to come to fruition? All right, so let's see how we're looking on the round. We're going to refresh this. Hey, Ziggy, thanks for being a member for 50 months, dude. Jesus, that is a freaking journey and a half. All right, 2 games. So we got Lord Shaftesbury and By the Dip. Those guys are still playing. And as soon as they're done, we'll be advancing. We're going to be doing an Anticity game, though, for sure. I want to see him. I want to see him on Bretonia. I want to see him, complete his Grail vow. Ah, yes. I just recovered from being sick for 2 weeks, dude. Oh my god, me too. I'm still kind of dying a little bit over here. It's whatever I caught was some really nasty shit. Yeah, it makes sense though. I went to a roller rink. I was preparing for a little roller hockey, and roller rinks are just like absolute germ central, right? They give you like these used roller skates that have like just the most foul stench coming out of them, and you're just like, there's some potent viruses lurking, some nasty stuff. Anticity's a mad scientist. He really is. Yeah, he really is. He's one of my favorite players to watch. He's very fun. Who is my all-time? So in Warhammer 2, there's a couple players I really enjoyed watching, but I think my all-time favorite player to watch in Warhammer 2 was, that's a tough one. Let me go to the Hall of Fame and see. All-time favorite player to watch in Warhammer 2. I really liked watching. There's actually a couple. So if we're talking Professor Pone or Riot, of course it was Professor Pone. But aside from Professor Pone, all right. Hey, Sparty, thank you again for subscribing. And we got a couple new subscribers as well. Damn, we got XRC Japan. Thank you for subscribing. And Hybrid Vibe and Calypso. Man, thank you guys. You guys are going bananas here. Holy shit. Yeah, so Falcon for sure would be one of my favorites because he was just... There's a lot of bullshit with Warhammer 2 land battle stuff, right? There's a lot of bullshit, like semi-draw kiting, regen cheesing with there was a lot of annoying stuff, but Falcon never did any of that bullshit. He came in and he crushed it with super fun builds and cool strategies, and he would win at the highest levels, right? I really was a big fan of watching Hadri's on Skaven. I loved watching Anticity's Vampire Coast. That was really fun. Anticity was his Vampire Coast and Faction Wars was always super exciting. Like these huge fat gun lines. Yeah, there was a lot of good times there for sure. Thanks for all the great content. You're my favorite. Hey, Chris O'Brien. That's quite the compliment, man. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Hey, and Firax, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate that, dude. Man, you guys are way too generous. Okay. Thank you so much, man. And let's keep it going. So we're gonna take a look here at the tourney and see if we're ready to go. Oh, dude, I love watching Flying Taco. That's another one. Yeah, dude, Flying Taco in Season 2 of Warhammer 2's competitive scene, he won the major tournament, and it was really, really friggin' fun to see. So let me check here. I think this player said they might be missing the first round, so let me check with Calamity here. Hey, my opponent is looking... Okay, I've got 2 messages from them. Should I... yes, Mr. Beans. They still aren't here, are they? Aerocrastic, I think, okay, if we're talking all-time performances too, watching Aerocrastic in the Vampire Coast Everchosen was probably one of my peak favorite moments in Total War Warhammer Competitive. That best of 5 series that Spartacus and I casted between Aerocrastic and I believe it was Plaxland Soothsayer. That's probably peak one of my favorite moments in Total War Warhammer Competitive in Warhammer 2. Super, super good. Okay. No problem. Report or win, and we move on. All right. Okay, perfect. And how are we looking? All right. So scores reported. Looking good. Man, yeah. XRC Japan, thank you, man. 6 months, Jesus, that's a long time. Oh, Pone sending me the replays here. And do we have the last game reported? Are we ready to move on? I think we are. Okay. You know what we need? What do we need, January? What do we need here? Do you have some forbidden knowledge? Oh, God, my pirate eye is acting up today. Ugh. I'm gonna be like Odin, dude. I'm gonna have to get rid of my left eye for knowledge. Okay. So brackets loading. I think everyone's trying to refresh. Don't refresh right now. Stop it. No more refreshing. Oh, dude, Aerocrastics, Slanesh demons only in that faction war, and he got like super far. Oh, dude, that was so good. That was so good. So freaking good. 55 months, Chris. That is a saga. Okay. So let me check here. So who is this? This is going to be Calamity. Yo. Are you two still playing? And Lord Shaftesbury. Yo, you two. Just checking in, guys. There's one game that's taken a long time. I don't know what's going on with them, but you know, it's cool. It gives us time to socialize, hang out, enjoy each other's company. What's not to love? Hey, Turin, do you think you'll ever do 2v2 Dom tournaments? Yeah, I would be down for that. You guys didn't kill the website. It's fine. It's working for me. Okay, they just finished. Great. The last game just finished right now. Don't refresh the website. Stop it. It's held together with sticks and glue. Pwn dips his fingers in clammy hot dog water before he pokes his opponent in the eye. Oh, dude. I love it, dude. It's like you remember in King of the Hill, you had Dale Gribble, and he would use the pocket sand. He's like, pocket sand, and he just like pulled some sand out of his pocket and threw it in their eyes. Pwn carries a vat of hot dog water tied to his waist. Just splashes people in the face with hot dog water. Oh, that's so disgusting. I love it. Okay. Thank you. Do not refresh the website, only me. All right, we're going to get to the next round. It just finished. All right. I love the art of the little Skaven advisor, yeah. By the way, yeah, for the next stream we have, we're going to have updated emojis on YouTube and on Twitch. So for all of you members on YouTube and then folks over on Twitch, we're going to have updated emojis. We got some fun stuff cooking. It's going to be great. So just hang tight. Advance to Swiss. Next round is there. If you were Vampire Coast versus Oxyotl and his Super Skinks, what's your go-to build? Oh, you're talking domination mode, right? Yeah. Michael, if you could remind me in the dead time we have between this round and the next round, I will give you a build. Yeah. You're treading close to comparing Pwn to Festus. Oh, man. I don't think Pwn's a Nurgle enjoyer. I don't think he enjoys playing Nurgle too much, right? I don't think so. Okay, so let me get the tournament here and tag the players. All right, so Goblins, round 2 is live. Okay, there we go. Should be good. Although, there we go. Yes. Okay, and I think this player needed to drop. Unfortunately, that means somebody might get some chill time here. If so, what's your name on Tavern? Okay, so just doing a little bit of adminning. Let's see who Anticity's playing. I want to get a dreaded Bretonian game. Oh God, but Professor Pwn could be really fun too. Pwn, we're getting you next round, okay? Yo, lobby code please, and let's see what's cooking. All right, let's get a Bretonian game. Come on, baby. Come on. Are you saying, Stainsby, that you're always tricked by the Slanesh bots when they appear on the videos? Oh my God. What's up, Smotown? How you doing, man? I'd love to see you learn the way of the rat. I'm actually pretty good at Skaven. Last season, I got to the grand finals of Skaven twice in SFTs in the last like 3 or 4 months. I lost against Tomb Kings, which is like an impossible to win matchup. But like we got there. I'm pretty okay at Skaven. They're very, once you learn their general style, they're pretty straightforward. Hey, the 3rd test cycle? The test. I love that. That's good. I love it. Thank you for being a Prime member. Thank you. You got me, dude. At least it's not an offensive one. It's the 3rd testicle. Oh my God, dude. I love that. Yeah, I've been tricked into saying some stuff. That one's not too bad. You know, that one's not too bad. He got him. Yeah, he got him. Oh, I love that so much. For some reason, that conjured a memory of of Total Recall, the Arnold movie. I don't know why. It just did. Yeah. Okay. Let's get it, baby. Yeah, Skaven are hard to play. They're not easy. Hey, keep up the. We're gonna keep it rolling, man. I love hanging here with all you guys. I got it. Okay, so let me refresh this, and we have to drop a player here, and it is time. Yeah, we'll do a fun idea for a stream would be to have like a beginner training stream. We can like grab some people who are new and want to get into multiplayer, and we can train them and give you guys like builds, things like that. Just like kind of casually hang out for a couple hours. Knights of the Realm are the best unit in the roster for Bretonia, I think. Yeah, they're very good. Quaid. Yeah, it's the 3. Yeah, Gunhound. I think that's what it is. Quaid, start the reactor. That shit was disturbing. Those like late 80s, early 90s, even mid 80s, they had the body horror and like the practical effects. They really stick with you. You know how like a good comparison is if you've watched the remakes of The Thing with Kurt. Obviously they did a prequel to The Thing. It's like, yeah, it's scary, but like the CGI like alien is like, I don't know, it doesn't stick with you, right? But when you see the practical effects and like it just feels real, and it like I feel like it sticks with you more. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's just me, but like CGI monsters. Is he still here? Did he drop? Let me check here. I'm just checking to see where you at. Are you lurking here? Yeah, there he goes. All right, so we've dropped him. That's my favorite horror movie of all time. The original Thing. Dude, it's so freaking good. Army blocker. Oh, yeah, let me switch here. All right. Yeah, so he doesn't have his opponent yet, but we're going to be fine. We will be fine. Okay. How are we going? The drop should be registered now. It's just going to... Uh-oh, did I just blow up the website by trying to drop somebody? Hopefully not. We definitely are... we have a website update in the future. It's going to need some milk, though, as we keep growing the community. It definitely struggles with some of the bigger tourneys. You know, it definitely does. Okay, so we'll have the Anticity game here soon. Looks like everything's loading fine. And we're all good. Did you ever play the Thing video game? I honestly didn't even know there was one. Total Recall is the same director as RoboCop, Starship Troopers. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, we did it. We're good. And now we just hang out and wait for him to play his opponent. I don't know who he's playing, but seeing some forbidden Bretonian tech is going to be fun. Yeah, Lord Shaftesbury. Lord Shaftesbury is very good. Newer player to the scene, but has been doing well. You know, I've seen them beat top tier players in tourney, so we're excited for it, man. We are excited. You know, you can prolong end suffering playing Bretonia by telling his opponents to ban Bretonia. No. If he plays Bretonia like in the semifinals or grand finals, then that will count as his Grail vow. You know, yeah, that will count. He will complete the Grail call. Lord Shaftesbury's not quite here yet. Let me make sure his opponent is up is communicating. Okay, just checking here, doing a little bit of adminning. Probably gonna end up on the Glade of the Everqueen, I would wager. That's why Anticity picked Degenerate Factions as his other options to force the Bretonia. Yeah, it's true, because the bans will pretty much always go to the Degenerate stuff. I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. Yeah, The Thing is my probably #1 horror movie. I really like. I hadn't watched it in a long time, but I really like the second Alien movie too. I mean, the first Alien movie is a masterpiece, but I love the concept of the colonial marines like landing on the planet and like having a last stand against the aliens with like the automated turrets and stuff like that. Like sci-fi, like that kind of niche genre of sci-fi horror action is so freaking good, and there's really not enough of it. I mean, what other really good sci-fi horror action movies do we have? There's that Equilibrium movie from 2009, which was really fun, about the deep space travel, and that was really fun. Yeah, that's great. Aliens is gold, yes. I mean, they're all good. Does he need to win or play Bretonia? Yeah, as long as he plays some Bretonia against a top tier player, you know, that's fine. All right. So we're cruising for a bruising. We got Anticity versus Lord Shaftesbury. It looks like it's Bretonia versus Beastmen. Holy shit. This is a heavy hitter. Event Horizon, yeah. I love Event Horizon. That movie traumatized me when I was a kid. I remember seeing Event Horizon when I was like 8 or 9 years old and being like really shook up. I was like, holy shit. The images of hell and the demonic like undertones for like an 9-year-old. That was some shit. Predator, I love Predator. I mean, who doesn't like Predator? Predator is so freaking good. Yeah, Gunhound, I would agree with you. Yeah, if we're really getting into the nitty gritty of it, yeah. You know, there were some decent sci-fi horror movies in the early like late 2000s. That Sunshine movie with Cillian Murphy was really fun, where they go on the deep space expedition to like try and reboot the sun, and then they find the captain of the original ship who's like gone mad, and he's like, you know, hunting them on the ship. That was fun. Yeah. There needs to be more of it, though. Yeah, there needs to be more. Event Horizon is a tough watch for you at 39. Yeah. I went back and watched it recently, and it wasn't as scary as I remember, but the practical effects are still pretty good in that. Pandorum? Was it Pandorum? Yeah, it was Pandorum is the movie I was thinking of, not Equilibrium. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Can't watch right now, but just popped in to say hi. What's up, James? How you doing? No stress. Event Horizon is what happens when you try to use warp travel without the Jeller fields. Yeah, that's been a common meme for some time. Hey, Afnor, thanks for subscribing with the old Prime. Thank you, man. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew. All right, so we're getting it. Yeah, Annihilation wasn't bad. That was with Natalie Portman, I think. Yeah, that kind of had a very Lovecraft vibe to it. You know, like eldritch, otherworldly. You know, you can't perceive this. You know, kind of. Yeah, I didn't hate that. I thought it was fun. I think my childhood horror movie that shook me was Virus. Oh yeah, Virus is the one on the ship, right? When like the guy gets turned into like a machine monstrosity and is like trying to crawl around the ship and get them. The guy who did Event Horizon said 40K was his inspiration. Oh really? That's fun. Yeah, hey Ryan, yeah, you got all the streams going. Good man, good. The bear from Annihilation still scares you. Yeah, it has like shrieking faces on it or something. I can't remember. The OG Goosebumps movie. Hell yeah, dude. You guys remember the Crypt Keeper? You remember this OG? Let's pull it up real quick. We got a little time. We're going to be starting the game here in a minute. I know a woman, an elderly woman in my hometown who looks exactly like the Crypt Keeper. Hang on, let me show you guys. Yeah, look at this absolute Chad of the 1990s entertainment. Oh god, he's so haggard. Look at this guy, dude. Look at the hair. Oh man, the Crypt Keeper is so great. He had a pretty good cackle too. Yeah, he had a pretty good like villainous cackle. The Crypt Keeper did. Yeah, Crypt Keeper cackle. Yeah, exactly. All right, and let's move this back over here and load into the game. Okay, one sec here. All right, sorry about that. Hopefully I muted the mic in time. It's Vlad von Karstein, guys. It's Vlad von Karstein. Average protect teeth, Nick. Oh my god. Have you watched Life? Yeah, it was all right. That was the one with Ryan Reynolds in space. It was okay. I didn't enjoy it that much, but yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the forces of the Kraken King, the champion of the lady. It's going to be Anticity. We got to come up with a new name if he's going to be grinding Bretonia so much. But yeah, Anticity is a high micro player. He really likes to use skew builds, like builds that are really leaning into one direction, whether it's mass mobility, mass monsters. If you'll notice, that's really his style. You know, his builds either lean very heavily into mobility, monsters, or like a combination of both. Very, very good at that playstyle. So Mounted Yeoman, he's going to be rocking 4 of them, and a good choice. They can move up, they can contest Beastmen mobility, and Beastmen have a lot of light armor, so they can actually put some damage down. And for the rest of the build, it's going to be Knights Errant, Peasant Bowmen, mainly just trash infantry with some Battle Pilgrims and Archers. But yeah, 2 Knights Errant, Prophetess of Life, and up in the sky, it's going to be the Royal Hippogriff Knights. So these things are definitely the Punishers. They're one of the better units on the Bretonian roster, I think. They have gone through a couple nerfs historically, but they can do some just thunderous damage, terror out positions, do some really, really good work. And do we have the Green Knight in the bushes? I don't think we're seeing the Green Knight somewhere. We got Yeoman Archers up in the Vanguard. Maybe the Green Knight will appear. We'll find out. All right, guys. Afnor, thank you for becoming a subscriber here. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. I love The Expanse. I love The Expanse. It's such a freaking good show. All right, guys. Now, looking at the Bray Herd of Lord Shaftesbury, we got Zangors in the front. Now, as far as the gore options, I think that Corn Gores are maybe one of the stronger options, but these guys are durable against missile fire and grind very well with infantry. But, I would expect Lord Shaftesbury might even have some Corn Gores in reserve as well. On top of that, we do have a couple Centaurs. So Centaurs and Centaurs with Spearmen on the side, Gore Herds here, and a Bray Shaman is going to be using Lore of Wild, and it's going to be spamming Traderkin, which is very meta and very powerful. The slow is actually very relevant against Bretonia, and the damage is not insignificant either. And look at this. Wow, this is some forbidden old tech, guys. Check that shit out. We have the double Wargore, the forbidden old tech. So Wargores are pretty good armor-piercing fighters, and they're both going to be rocking what appears to be the Hellfire Swords. Are they? Oh, no, one of them is. One of them has Sword of Antiheroes, that's right. Okay, I'm curious to see how they'll do against Cav, but yeah, they wreck infantry. Maybe the Wargores have good enough combat stats to contest the Cav. I don't know, but we're going to find out here. So the Beastmen obviously advancing up, getting the initial advantage on the objectives, as they pretty much do in every single game. So the Zangors are here, we have the Ungors here, Gore Herd's moving up there, and the battle is now on. As Anticity is just using his skirmishers to poke, so he's just got his mounted Yeoman Archers, and they're putting a little bit of Daka down, and some arrows sticking into the side of the Bray Shaman, but nothing terribly significant. As the Collins, what are we going to get for the Collins? Oh, the Green Knight has emerged from the woods! So the Green Knight is here. Check this out. And look at that. We get a Traderkin already being cast on the Prophetess, which actually does end up hitting the Royal Hippos as well. So Yeoman Archer is going to be circling about face. Maybe Anticity looking to ignore this position and do like an Alpha Strike over here. You see he's setting up his Cav in the front. He's got his Yeoman kind of poking, but overall it's not going to be easy. The Beastmen are probably one of the best counter-punching factions in the entire game. The Green Knight pick is kind of fun. Now that Green Knight has Perfect Vigor and he's only 1,500 gold, using him as like a single entity hunter is not a terrible idea. He's incredibly tough to kill. So the Green Knight charging in, and he immediately starts to bully the Bray Shaman. So the Bray Shaman is going to be sent running for the hills. Does take some serious impact damage. And now we do see the Green Knight retreating as he is harried and pushed by the Wargores. So yeah, Chad Green Knight getting some free damage in there. And certainly laughing all the way to the bank. So Bretonia just slow pushing. They have their home objective. Their archers are shooting wherever they can. So we do see a couple archer units here, teeing off and doing some okay damage. And once again, the Green Chad able to bully the Wargores also. I mean, these are chariot characters. So not going to be super excellent at killing a character like Green Knight, who also has 55% resistance against non-magic damage. Big Cav charge coming in. Knights Errant getting a beautiful one. And they do manage to hammer these Zangors. But they're going to want to retreat pretty quickly because of the saturation of the Ungor Spearman herds. Yeah, Green Knight, I don't see why you run here. I think the Green Knight, unless he wants to reposition it, but the Green Knight can definitely beat these two units. He's a pretty insane fighter and does cause terror as well. So the Prophetess getting involved in combat as well, but she is on foot, so the chariots are going to try and run her over. The Beastmen look like they're going to be sounding the horn of war. We get some Centaurs coming around the flank and moving into the archer unit, but immediately Bretonia is going to be collapsing with 2 Knights Errant. And the Knights Errant, for the lady, there they go, downhill charge, going to be pushing away the Centaurs and routing them back. So that is going to be a messy one indeed. So now we got a bit of a pit fight. Royal Hippogriff Knight's going to be committing. Knights Errant battling the Centaurs of Tzeentch, which have really good armor piercing. And the Yeomen providing some good fire support in the back. And it looks like there's also going to be a Traderkin going down for the Beastmen on top of the Royal Hippogriff Knights. Now this is really dodgy. Anticity, his Prophetess of Life, getting bullied by the 2 chariot characters, which makes sense. The Prophetess is on foot, and these are chariots. So she gets routed right there. Not the end of the world for the Kraken King, but certainly not a good engagement. But now we see the Hippogriff Knights coming in for the counterpunch. So they disengage from this fight over here. We have the Knights Errant engaging versus the Centaurs of Tzeentch, which is going to be a pretty rough fight for the Bretonians. But Anticity going for a bit of an alpha strike here, using his Royal Hippogriff Knights to bully the Wargores on the chariots, and using the Green Knight to go for the kill against the Chariot Lord. Now, if the Chariot Lord were to get wrecked, that would be, Beastmen are not the highest leadership. They're kind of similar to Greenkins in that way, whereas when they lose their lord, you know, they can start to fold up. It's not great for them. But the Royal Hippogriff Knights getting bullied by the Wargors a little bit as well. Peasant mobs moving in. Royal Hippogriff Knights going to want to get back. They still have 9 of 12 models, so their combat efficiency is still very good, sitting at about 75%. Healing on them, it would definitely be big here if they can. Bretonia able to hold on to its back objective. Knights Errant battle and get out with Centaurs versus Great Weapons. So, you know, depends on who gets the charge. Really, that's how you determine who wins that fight. But Bretonia is holding on, but the Beastmen still have the objective advantage. Hippogriff Knights going to be pulling back here. We do see Anticity pulling ahead in value as more Knights Errant come in. Lance is couched for the lady getting into the Zangors here. But I do think Zangors are probably not the ideal choice here. I think that Corngors and or Pestigors would both be a little bit better here. But, yeah, I suppose after the nerfs, maybe the Corngors don't feel as appealing. Maybe the Zangors are going to be a more popular pick. Hard to say. So the Prophetess of Life does survive. The Beastmen really pushing the Bretonians, but the Knights of the Realm as well as the Knights Errant are holding firm, and the Royal Hippogriff Knights, as long as they stay alive, that's going to be giving Bretonia a pretty big fighting chance with the big terror route that can come in and really bunker bust positions. A couple Battle Pilgrims on the backside trying to get cheeky and get the objective. So the Green Knight, Gilles, fighting with his sons here, getting a nice little duel. And, you know, Centaurs don't want to be in sustained combat with, like, high damage infantry like this, especially with the Green Knight nearby. The Green Knight does cause terror, so that could potentially lead to a terror rout on these units. But Hound's coming around the back, definitely going to have the opportunity to space jam into the back of the Battle Pilgrims, and plus the Ungor Raiders here are going to be quite nice. Now, will Bretonia be able to break out? Are they going to be able to get past the Beastmen? We do see the value 6.8 against 6.4. There is healing on the Bretonian roster, so Anticity is probably a little bit ahead. Another charge coming out. Knights Errant, I believe. No, Knights of the Realm. They'll trade very, very well into these Beastmen. If they get the charge off, which they did, we're going to start seeing the Centaurs getting folded up by the glorious charges of the Bretonians as the Knights of the Realm get in and manage to hold their back objective. Now, in terms of value trading strategies, it's very important to hold your back objective when you're playing factions that like to stuff you. So I like that Anticity is calling in Battle Pilgrims and really putting an effort to holding his back objective. Now here, bit of a nasty fight, and one of the Wargors goes down, actually. So the Chad Knights of the Realm, as well as the Royal Hippogriff Knights, able to actually break and kill one of the Wargors. That is very, very big. In the backfield, we got more Centaurs moving in to try and shut down some of the archers, but they are ambushed by the Chad Yeomen of Bretonia, so the very cheap light cav. Centaurs obviously win head-to-head, but two Yeomen will for sure defeat one Centaur. It's just kind of a numbers game at that point. But is Bretonia going to be able to, you know, get that triple cap? Because Bretonia is being stuffed back pretty heavily, and the Bretonian Lord actually gets overwhelmed a little bit. Maybe a bit of a mistake having the Bretonian Lord on foot. Hard to say, right? Because Beastmen are a pretty good faction at kind of isolating and killing targets. So maybe having her on a more mobile option would have been big. Because right now she's broken again. If Bretonia loses its Lord, they have good leadership on their Knights. But the peasants and the infantry would certainly suffer. Now, Gilles Le Breton, of course, could assume command, but he's a little bit surrounded. So the Green Knight getting fully surrounded by Chaos Warhounds and by Centaurs as well. Now, this is a pretty nightmare situation for him. Centaurs do, of course, have the Frenzy ability and become immune to psychology because of that. So terror routing Centaurs is very, very difficult. You have to break them down quite a ways before you can do that. And it looks like the Beastmen player is hiding the Great Brashame into the woods back here and is simply sitting and spamming Traderkin on top of the Green Knight to try and get the kill there. Hard to say. Let me see if the game volume's actually... Yeah, so we do have the game volume on. Okay, we didn't screw that up. All right, so Mounted Yeomen moving into the Ungabunga Raiders here, and we do see Objective 3 is owned by the Beastmen, but the Bretonians are resurgent. We look into the backfield, it looks like they have broken the will of the Beastmen in their backfield, and now we're going to be moving forward to try and get all three objectives. Anticity is up 10,000 value against 8.9, very impressive stuff. Mounted Yeomen still going. And the Green Knight, Gilles didn't hear no bell, dude. He's still fighting it out and just waiting for the Rohirrim reinforcements to come in. We do actually see massive amounts of Mounted Yeomen trying to push through these Ungors here who are shaken. And the Royal Hippogriff Knights so far have been the hard carry unit. They have been very good. 1,400 value, but the terror routes are big. And big landing charge coming in from the big bird people. And these Centaurs are going to start running for the hills for sure in a matter of seconds. So when their leadership breaks, you know, they get a little bit lower, the frenzy goes away, and then they can be terror routed. So that's how that goes down. And Lord Shaftesbury would actually lose on just one objective at this point. Anticity was able to push up quick enough to the point where he can win on just these. And it looks like the Kraken King has found a way to defeat a very sweaty faction of the Beastmen with Bretonia. Very, very impressive stuff. But the Green Knight was a big carry for sure. He was a menace. And he's still on the frickin' hunt. Green Knight does have 84 movement speed. Chariot character has 77, so there is a chance he can catch him. Traderkin going down right there. Does nail the Knights of the Realm. And a fair amount of the Bretonian forces. So it was a very, very good one. But yeah, I like this pursuit right here. I like seeing the dreaded Green Knight. Dude, he just moved through that tree. I guess he's a ghost. It makes sense, right? But yeah, he continues moving along. Battle Pilgrim's coming up, going to get charged by Sentis with Great Opens. Taking a lot of damage on the impact, actually. In sustained combat, Battle Pilgrims would win that. But obviously, Lord Shaftesbury is going to have the micro to move away. But yeah, the Kraken King would win on just 2 objectives right now, so massive issue for Lord Shaftesbury. He's going to have to try and claw some value back in this game. Maybe just go mass mobility. But the Bretonians can, ironically, kind of contend with Beastmen mobility. The Knights of the Realm trade very well into all the Centaur units. So there is that. Now, the Prophetess, she is the definition of a damsel in distress. This entire game, she's always been just getting run over by chariots on the edge of routing, and then the deceased ancient king of Bretonia comes in and rescues the damsel in distress there, which is quite epic. And then, as a thank you, she heals both of them, which is big money. Peasant mobs, Battle Pilgrims trying to pressure Objective 3, setting on Objective, or not Objective 3, but the home objective of the Beastmen. Objective 3 looking pretty safe for Bretonia. We do have a couple Unga Bunga Raiders out there, but the Mounted Yeoman Archers might be able to shut them down. We'll have to see. But now Anticity is going to make a play for Alpha striking the home objective, and he is looking to be in a position where he is most likely going to win the game. The Green Knight surging forward, hunting down these Tentacores with throwing axes, looking to get those sweet terror routes. And here comes the sons and, I suppose, daughter of Bretonia. We do have the damsel in here. But Lance is couched for the lady into the filthy Beastmen, and we do also get a big charge coming down from the bird people in the sky. So the Royal Hippogriff Knight's going to be doing some good work there, and definitely leading to a terror route potentially. We have 2 terror-causing units between the Green Knight and the Royal Hippogriff Knights, which do cause terror. When the leadership starts to waver for the Beastmen, they're going to start folding like a piece of paper here. Yeoman Archers lurking nearby, more cav coming in. It is going to be Knights Errant. Beastmen look a little bit resurgent on this backside. Not too much, but they do have Ungor Raiders and Spears, so Anticity will need to commit something to deal with this. I mean, he could just move these Archers in, move the Grail Relic, probably would be enough. But he's going for the kill, and the Beastmen Lord gets surrounded by Knights of the Realm, so the Unchivalrous Brute is... Oh, that was cool. He kind of shot a laser beam from his staff. I haven't seen that animation before. Oh, look at that. Holy shit. Have you guys ever seen that? Seen what the Great Bray Shamans do in the Chariot? I've never seen that before. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. You learn something new every day. But big cav charge is going to be moving into the Great Bray Shaman. So they get in there, and the Great Bray Shaman is going to be paying the troll toll. He is shaken. He is third, sitting at 774 HP. As Bretonia continues fighting and winning on the point. Now, Hound's moving in. Goreherd's moving in as well. Damsel, not in distress at the moment. The Prophetess nearby providing healing. And the Centaurs with Great Opens pretty close to being folded up as more Yeomen and more Errants are on their way. Big surround coming in, and the Beastmen Lord does falter and is broken at 256 HP. Gilles is certainly going to have quite a hard-on for hunting that character. And on the backside, it looks like the Bretonians able to muster some units and some defenders. We got some peasant mobs coming in, and yeah, you know what more do you need to take down like a 20% health Haggard Spear unit, right? Just send in the boys. Send in the peasant mobs. They're going, yelling like Howard Dean all the way in, and they are going to be routing those guys back. All right, so triple cap for the Kraken King, looking to be a victory for the mighty Bretonians. Love to see it, you know, especially against a top-tier sweat faction in Beastmen. Beastmen did get a slew of nerfs this patch. I still think that they're going to be very, very good. But Bretonia, you know, and even in Warhammer 2, Bretonia had pretty okay tools against Beastmen. But yeah, epic stuff. We get the Bretonian charge in the 4th quarter. Look at the Knights and the Hippogriff Knights moving as the Beastmen are routed from the battlefield. GG, well played. Super fun stuff. Loved every moment of that game. Shout out to the Kraken King for the glorious showcase. He definitely has the micro to play Bretonia, right? Bretonia requires a lot of micro and very good decision making, and he's the type of player who has that. He's got the game experience. Anticity's been a top player since Warhammer 2, and obviously has the micro to boot, being a very strong RTS player as well. So GG, well played. Super fun. Hippos were awesome. And Anticity will continue on his Grail quest, and we're going to see if maybe we'll meet him in the semifinals or the grand finals. And I'm sorry I forgot to check value. I got a little bit excited there, but it is what it is. All right. So let's refresh this and see how we're looking in the tournament. And yeah, we're making progress. We are making progress. Now, the real question is, did the GOAT of Total War Warhammer Competitive win his game? Did Professor Pone get it? We'll find out. Yeah, the Stainsby. I've actually, are you talking about his fitness book? Well, one of my buddies had that when we were in high school, his workout book. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the Green Knight had like 2,200. Oh, you lost to a sneaky Morngold cap. It's okay. We'll get your game next. Okay. GG. And let's get some H2O up in here, man. I'm getting a little thirsty. All this sweaty action's getting me going. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I got excited. I didn't look at all the value. I will be right back. I'm going to grab some water, and hopefully we'll be getting started with another game. 2,500 value in the hippos. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, they seem to carry pretty well. Them and the Green Knight, which makes sense. Okay. No, Arnold had a workout book. It was either written in the late 80s or early 90s, and it wasn't called Pumping Iron, but my friend's dad, we used to hit the gym, and he gave my buddy me and my buddy used to hit the gym, and his dad gave him Arnold's workout book. I think that's what you're referring to, but yeah, that was pretty fun. Okay, yeah, so Vampire Coast for Michael Green. We wanted to get that build. Okay, so if I was playing against Lizardmen in domination mode, okay. Now, take this with a big grain of salt. I'm not really good at Vampire Coast, but how would I play it? So you obviously want a front line of deckhand mobs and a secondary line of more deckhand mobs, all right? So you're talking about playing against Oxyotl. So Oxyotl is a character that will give up a lot of battlefield agency for sniping value. So against him, you just want a durable character, really. You could go Crab Celastra. I mean, she's always very, very good on the big Crabbo, but she's also a big target. Count Noctilus is honestly fine, too. So it really depends on the map also. But yeah, you want a couple pistol mobs just for Vanguard pressure, and then 2 handgun mobs. That's going to give you utility against big dinosaurs. These guys can shoot Pterodon Riders, and then you can mix in a couple bombers. Something like this out of the gates, right? So then I actually am a big Celastra enjoyer. I think that she's pretty menacing. You can use Tide Call to clear out skinks, and she has a shit ton of HP and durability. But there's a tech you need to incorporate. So cut Kiss of the Deep, keep Song of Enthrallment, Ghost of the Past. You use Ghost of the Past to shut down Salamanders. So if you're going to go her and you're worried about your buddy bringing Celastra, in reserve, just bring a Vampire with Invocation and Power Stone. And that's basically it. And you just bring him in reserve and call him in when you need to, right? Okay, so how are we looking here? Yeah, we cut you out of the gates. Fellbats are pretty decent for chasing Salamander equivalents. You're going to want to max out on Doggos probably. And Depth Guard Polearms are actually pretty okay in this matchup. Yeah, so I would mix in a Depth Guard Polearm here. Lizardman magic damage is pretty decent. They usually will bring a Fire Slan, so you don't want to go for the Sirens. If it's open field, I suggest bringing 1 cannon. I think that 1 cannon is going to be a pretty good utility there, and yeah, can do some considerable work. Lamprey's Revenge, also a good roadblock unit, and from here, get you, and you could throw in 1 Deck Gunner for some like range poke, depending on what they're doing, but yeah, something like this wouldn't be bad. You know, I think that this build could work. You just push up. Bomber mobs are focused on the Saurus, and then Celastra kills the Saurus and the elite infantry. Cannon, if they have a slant in open field, you just call in a cannon and shoot it. You got Fellbats for chasing shit. Probably only need 2 Fellbats, to be completely frank. Get another bomber mob in there. And yeah, something like this. Which factions need more mains to play? I don't know. I'd have to look. I mean, it's very early on. Okay, I'm going to go get some water real quick, guys, and then we will... Hey, Sir Billiam, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, guys. Yeah, for throwing the old primes our way. Thank you, man. I really, really do appreciate that. All right. I'll BRB 1 second. Just give me uno momento, and we will return in just a second. All right, guys, we're back in business. Hope you didn't miss me too much. Let's see where we're going here with the tourney. How are we looking at the round? That's round 2, by the way. Round 2. Sir Billiam says, long-time YouTube lurker from the olden days of Warhammer 1. Glad you're here. Yeah, man, I appreciate that, dude. Warhammer 1, so you're a true OG. That was freaking almost... God, that was almost 10 years ago. God, man, time flies. Time flies so freaking fast when you get into your 30s. I remember, like, in your teens and your 20s, you're just kind of like, everything, you're like, oh, man, I can't wait till I'm, 18, or I can't wait till I'm 21, and it just feels like forever. But when you get in your 30s, it's just like, just listen to the, yeah, it feels like it's so fast. And I obviously know there are explanations for that. But man, it's crazy. So Grimskull saying, I just listened to the Howard Dean scream. Legit sounds like a scream in the song of Poison by Prodigy. Oh, that's fun. Yeah. When Demogryph Knights and Greatswords were good, they're actually good now, Stainsby. Demogryph Knights are amazing. They're used in a ton of matchups, and also Greatswords are actually very, very used in a lot of matchups. Believe it or not. Shark Week? Oh my god, and Surprise. You guys with your names. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for subscribing. So we got Surprise and Shark Week. We're going to call you Shark Week. I'm not going to be fooled again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Turning 31 tomorrow, Artie Zoomin. Yeah, dude, you're going to be 40 before you know it. You better watch out. Turin's going to be 60 in casting tournaments for Total War 40K. I mean, if you guys like hang out that long, I mean, I'll keep doing this until you guys lose interest. So, yeah, I mean, I love it. I love it. Okay, yeah, 2 games still to go, 1 game still to go. So we got Stingers and Poison playing right now. No, 2 games. Yeah, 2 games. All right, and then we're about ready to go. So we have some of the usual suspects today. We have Attack Speed Enjoyer, Outer Region, Tim the Wilder, Jack, Oishi, Anticity in there. All right. Oh, my Padawan. He won his game too. I love to see it. I love to see it. All right. We'll be there. Yeah, we're going to stay till 40K for sure. Yeah, I think we got to do it. Time compression in your 30s is no joke. I feel like in a blink, yeah. Black Wolf says I'm 42 and I feel better than I did when I was in 30. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, especially if you have a big lifestyle change like that. Yeah, like emotionally and intellectually, I mean, I feel way better than I did in my 20s. It's just the physical things, really. You know, that's the only thing that sucks about aging. But like, there are a lot of benefits. You know, being more mature and more experienced in life, and yeah, a lot of good stuff. Age of Empires 15. I think we're going to get 40K soon. My conspiracy theory is that we're going to get Total War Warhammer 40K like in the next like year and a half, 2 years. Like I think in 2026, I think by the end of 25, it's going to be announced. And I think it's going to launch in 26 at some point. I don't know, maybe end of 26. That is my tinfoil hat. Like Aliens, you know, Area 51, that's my equivalent. It's going down. Yeah, Jared, that's true. That's very true. All right, let's see here. How are we looking? Are the homies ready? Stinger's still playing it out, and Ponty is playing versus Antonese. Okay. They're still within the time parameters. We started at what time? 1:30? Yeah, 1:30, so 45. So these guys have another 8 minutes to finish their round, according to our 45-minute timer. How many factions do you think on release? I think that there are pros and cons, but I do think that Games Workshop and Creative Assembly will milk 40K for all they can DLC-wise. So I think it's going to be a rather small faction range to begin with, because they can make so much money with DLCs on that. And there's so many sub-factions, right? Like Space Marines alone have like 1 million sub-factions. Like all the different chapters and Chaos Space Marine sub-chapters. Like those are all DLCs. Hey, Monkfist, thank you for becoming a subscriber. Greatly appreciate it, man. I'd never trade my hail from Wiser 30s. That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Ryan. I agree, man. Yeah, so I think, Pones, I think Space Marines. For sure, Orcs, Eldar are a good choice. Yeah, because they cover very different playstyles. You have like the classic Space Marine. You need a Chaos faction, so probably Chaos Space Marines would be good too. Eldar, Orcs. I think Imperial Guard will be a DLC. I think that probably it'll be like Ultramarines will be the main poster boy faction, obviously. Yeah. But how are we going to get... How well are sub-factions? Dude, sub-factions will sell very well, I think. Like, especially for the Chaos, like, Space Marines. Like, Death Guard will be, like, a Chaos Dwarf DLC or something, right? So, like, Death Guard will just get, like, a full roster launch, and you'll probably see that go down for, like, Thousand Suns, and... Nids will probably play, like, Beastmen, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Demons would be very easy to import Serbilium. That's true. They would. I'd have to think about it, though. Okay, are we ready here? Let's do a little refreshing. which is the last cursed game. All right, let me message Dingers and see when they're done. Dingers, let me know when done. All right. So I messaged that last player there and see. The Squats DLC coming. I just want to play Death Guard. If they let me fly around with Mortarion and like Plague Burst Crawlers just dropping fat mortar bombardments on people, like Plague Mortars, oh, I'm going to be so erect. Just sign me up. Oh my God. And if we get friggin' Iron Warriors, just having like a brick of Iron Warriors Terminators, oh God. It'd be so good. It's going to be so freaking good. Iron Warriors, their aesthetic is so freaking cool. That like really grim dark silver armor with like the hazard stripes. It looks really good. I don't know what it is about them, but they look badass. Pwn. Of course Pwn here with the weep shit. Snipe him out of the sky with my Chad battlesuits. No, there's nothing Chad about the Tau, all right? Oh, playing against Tau is the most annoying shit in 40k, I think. At least it was in the older, in 8th and 9th edition. I don't know. Okay. Make sure you're logged in on site or tell your opponent to do it. Cheers. Okay, they just finished their game, so we're going to be advancing to round 3 here in a moment. Of course, Pwn is a Tau player. You know? Of course he is. Space Wolves? Yeah, Space Wolves could be fun. Space Wolves would probably be very similar to Khorne, I would imagine, in this game. Although they have shooting and whatnot, too. World Eaters. Oh, dude, World Eaters would be fun. Oh, God, yeah. I think that's probably the most cathartic feeling in playing tabletop. When you're playing tabletop Warhammer 40k, and you close the distance with some like annoying ass shooting army that's camping in the corner of the board and you actually just get them down. Oh, it's like, it's such a good feeling. It's such a good feeling. All right, so Stinger should have this in a moment. Tau will be worse than, oh my God. Yeah, you think Wood Elf kiting was rough in Warhammer 2? Yeah, now just wait. The dreaded Tau are coming for us. The orcs will be fun, I'm sure. The WOG, they're just going to have so much wild shit. All right. World Leader faction would be like Scarbrand. Yeah, Scarbrand could make an appearance. Scarbrand's in both 40k and Fantasy, isn't he? Or in, well, yeah, I know he's in Warhammer Fantasy, and then obviously in Sigmar he exists. Yeah. Okay, these guys are struggling to report their score. Come on, you can do it. Put your back into it. I want Gene Stealers like Skaven with Undercities and Infiltration. Oh yeah, dude. The potential is pretty insane for 40k. I hope they don't botch it, you know? You never know, it could happen. It's 2025. Game companies and you know, TV studios destroy franchises all the time and butcher them. So I'm hoping we get it here. Okay, so scores reported. Let me refresh this. Don't refresh the website. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bellacor's in 40k. He is. Yeah, Bellacor's in 40k. Yeah, he's got a really nice model. All right, let's advance the round, and there we go. Okay. Mechanicus is for sure going to be a DLC faction, but they will be added. Mechanicus is a very thematic staple of 40k. Yeah. CA definitely can be hit and miss, but as long as if they have their Horsham studio working on it, and there's some really solid people that work at the studio that I know or have known from the past, and if they're working on it, I believe in a thing called love, and we're gonna hope. Okay, so advancing the round here. AdMech are fun, and they're a fun faction. That's a faction I've actually thought about collecting. Although I painted so many freaking armies, I don't know if I could do another one. All right, guys. So let's tag the goblins here. Okay. We're live. Round 3. All right. So I think it should be live. No, it's still loading. So let's give it a second before the Zerg descends on the website. All right. There we have it. Okay. So round 3 is live, guys. We got a 5-rounder today. Today's going to be a big, thick one. Oh, dude, it's time to watch the GOAT, Professor Pwn, the strongest Total War player of all time. All right, yo. Lobby code, please. And Pwn's actually playing a very good player, too. B6 is incredibly strong. A very good Skaven player. Yeah. Hey, Frost, thank you for the 40 bits. Appreciate it. Yes. All right, guys. You ready for the GOAT? We need a GOAT emoji. Maybe we'll just get a picture of Professor Pwn's face and create an emoji of it. Just the goat emoji. You guys want that? That could totally be arranged. I'm sure if Phone's willing. All right, so where are we at? There we are. Perfecto. And V6. Lobby code, please. All right, so we're going to cast this game. B6 is a really fun player. I'm a big enjoyer of a B6. They play very fun Skaven strategies using very off-meta stuff, so we might get that. Yeah, it's a little bit slower today, Lightsy, but you have to remember this tournament's very big, right? The bigger the tournaments are, the slower they're going to be because there's going to be admin issues, disconnects, people not showing up. You're used to like smaller tournaments because I was streaming mainly at night, so we were only pulling in, usually American time zone players. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit slower, but just look at it as like a hangout. We're just kind of chilling, we're just hanging out, and cool. All right, let's go get in the lobby here. There we are. And now it is time for the GOAT of Total War. What the hell is the password? Is this it? Okay. Yeah, these are both great players, though. I mean, we do joke about Pone being the GOAT. He's actually quite solid when he puts himself, forward and gives it his best. He's quite a strong player. He tends to meme pretty hard, though. That's usually his downfall. He'll play extremely off meta, which is hard to do. It can work, though. Add a goat scream sound effect to the soundboard like we're back in the 2000s. Oh, we could do the This is Sparta techno also. You guys want some of that? It's like one of the recurring things we discuss around here. So players are going to be doing their picks and bans now. Should have been a diplomat, yeah. It's not too late, not too late. You never know what the future holds. All right. What do we got? Okay, we don't know the matchup yet. Skaven versus Khorne. Let's freaking go. This is going to be fun. All right, so Pone he brings cool. He's going to bring like Scar Bloodwrath and shit probably. I don't know. But it is going to be Skaven versus Khorne, and we just need to figure out what the map is here. Pone has to nerf himself to make it fair. That's true. That's true. You better watch out. You better watch out. Yeah, what's the most Tau faction in this game? Probably the most Tau faction would be like, I don't know, Chaos Dwarves? They have like battle suits, sort of. I mean, they have the trains, and then they have artillery and long-range shooting. Although Chaos Dwarves are a little bit too strong in melee to be Tau. Tau are very wimpy in melee. They have a couple weeb characters that wield like samurai swords, but aside from that... Oh my god, and for the love of the gods, please change your banners. Falling Star or Pone, if either of you are listening to the stream... Skaven are a little bit, yeah, Skaven do have kind of wimpy frontline fighters and good shooting. A little Tau, I guess. One of you guys needs to change your banner, Falling Star or Pone. Just pick something that isn't red. Please let Scarbrand kick little rats across the screen. Oh, dude, that's not... Scarbrand's so risky against Skaven. No way. Skaven are really good at taking down big targets. Yeah. Yeah, Wood Elves are probably the most... Although Wood Elves have very good melee, too. Tau are kind of unique in that way. They're very wimpy up close, and they could do it. They need to. One of them needs to change the banner. I'll tell them right now. Let me tell Pone, use a non-red banner, please. Okay, I told old Pone Dog. They're probably not listening to the stream. This Khorne, yeah, Khorne does. They have like a beige banner. Yeah. Okay, Pone was looking. He changed it. We're safe. The crisis has been averted. And I think we're okay. Tau have Kroot? No, yeah, that's a thing now, I guess. My buddy that I play with every couple weeks, he doesn't really use Kroot, so he just likes to sit back with his big Gundam Wing mechs and just kind of blast my slow guys off the table. Yeah, he's got that beige banner right there. Yeah, he's got it. He's got it cooking. All right. Yeah, I know. Close call, right? Getting a little bit dangerous there, getting a little bit suspicious. So it is going to be the map. It is pretty good for stuffing. But it is small. So if your opponent starts to defeat you, they can push you back quickly. Globadiers for Skaven would be my go-to here probably. The globes are very good. I would probably go double globe. Mass Clan Rat, double globe, Ikit Claw on Doomwheel can bully the Khorne foot characters. Although Valkia is a bit of a problem, but Howling Warp Gale and Flensing Rune are actually not bad here. Aside from that, you could use Death Frenzy too. You could actually, instead of doing damage spells against Khorne, you could use Death Frenzy and like call out some better quality infantry like Sensor Bearers. Sensor Bearers actually can do work against Khorne. Magic damage, poison damage, armor piercing. If they can avoid like Sleipnir and getting alpha struck by strong units, they can grind through some of the Khornate units. So yeah, there's a lot of options. Falling Star will sometimes, or B6 will sometimes play with like single entity Skaven play, so using a bunch of Skaven monsters, which is very fun. If you guys remember the replay from, what, 3 or 4 days ago? Falling Star sent a replay of Double Hellpit Abomination. That was this player. So, yeah, we'll see. Do Greenskins or Skaven have the most minor factions in the game? I actually don't know. Don't know. I'd have to look at that. I'd have to take a peek. All right. Perfect, Anakin. Good, good. Yeah, it is kind of weird how... I always thought that was kind of a strange element of this game. At this point, it's kind of like been balanced around, but like it's weird how some armies have army abilities and just some don't. I always felt that was like a really haggard oversight. You know, like, and it's kind of like Kislev doesn't have them, but ogres do. And like, why do the ogres have it and not Kislev? Was like, what was the design decision making behind that? Some weird stuff. Biggest winners and losers of the patch. Biggest winner is Chaos Dwarf. Chaos Dwarves got like army-wide cost reductions and HP buffs. So Chaos Dwarves are definitely rubbing their evil dwarf hands together. We have yet to see how strong they're going to be. It's too early. Biggest loser of the patch is probably... I don't know. It's hard to say. Tzeentch definitely took a fat L to the face because they got nerfed because of Beastmen. So Zangors and Centaurs of Tzeentch got nerfed because of Beastmen, and that was like bled over onto Tzeentch, which didn't really need that nerf. So that was a little bit tricky. Yeah, Anticity should be streaming this tournament as well. Absolutely. He streams all the tournaments he plays in, I think. Yeah. I mean, Skaven didn't take any L's, though. They didn't get any nerfs, at least. There's factions that just got, like, straight up a couple nerfs. Yeah. Yeah, Beastmen are still extremely good, though. I still think Beastmen are going to be an S-tier faction. They're just not going to be as mouth-breathing as they were before. Like, you're actually going to have to micro and play smarter with your units. Beastmen definitely deserved all those nerfs. They're just stupid OP in this game mode. They were, at least. Yeah, Pone bringing the best boy. Yeah, we have Karanak actually being brought in. Karanak just, I believe, added to Legends for 40k, and which is sad. Falling Star getting ready to go, and we're going to have some fun. Thank you guys all for joining. How's life treating you guys? What games you've been playing? You guys been playing anything new out there? Pone and I are going to do a stream of the new Age of Wonders as soon as we get our clutches on that, so that'll be a lot of fun. I think there's like a giant DLC or some like feudal update. I don't know, seems fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the armies. Let's break it down. Give you guys some tactics. So, here we are with the forces of Khorne. So, usually against Skaven, you don't want to bring elite units. Skaven have really good infantry killing power with their Globadiers, so you want to present with crappy chaff units. And Khornate Marauders will be able to beat pretty much most of the Skaven ground forces. Obviously, they lose to Storm Vermin, but aside from that, they'll trade pretty well. So it is going to be mostly those with a couple dual weapon boys mixed in. Valky the Bloody, very good. She's excellent at hunting down Ikit and anything big that the Skaven bring to the table. And we have the best dog. He's so good. Look at the dog here. So we got Karanak. You know, potentially can hunt down Skaven characters. Like, if you have Karanak and Valkia chasing Ikit Claw and, you know, tying down Ikit, silencing Ikit, getting the kill on Ikit, it could just be a quick GG, right? And Pone, of course, bringing Wrathmongers. Now, Wrathmongers are receiving a couple nerfs. I still think they're extremely good. But against Skaven, I don't know. I think maybe going wider with Skaven is better, but Wrathmongers might just be good enough because they have a low model count, so they don't take much damage from, like, Globadiers. So they could be actually still devastating. I'm curious. I haven't really seen them in this old matchup. Now, for the armies of our Skaven Overlord, it is Falling Star, a.k.a. B6. Front line of Skaven Slaves, secondary line of Clan Rats with some Plague Monks mixed in. So yes, Plague Monks will trade well enough into Khorne Marauders. So they'll be able to hold their own and put up a good fight. We got Globadiers for days. So 1, 2, and probably 3 Globes. It looks like just 2, actually. Ikit Claw going to be on the Doom Wheel with Flensing Rune, Warp Lightning, and no Howling Warp Gale. So no anti-air stuff. Just going to be raw dogging it on the old ground here. And he is on a Doom Wheel, right? So if he fights Valkia, he has anti-infantry against her, and she has anti-large against him. So it's actually not the worst fight in the world for Ikit Claw, especially if he uses Flensing Rune when her shield is down. You know, there could be some very good stuff. You guys playing Mechabellum, Beyond All Reason. Yeah, I've heard good things about those. I've heard good things. All right, so the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. The fate of the old world to be decided by 2 Chaos factions here on the battle for Itza. And it looks like they started the game, right? Did they start the game and they're just not moving? Okay, now they're moving. The Skaven army just needed a little bit of prodding to get them waddling forward there, right? Just a little bit. And moving up is old Pwn Dog. Pwn Dog should get the triple cap out of the gates against the Skaven, probably. I think that with Khorne, you probably just try and stuff the Skaven here, would be my guess. I mean, you could. Another good strategy on this map is you loop around the high ground. You come here, and then you collapse on the Skaven from the high ground, which blocks them a little bit, makes it hard. The trees can kind of get in the way. There's a couple good ways to go about that. So Pwn Dog using Karanak, a very good boy, to grab the high ground objective. So that's going to be going down right there. And moving on up here, we do have the Marauders of Khorne. So they're going to be getting this. And that's going to be 10 capture weight. Skaven being very conservative, just kind of sitting back and waiting to kind of evaluate their opponent's army and maybe call it something big. Pwn has 1,400 supplies and is going to be getting that triple cap right out of the gates here. So Rat Ogre is called out for the Skaven. Mass Rat Ogres are a very good choice. You always want to bring 4 in this matchup. They're very good against Khorne Infantry and Khorne Mass. And Pwn actually calling out Furies early on. Now, that's not... Calling out Furies when your opponent is very prepared for it and trying to dive them immediately is usually a mistake. But if you just keep your Furies in the wings and wait for the battle to get chaotic, you know, out here on the sides, and then send them in, you know, your opponent can often forget about them and lose track. But if you're just like right in front of them, right? So if you have your 2 units that you're trying to protect, so let's say you're trying to protect this and this right here, and then, you know, they're right in front of you, just like this. It can get, you know, it's easy to see it when the Dong is facing that direction. But if you're on the sides out here, you know, from this vision perspective, you might not actually see it. You guys know you wanted that, by the way. It had been too long. So Skaven are advancing up. The hordes of rats preparing to engage against the bloodthirsty warriors of Khorne. So begins the greatest battle of our time. And the Khorne warriors will obviously bash the Skaven slaves and the clan rats, but the Globadiers will punish them very, very hard. So it begins. Furies waiting overhead, and the rats have collided with the Khornate warriors. And here comes ye old Globadiers. So the Globadiers are going to be devastating when they start getting their salvos off. I think they're in the secondary back here, and yeah, you can see they're going to be nuking the Skaven slaves, but it's more important to take down this, you know, expensive, excuse me, I'm too weak, expensive Marauder unit right there. So yeah, immediately you can see that Marauder unit getting shreked by the Globadiers. And over here, the same thing is going to be happening as the Marauders of Khorne descend upon the Skaven battle lines. And that's a really good Sleipnir, actually. That's a nice cast right there by Pwn. Didn't do as much damage as I thought against those Poison Wind Globadiers. Valkia definitely needs to get on top of the Poison Winds and try and shut them down. And now would be a good time to call in the Furies. The battle's chaotic, you know, shit's all over the place. You know, let's get it going. But yeah, absolute war crimes going down over here. Some Marauders with dual weapons are nuked by the chemical weapons of the Skaven. And the Marauders here definitely going to have to reroute their position because they're having a bad time. All right, so here comes Furies landing onto the Skaven Slave Slingers, which is a strange choice. There, they're able to land on top of the Globadiers, which is a good choice. And if they can grind those down quickly, Skaven need to reinforce this, use their Ogres to protect these, for sure if they can. Back on this objective here, Karanak is going to be going after Ikit Claw. He's a very good boy. Very, very good. So Ikit Claw does get snared by the prey of the Blood God. And now Karanak is going to be turning about face and is going to be attacking into the dreaded Doomwheel. So this is not what Ikit Claw wants to be doing on a Sunday afternoon. Not at all. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Wounded Prey is activated as well, so he's losing vigor, he's losing melee defense. And Pwn uses Karanak's Fleshhound summon to actually pin in Ikit Claw, as now Khorngors are going to be reinforcing. If Ikit Claw were to get sniped here by the Dark Lord, Professor Pwn the Goat, that probably would be GG for the Skaven. I think pulling back Valkia right now would also be a very good play. So Valkia's over here. We do see a Flensing Rune going down. Now Karanak has like 50% spell resist or something, so the magic damage isn't going to be terribly significant. I mean, it still does a little something, but yeah, it won't be too bad. Valkia does fly into that, going for the snipe on Ikit. Ikit is shaken, sitting at 9 frickin' leadership. If he takes any more damage, potentially could rout. So middle objective does belong to Khorne. Khorne sitting very comfortably here. Up in the high ground, it looks like some Khorngors going to stabilize that for the old Dirt Dog Pwn. On the outside, it looks like the Skaven able to overwhelm the forces of Khorne using the Globadiers and the Rat Ogres and just copious amounts of rats and Plague Monks. Sword of Khorne with the steel chair in the middle, crushing 2 Plague Monk units. Absolutely brutal. Oh my god, that's a full health KO. Look at those guys. They just got Shadow Realmed right there. So now Valkia Continuing to hunt Ikit Claw, who has stabilized with 37 leadership. Karanak being a good boy somewhere. It looks like he got a little bit caught up in combat here. And Doom players have now been called out for the Skaven. So looking at the points, we do see Khorne a little bit ahead there as Valkia circles overhead and continues to chase Ikit Claw. I do think that's very good. But that sword of Khorne was just pure disgustingness. That was so freaking foul. Plague Monk's going to be piling into the middle as now we get Forsaken of Khorne. Forsaken of Khorne do hit pretty hard. Only 15 melee defense, but if they get the charge bonus off, that 63 weapon strength and that charge bonus of 40 is going to obliterate these Skaven units. Like, absolute obliteration. So in the backfield, Valkia continues on her hunt. It looks like Karanak being a very good dog. And he's going to be moving back to the middle here. So we do have Karanak chilling out in the middle, just being cautious. High ground controlled by the halberds as the double victory tickets do continue to tick forward for Pwn. But the Skaven are doing a good job holding on to at least one of these. And Falling Star has pulled the value back a little bit. But having it get that low, definitely very dangerous. The Globadiers are offline now. And the problem is, with the Globadiers offline, it's going to be incredibly hard to deal with the Coordinate Infantry. Flayers can do the trick, though. And we do see some Flayers out on the battlefield for the Skaven, so the Doom Player is going to be moving into the woods and running over these foul Marauders of Khorne, so they're going to be getting absolutely wrecked. A couple Ogres moving in, too, and you can see those guys are broken, and they're going to be shattered and stirred up. Forsaken piling in to battle Ogres. Now, normally that would be a pretty soft, it would be a counter, Forsaken versus Rat Ogres, but if Valky is nearby, certainly helps out quite a bit. And we do have the Hounds of the Flesh Hunt as well. Valky the Bloody going to be moving over here and attacking Ikit once again. So Ikit does take some immediate damage down to a pretty low amount of HP. And Valkia does use the Demon Shield to mitigate damage, which is a very, very good call. So how many Doom players on the battlefield for Falling Star? So Falling Star has one Doom player right here. And on the other side, we have Ogres and Doom players coming out. So Skaven could have a bit of resurgence here. But if Ikit Claw dies, it's probably just GG. Yeah, Ikit Claw getting caught in the Prey of the Blood God. Karanak coming in with the Steel Chair and Valkia as well. So the 2v1 here is going to be very brutal. And a couple Doom players coming in trying to salvage that. But I don't think it's going to happen. 261 right there, 245. Ikit Claw is going to be thrown into the trash here. And that's going to break the back of the Skaven most likely. Definitely cannot afford to lose your Lord against a faction like Khorne, especially who's going to be really pressing you. And Karanak being a bad dog, actually not finishing off the kill there. And now Pwn's going to be looping around. He knows he needs to get it. Valkia fighting Doom players. Okay, you heard me say that. You're a good boy still. All right, so there, Karanak's coming in for the kill. The Bloodhound of Khorne. Is he going to get the bite? I don't know. That little Skaven's pumping it, and down it goes. Screen rattling. The Fleshhound of Khorne getting the job done. So now you're going to see Skaven wavering and starting to have issues. When the War Chief of the Skaven dies, or the Warlord, should it be the proper term, negative 16 leadership penalty on the Skaven army is going to be very, very brutal. Looking up at the high ground here, we do see Objective 1 belonging to Khorne. Marauders getting overwhelmed a little bit. Oh no, they're Wrathmongers. Okay, so they might actually be okay. Doom players and Ogres should be able to counter them, but Wrathmongers are still very scary, and there's still a hell of a lot of them. So they might be able to actually hold this position for a while. And yeah, we got some doggies coming in now. Doggies against Skaven slaves, they're shattered. The dogs and the Wrathmongers might be able to win this 3v2. We'll have to see. So right there, we look at Objective 2. We do see the Doom players coming in. Doom player here and Rat Ogre there as well. Forsaken, countered pretty hard with their low melee defense by these aggressive units. But I think that Valkia and Karanak are probably going to be able to carry this. And Pwn is most likely going to start spamming in Khorne Gores, or at least a couple of them, to deal with the Ogres and the Flayers, which should be pretty good. Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons, going to be grabbing this point. Minotaurs of Khorne over here, battling it out versus the Clan Rats. Easy win for them. And, yeah, like we talked about, the Wrathmongers, now that they got some support from the Fleshhounds, able to really clean up shop. Wrathmongers have almost 100 weapon strength to pop, which is pretty insane. So, if you throw 5 or 6, 7 Wrathmonger models, it's like being hit by a legendary lord almost, which is crazy. All right, GG, well played. The GOAT of Total War Competitive, showing why he has earned that reputation and coming in with a very, very solid Coordinate victory. The Bloodhound, he was hunting, dude. He got it. GG, well played. Yeah, very good boy. 1600, such a good dog. And yeah, I honestly didn't hate this Skaven build. I didn't. I thought this Skaven build had some good tools. It just came down to Ikit Claw being bullied. Ikit Claw got bullied pretty bad. And that was that. So GG, well to the played. Value, let's look at the value here. And Wrathmongers ended up getting 1,000, which is pretty good against Skaven. And Ikit got only 1,000 value, which is pretty rough. And maybe a Howling Warp Gale would be needed as well to kind of lock things down. Prof Pwn OP, please nerf. That's right. All right, guys. So let's get ready for the next round. I think we still have a little bit of time. That game was not quick, but Also not fast. So I think, yeah, there's still a lot of games to be played in the round. So yeah, oh my God, that was actually the first game in the round here to finish. Okay. So that is something. So that is Fish. We need to give him the buy round victory. Okay. Let's do this and give you the buy round victory. Pone says, I wanted to bring Slaughter Brute, but yeah, it's so bad there. It's so bad. Pone for president? Yeah, says Rats. Yeah. I think Pone would get all of our votes for sure. Okay. Let's do this. Gunhound says the drug test Pone. I know. I think Pone needs to be checked for performance enhancing business, you know. He's just too strong. The weeb strats are too powerful. That's right, Colin. The forbidden weeb tech. Pone probably got all juiced up watching One Punch Man before this and you know, rolled in there. Okay. Let's do this. And, I mean, Pone, if you win the rest of your games, you do have a chance at top 4. It depends on your tiebreakers, but yeah, it's possible. It is a 5-rounder, so we got 5 rounds of action. We got 2 more tournament games. And, yeah, maybe Professor Pone is secretly Void Laws, and he's been tricking me for, what, almost 8 years? That would be the ultimate anime betrayal. That would be the ultimate anime betrayal. Yeah. One day, Pone's voice changer is gonna wear off, and I'm gonna hear his true voice. I know. I'll be fooled. That win was for the greater good. Yeah, it was. All right. So that should be all fixed up. And looking at the round, yeah, we have a ways before this round is over. Like most people are still playing their games. Yeah, 9 years, Pone. Yeah, it's been at least 9 years. Pretty crazy. All right. So taking a look over at the desktop here. Let's look at the tournament results so far. So Tim the Wilder, 3-0. So he's got 3 wins. Did he actually finish his game already? How does he have 3 wins or 3 points if he... Oh, I just need to refresh this probably. He probably reported it and... Yeah, so Tim sitting at an undefeated record. Jack, Attack Speed Enjoyer, Navigator, Outer Region, Professor Pone. Somebody's lurking, although the other players just haven't finished their games yet. But yeah, we're gonna seeing the old Pone dog here. It could happen. You know, it could happen. Okay, and let's go over to this. And perfect. All right, primary game. How the hell do we do this? I think we just click this. Yeah, hopefully not more than another 10 minutes or so before the round's done, but you never know. You never know. It is a big tournament, and there is lag. It can happen. Pone is actually a 48-year-old single mom from Ohio. What? You guys are out of control. No, not playing today. Today we're just casting games. You know, because my last 2 tournament streams have just been me, like, grinding Nurgle games nonstop, which I love, but you guys, I figured we need to get some diversity in the faction. So today we've had, you know, we've seen Bretonia, we've seen Tomb Kings, we've seen High Elves, Skaven, Khorne. We've seen a lot more already than what you normally see. I will play in the next one. How's it going for you, Orange Pest? Have you won your games? Let's refresh the brackets and take a look here. Yeah, Orange Pest defeating Outer Region. You want to send me that replay? I'll take a look at that real quick. I think we have time. I'll just fast forward through the replay. We could do like a turbo analysis. Send me that one, Pest. That's a solid win right there. Yes. Yeah, and we will have updated emojis on YouTube and Twitch in the next few days with like custom ones. I'm thinking of doing like an old man gamer emoji, like a still got it. You know, I think that'll be a fun one. So Anna will conjure up some of these as well. 3-0 somehow. Well, that's really good because now you're going to get a strong tiebreaker. If you go 3-0, your odds of top 4 are pretty good. Assuming you're playing good players, which you are, because Outer Region is likely going to win the rest of his games. So you're building up a very strong tiebreaker for yourself. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Cool. Okay. So let me get this and download this replay. Okay, so we're gonna look at another replay from this round. Pest. Okay, So there we go, and then replays. Probably got to delete my old replays because they're all actually probably corrupted now from the patch. All right, guys, give me 1 second. Let me get this replay loaded up here. We're going to do a fast forward analysis of this, so like an auction house kind of commentary, because we don't know how much, like if I do a full on commentary like at normal speed, I think we'll run out of time. But so this is another, this is my Padawan facing off against Outer Region. So we got, although Orange Best is probably like as good as me now. Yeah, he just needs that game knowledge. Yeah, so it's truly Palpatine being thrown into the lightning pit. It's getting to that point. All right, guys. So this is a third round game. This is something else that went down, and it is a Tomb Kings versus Chaos Dwarves. So Chaos Dwarves are all the hype right now. Everybody's afraid of them. They're like, oh my god, they got so many cost reductions. They're unbeatable, okay? I still don't think that's the case, but I could be wrong. So Skeleton Warriors in the front, it's good. You don't want to present good quality infantry against Chaos Dwarves. Magma Cannons, Bale Tauruses, frickin' Trains, they're really good at killing good quality infantry, so you don't want to do that. On top of that, Skeleton Spears with some Bow Shopti. Bow Shopti in the back are very, very good. These bad boys can do excellent work against a lot of the Chaos Dwarf roster. And one of the more meta picks that Chaos Dwarves do against the Tomb Kings is Infernal Guard Fireglaves, because they can help counter the Sphinxes. But if you bring the Great Bow, it counters the Fireglaves really hard at the range. So this is an excellent choice here by Orange Pass. Double Sphinx, extremely meta. Nothing to really talk about here. They just wreck all the Chaos Dwarf infantry and the trains and are strong enough to fight the Bale Tauruses. And then we got Kotep on his motor scooter here, and he's just going to be spamming Usirians to try and win important fights. So for Outer Region, absolute beast, of course. We all know Outer Region. He's a Dark Lord. He's got 4 Skirmish Cav here, which are quite good. They do fire damage, so against Tomb Kings, has some relevance for sure. So he's got 4 of those to grab the objective. A Bale Taurus character is going to be Lord of Fire. Burning Head is very good against Tomb Kings and Fireball, although with the meta of the War Sphinxes, maybe Lord of Metal might be better, but hard to say. And his battle lines are going to be Hobgoblins, Turf Warriors, and in the back, a single Death Shrieker, which is a very good tech. So I like that by Outer Region. All right, fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to have a sip of water, and we're going to do some auction house commentary here. All right, this damn Nurgle cough still hasn't gone away yet, but we're going to try our best. So we do see the Tomb Kings moving up towards Objective 2. They're going to be grabbing that and clashing with the forces of the Chaos Dwarves there. On the backside, we see some Carrion lurking around. Now, this is a very nice play, because if Outer Region doesn't pay attention to this, which he will pay attention, but here's the thing. This bird costs 400 gold. This Fireglaive costs 1,200. If you can keep that expensive Fireglaive back here and force it to defend against the Carrion, engaging here might be a little bit dodgy, but if he can close the distance without getting Last Samurai, that's actually good. That's going to be tying down the Death Shrieker, and it will be hard for the Fireglaves to clear those things off. So that ends up being a pretty good play for the forces of the Tomb Kings. Now, Chaos Dwarves do get a triple cap in this situation. We do see a little bit of backfield pressure from the Skeleton Horsemen coming in. They're going to be chasing after the Skirmisher Corps of the Hobgoblins right there. So Hobgoblins force back. But the biggest issue is probably the fact that the Camarine War Sphinxes are allowed to feast right now. Really nice Burning Head coming in from Outer Region on the Skeleton Spears. But there's another reason why you don't want to present good quality infantry against the Chaos Dwarves. They just have so many good infantry killing tools. But yeah, the Death Shrieker is actually still offline from the Carrion. So even though the Carrion were sacrificed and end up getting killed by the Fireglaive and the Hobo Goblin, it's uber cost effective. The longer that the Camarine War Sphinxes are alive, the worse the matchup is going to be for the forces of the Dawi Zar. And right now, the Chaos Dwarf infantry are getting torn up pretty damn good. In the middle, the Ushapti Greypoes are going to be targeting the Fireglaves, which is exactly what you want to be doing in this matchup. That is the ideal target. One sec here, just got to adjust my screen. There we go. So Outer Region's going to be responding by trying to Death Freak Rocket Launcher Kotep. He does miss that attack, but that's still a good target by Outer Region. And the old Ushapti here are getting chased back by the Bale Taurus character. Now, I would expect maybe Orange Pest at some point in this game to call in Sepulchral Stalkers just to laser beam the Sorcerer Prophet and keep him honest. On the outside, Chaos Dwarves, even though their infantry did get HP increases, leadership, and cost, still fighting a Camarine War Sphinx is not going to be a good time here. So the Camarine War Sphinx is just going to absolutely crush these Hobgoblins and give that objective to the Tomb Kings. And the Tomb Kings are getting good ground. And one advantage Tomb Kings have is that their light cav are superior to the Chaos Dwarves. Nehakara Horsemen cost 675. These guys, I think, cost 575. The Hobgoblins, something in that ballpark. And the Nehakara Horsemen decisively defeat them in combat. So this is one element of this matchup that makes it harder for the Chaos Dwarves to contest a wide battlefield, whereas they should usually consolidate their forces on one point here. But both Sphinxes are still healthy. This one's at 60, 70%. This one's very healthy as well. So that's very, very dodgy for Outer Region, having those Sphinxes be cackling at this point in the game. And what are the call-ins going to be? Yeah, we see the Chosen of the Gods have stabilized. Necrotect has been called down on the Chariot, and a new Syrian's Incantation of Vengeance activated on the Hobgoblins here. Kotzep may be thinking about charging in here, but I do like this play. You know, tying down the Ushapti is a good call, but Usirians really does quite a bit of damage, and the dreaded Tomb King's Chariots are going to be charging into the side of these bad boys and doing some pretty considerable work. So there they go. All right, so on the other side, we do see Objective Dose still being owned by the forces of the Dawizar, but not for long. The Camarine War Sphinx able to wrestle Objective 3, and now it's going to be heading over towards Objective 2 right now. High ground objective is contested. Nakar Horsemen crushing the Hobgoblins, as is usually the case. Most likely going to be able to clean this up and potentially threaten that objective. Outer Region going for a Lord Snipe. So this is a bit of a risky gambit, right? Because in shooting and sniping the Lord here, you know, yeah, if you can kill him before the game gets too far along, then it's going to be worth it. But all that Death Shriek ammo potentially could also be used to kill one of the War Sphinxes, which would take a massive amount of pressure off the front line. So you know how sniping is. If you attempt to snipe something, you succeed, you know, then it's worth it. But if you don't quite get there and then you split your fire too much, it's like playing against Imperial Knights in 40k. You split fire two of them, you don't kill either of them, you kind of lose the game on the next turn, right? And now we're going to see Kotzep hide in the trees. So the Death Shriek or ammunition probably could have been better used to maybe take down something that's more impactful in the front line, like this Camarine War Sphinx here, which of course does have an Necrotech there to heal it. But Objective 3 belongs to the forces of the Tomb Kings. Another good carry-in usage on the Death Shrieker back here. Granted, Outer Region does have the tools to protect it, so he's going to be using the Kadai Fireborn, moving on in to do some glorious battle, and they're going to get Shrek'd very quickly. So that's a good response from Outer Region there. Very, very nice. But yeah, a couple gun units here, like the Granite Guard as well as Fireglaves. Fireglaves do not want to be tar pitted by bullshit units. That is the absolute worst case scenario for them. Sure, they will beat these horsemen, but that's going to take them a minute, and it's not going to be pretty, although that Burning Head might be able to cook them off a little bit faster. And now the Sphinxes have gotten into the backfield, and it is going to be a triple cap. High ground objective. This is a bit of a blunder from Orange Pest. Not grabbing this objective here is a mistake, but it looks like he's going to rectify that. He does have a couple idle units way in the backfield there that if those units were involved in the frontline fighting, it could be very devastating. But he's going for broke, which makes sense, honestly. He's got his two Sphinxes. His Ushapti Great Bows are just cackling super hard in the back here. These bad boys are hanging out and just ripping fat shots into whatever they want, right? One Sphinx does overextend here. Could this be a comeback opportunity for Outer Region? Maybe so. But still going to be hard. The Sphinx can obviously be resummoned as well, but it would take quite some time to do that. So this would be a nice pick. But it is going to be a reverse triple cap. Tomb Kings are able to get that, and the other Sphinx hanging in there while the Ushapti shoot into the old Kadai Fireborn, which is a good call. Some of the Fireglaves do manage to rally and get back online, so they have the powerful ponytails. Dude, the Fireglaves have Steven Seagal ponytails. Have you guys ever noticed this? Shit, that's a first. All right, look at that. So, shooting up at the Camarine War Sphinx, we do see the Kadai Fireborn getting ready to crumble, and Outer Region able to stabilize his backfield a little bit by taking down one of the Camarine War Sphinxes. It is a triple cap, though, and we're going to do some fast forwarding now since we need to make sure we don't miss the next round, and we're casting a second game here. But yeah, this is something that, you know, I played against Orange Pest a lot. We do play a bit. He's really good at using his horsemen to kind of stuff you back. And the Chaos Dwarf is basically just getting stuffed back into the locker right now. They're getting the dreaded swirly. You know, the feet are dangling. He's been dunked in there a little bit right now, and the Baletor's character is going to get pushed back by the War Sphinx and by all the mass amounts of Tomb King's horsemen. Over here, we do see the Chaos Dwarves losing this point as well, and that's going to be GG at this point, right? Like, he's completely bullied back here. The Camarine War Sphinx able to shut down the Death Shrieker. Bull Centaur Renders maybe could have been useful a little bit earlier on against all the mass amounts of horsemen. The Chaos Dwarves do start to get out of there, but it's going to be too late. We do see the victory tickets pumping super hard here for Orange Pest as the carrion do come across the skies, and the Skeleton Horsemen are going to be able to clean up most of this. The Bull Centaur Render is definitely a threat, but this is the correct play. This is really good. Bull Centaur Renders are not great against chaff. Tar pit them with crap units. They do not like that. It's one of the biggest weaknesses of Chaos Dwarves. Tar pitting their good units, like Fireglaves and Bull Centaurs, with like trash and chaff units. It's how you beat them. So GG, well played. All right, fun game there. Cool stuff. You know, I wanted to see a new Chaos Dwarf game, and honestly, they didn't seem like OP or anything. I think the split fire was a little bit problematic. I do think the Bull Central renders out earlier could have been stronger for sustaining that backfield. And yeah, the double Sphinxes, 2,800 and 1,800. So one of them didn't pay for themselves and the other one did. Obviously, I think most of the Tomb King's value was accrued for this Sphinx in the late game. So at the very end of the game when he was farming that Death Shrieker, that's when this thing got its value. So yeah, probably nothing too crazy out of those. And yeah, everything else was good. Really good horseman play. That was probably the strongest part of the Tomb King's play was the horseman. And cool beans. So let's see if we're ready for the next round. It's certainly better than sitting there and just AFKing for 20 minutes. Yeah, because our game was rather quick. Okay, so let's get it. Let's have some fun. Comparing the Chad Fireglaves to Seagal ain't cool. I know, it's true. It's a low blow. All right. Perfect. So somebody in chat asking, dwarfs are top 3 in faction stats right now. I think just good players are playing them. Because they actually got nerfed this patch. They actually got nerfed this patch. So, yeah. Chaos Dwarfs versus Tomb Kings is not, in the previous patch, it was actually kind of a hard matchup. I struggled to win it. I usually lost with Chaos Dwarves. And this is somebody, I do main Chaos Dwarves. They're one of my main factions. I tend to struggle in that one. Okay. Checking here. Okay, sounds good. We'll handle it. Okay, so got to do some adminning here real quick. So let's see what's cooking. And hopefully everything will load here. Okay. So Charix has to drop from the tournament. Oh no. He is gone. Why are Thundertusk Ogres banned for being undercosted? They're not. Anymore. There's no bans. Ogres are completely free willy now. Yeah, they're completely free willy. All right, so let me... Okay, so I think Charix was able to drop himself, which is good. I don't know how he did that, but we don't ask questions here. Let's check you. Hey, Turin. Sounds good. And checking with Frost here. Okay, sounds good. I think the fix for the map pack will have to wait until... Okay, sounds good, Wacka. It's fine. Thankfully, we have a fair amount of good maps from what they added. But I'll talk to CA about it. Hopefully we can figure out the issue. Oh boy. Hello from Poland. Shesh, man. How you doing? Tell me who's your favorite lord and why does... Krokar is pretty cool. I mean, it's a dinosaur that shoots freaking laser beams off his arm, It's pretty freaking radical, dude. All right. Pigback's got a pretty good nerf. Yeah, they did. Do you think we will get Slaanesh, get a Slaanesh game? Seekers, I've heard they're still overpowered, but we're waiting and trying to get some more data. Yeah, we're trying to see what's cooking. Slaanesh is doing okay in the stats, nothing too crazy. Okay, yeah, but sometimes when you try and drop yourself from tournaments, it doesn't work. It's weird. Pigback's got like a leadership nerf, a damage nerf, a couple other things. Krokar is a dinosaur that shoots lasers and rides dinosaurs. Yeah, he is. Okay, so let's advance this and make sure we are all good. Okay, Tim the Wilder has 4 points. Oh, it's because his round 2 opponent dropped. Okay, got it. So I need to fix that. So let's fix this and get Tim's points all ironed away here. Tim's coming for revenge from yesterday. He lost to Hlidden in the finals yesterday. He's back for blood. He's back. So Pigback's loss, yeah. Leadership, anti-large, a couple other things. Yeah, that's right. The Slaanesh game after the stream. Let's freaking go. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Okay. So where are we? Just need to fix Tim's score, and then we should be golden. Serkia should have how many as well? So Serkia should have 2 wins. Okay, so 2 wins for Serkia. So I need to adjust their score too. All right, guys. Give me a little bit of time. Yeah, you're watching the old co-stream, are you? Yeah, it was fun. I had a lot of fun with that stream. Okay, so maybe I should just advance around and then fix it later when I think everybody's refreshing the website right now. Ugh. Don't do it. Just wait. Just hang tight. Yeah, so Mr. J, to answer your question, the War Sphinxes are definitely overtuned in the previous patch and probably still a little bit overtuned now, but the Ogres had more overpowered stuff. So that's why they were a little bit more restricted. The Tomb Kings just had just those, basically. And the Tomb Kings win rate wasn't even egregious. It was like 50% last season. even with their War Sphinxes being allowed, whereas the Ogres had like a 70% win rate. So you got to hold them to a different standard, you know. Heresy. That's right, guys. You got to listen to my wife. Got to put in the work there. Okay. Now we're talking. Oh my god, I love it. Okay, let's see what's cooking here. Just waiting for the update on the score. Hey, Calamity, thank you for the 50. Cheers for the content, man. You deserve a lot more than this for all the hours you put in. Hey, thank you. No, man, that's plenty. Jeez, thank you so much. Thank you so freaking much. And where the hell did that go? Hold on, guys. I lost this. Okay, there we go. Hey, and we got some new subscribers over on Twitch, too. Thank you, guys. We got Iwax and Darak. Thank you guys so much. We got 1 month at a tier 1. I don't know what that means. And we got a Prime sub as well. Thank you, guys. Super, super generous. All right. So hopefully that works. And let's go ahead and go to Serkio's profile. And I don't want Serkio to have to play somebody out of their bracket, so we're going to fix that too. Thank you, guys. Sorry, just doing a little bit of admin work. We had a couple of players drop, so I just got to fumble around with some things. Did you miss lizards? We haven't had a lizard game yet. I've been looking around. Okay, still loading here, and should be able to fix our score in just a moment. All right. Perfect. Still loading. Oh, the website, it's too weak. Anticity undefeated, too. I wonder if he's been playing Bretonia every game. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. Something came up. No, Pone! Not you too? Sounds good. All right. So we gotta drop the old dirty dog Pone. He comes in and gives us a glorious win and just disappears into the night. Jimmy, thank you for cheering the 500 bits, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's right. I am very lucky, darling. I am. Okay, so where are we here? So that's going to be 2 wins for you. Okay, so that's updating. And then I got to drop old Pone Dog, causing all this drama in the brackets. Yeah, you got to take the whole roster into account for sure. Yeah, but double Sphinxes are very strong. Very meta. Very, very meta. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think they probably use double Sphinx in every single matchup. Like, every single matchup. Pone just wanted to stay undefeated. That's right. Okay. Loading. Sorry, guys, for the delay. Just got to wait for the website to load some of my updates here, and we'll be fine. All right. Come on. You can do it. Put your back into it. Hold. I see the wheel spinning. It's the dreaded wheel. Don't refresh the website. Don't do it, goblins. Okay, I'm being pinged by a bunch of people. Fixing. I believe the same happened to me when Hitman Hippo dropped. I have 3 points, but only won 2 games. Max Millionaire. Will fix it. Do not refresh website, goblins. Doing admin stuff at the moment. Okay. Great. So that should be fixed now. And now I got to do one more person here. Maximillionaire only won 2 games too, so I got to update their score, and then we should be fine. I haven't been playing any Total War campaign. I occasionally fire it up, just just kind of see what's cooking over there. But I just can't. It's not my thing. I think I'd rather just play like Civ campaign. I've played enough Total War campaign over the years. Okay, I told people not to refresh the site, and hopefully that'll speed things along here. A new hamster to operate the server. Yeah, there will come a time in the summer, probably around summertime, where the website will get updated. It's going to get like a big makeover and be fast and responsive and stuff. So shout out to Marshall and the crew for working on that. It's going to, they're just doing it on the side with their free time. So there will be a little bit more, take a little bit of time, but it'll get there. The challenge campaign, yeah, I just don't enjoy the campaign that much. I like the most dangerous game. I like PvP. I like hunting the thinking, scheming prey. Fight hour? I'm not sure. Probably. You know when the map pack will be updated? We're not sure. Got to look into it. We're going to see what the issue is. Creative Assembly, their most recent update kind of broke the map pack, so I'm gonna dive in that. Thankfully, we could still have tournaments because we have a fair amount of good maps. It'll just get a little repetitive with the maps, but it's all good. Just kind of like treat it like a season, right? You have a season; those are the maps for the season, etc., etc. I don't know what that is, Conrad. I have no idea. Never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Dear God, it's taking its sweet time to load. There they go. Come on, you can do it. This is taking some time to load here. Yeah, we will be doing some like campaign-esque videos soon though with the Age of Wonders 4, as well as the what's it called? Yeah, Civ. We'll do a little bit more Civ, I think. CA sent a message that they did something that broke all mods. They said they're working on a hotfix. Okay, good. That's nice. So CA broke like all the mods. Hey, Llama Shrimp and Stavier, thank you for subscribing on Twitch with your primes. Thank you, guys. Mucho gracias. All right, I don't know if this one's going to load here. We might just have to do it in between rounds. Yeah, we might need to do it in between rounds. Okay. Because this is straight up not loading. All right, so let's take this offline. I think we just get it to the next round. I'll fix their scores later. I think people are straight up refreshing and not listening. It's causing some drama there. So let's just give it a minute. We fixed 2 of the scores. We just got to get Maximilian. Yeah. Yeah, so they broke mods, huh? Yeah, feels bad. The Haggard refresh meta, no kidding. Yeah, I think that's what's happening here. Okay, so let's refresh this. Hopefully the website doesn't explode. You can do it. Come on, baby. Fight hard. All these people dropping, making it all difficult and shit. Check out Northgard for a non-chill Total War stream. That's very similar to Dune, isn't it?
Hey, and something good the cookies?
I think so, yeah.
Why aren't you wearing it with glasses?
It's hard. I don't like it. All right, so refresh is coming there. Okay, so we're back in here. Just need to wait for the brackets to load. And then was Professor Pone able to drop himself is the question. Okay, no. So we're going to drop old Pone Dog here. There we go. So Pone should be dropped there. Not Pone, yeah. No, Pone should be. And then B6, okay. All right. So we're going to advance this. Tim the Wilder is 1-3. Then I just got to fix Maximilian. But we're just going to advance the round. And we'll fix their scores later. Okay, advance Swiss. Don't want to keep everybody waiting. How would you recommend somebody get in a multiplayer? Join our Discord. Yeah, join our Discord. Yes. That's definitely one of the better ways to get into the competitive scene. Because we have like our events are run through there. And yeah, we have like forums talking about, builds and, competitive elements. And yeah, definitely the way to do it. All right. Goblins round 4 is up now. It should be live. Yes, it is. Okay. So round 4 is going to be live. And we have... Who do we want to cast? Oishi versus Tim the Wilder is very sweaty. Holy shit. Let's cast that. You guys want to see a sweat fest? Lobby code, please. Okay. So we're going to do Tim versus Oishi. This is going to be pools of sweat game. 100%. All right. So the next round is live, round 4, and then we'll be moving into round 5 shortly after. Hey, Blue Inferno, thank you for the donation. This is a hybrid campaign option. Play with another player, and you and your opponent both always control the AI army. Super intense. Yeah, it's fun. That becomes really hard because siege battles and like elements like that become a nightmare when a player is controlling the defenses. Because normally you win siege battles in campaign quickly in early game by like kind of cheesing them a little bit. But yeah, that's some stuff. All right, so let's get this lobby code. Man, look at all the glorious multiplayer games, by the way. Look at all the glorious multiplayer tournament action going down. Oh, it's like a real game. Look at that. All right. Let me talk to Oishi. Lobby code, please. Thank you. So you're probably, I want to see some like ogres, some like overpowered stuff, some sweaty stuff. So that's what's going to go down here. William, Bretonia is really hard to play, dude. They're very difficult. You need to have like really clean micro. Can we expect to see more co-streams? Oh yeah. You're going to see more co-streams, more Warcraft 3, Age of Empires 4 when we get the update there. Tim, you better not be AFK right now, dog. Come on. Don't do me like this. We might actually have to cast another game here. I'm not sure. Grombrindle versus Thingers could be fun. We could do some dwarves as well. Let's see if any of these guys respond to me here. For Poland, by the dip. Let's see. Okay. Evaluating options. I need to... I don't know why those guys aren't playing each other. It's very strange. Dr. Jellyfish must have been a drop there at the last second. Still nothing from these guys. How dare they? How AFK are they? We could do Anticity again. You know, another Bretonian game. He's playing Maximillionaire, so that could probably be Vampire Counts versus Bretonia, which would be very fun. That could be a fun one indeed. Bring back Spice Wars? At some point, maybe. At some point, maybe we will. Yeah. Maybe we will. Okay. Okay, Oishi hooked us up. All right. So Oishi, one of the few players in our community. I believe he's... There have been a fair amount of Korean players historically who have competed in our scene, but Oishi, I think, is the only one who's still, like, heavily competing in the competitive scene. So, yeah, so we're going to cast Oishi versus Tim here. Hopefully Tim will return in Oishi lobby. Okay, letting Tim know that we're in the lobby here, so now I can happily do some admin work while we wait for the round to start. All right, so we need to fix your score here. And then we need to fix some other scores as well. Okay, hopefully this loads fine now. Wow, why is it loading so fast now? I think it's because everybody's not trying to refresh. Okay, so we fix that. That's got to be 2 points there. And then we need to see who else needs some milk. Yeah, B6 needs to have their points adjusted too. Do we ever see Kugath or Nurgle in general in the top competitive matches? Oh yeah, dude. I went frickin' 5-0 with Nurgle yesterday, and I beat Tim the Wilder. I beat several top players yesterday. Like, Nurgle is good. People just don't like them because I think they're just a little rough to play. They're not like as... You need to put in a lot of effort to learn Nurgle. It's not a faction you just can pick up and learn quickly. It takes a lot of grinding. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this, and then we need to fix B6's score too. Okay, and then that should fix the tiebreakers. But no, Nurgle's good. Nurgle's a legit good faction, I think, if you practice them a lot. I mean, yeah, we've had a lot of success. We won a tournament with Nurgle like a week ago or a week and a half ago. We defeated some top players yesterday with them. Yeah, they're no joke. They're no joke. This is not the semifinal. It's round 4. Today's a big tournament. We're doing a 5-rounder. I'm going to go back to 4-rounders once things calm down a little bit. But yeah, that's what's going down. People just aren't down with the sickness. That's right. And can you blame them? Being sick sucks. I had to catch a horrible flu and fever to win a tournament with Nurgle. You know, you gotta go to desperate lengths. Okay, so that should be fine. And then we need to give Dr. Jellyfish a points. Dr. Jellyfish. And let me talk to these two guys here. Okay. Calamity, press the button. Okay. I will take care of it. All right. So good thing I'm friggin' on this because people are going ham. Calamity. Okay, looks like, yeah, he did get dropped. That's good. Okay. So here comes the sweatiest of the sweat. This could very easily be like the semifinals or the finals of a season right here. Tim the Wilder versus Oishi. These guys are absolute meta hogs. They will play the most meta, powerful factions and nothing else. So you're gonna get that goodness here. Yeah, Turin's Nurgle win will forever be called the flu game. Yeah. Yeah, but no, Nurgle's good. Nurgle's good for sure. Not easy to play, and they do have a lot of counters. Like I think Tzeentch, Demons of Chaos, Ogre Kingdoms. Like Nurgle has some really bad matchups in the meta, so you gotta watch out for that. All right. So let the good times roll. Corn, yeah, Oishi's a corn main. It makes sense. So we got corn going there. The sleepers having. I'm so happy that it seems that the past couple days we've been spared all the weird. Because you guys have seen the numbers, right? Like normally, like when we stream Total War on YouTube, it's like between 1,000 people to 2,000 people, right? Maybe 2,500, 3,000 if there's like something new and exciting, which is perfect. But YouTube was like, I don't know what the hell is going on with it, man. There was some weird shit going where either somebody was like botting the channel or YouTube was just sending people who were asleep. I don't know what it was. I really didn't like it though, like because then you can't gauge what people are actually enjoying. Yeah. Just ran 2.7 miles in 24 minutes. Can I join the team now? Let's freaking go, dude. Probably better than most people. Yeah. All right. Corn versus Greenskins. Tim is a very, very good Greenskin player. Okay, so let me check this. Copy that. Thank you for the update. Let me know in 5 if you still hear nothing. Okay, I think we've successfully adminned most of the issues. Yeah, we're good to go. All right, I'm going to go get some water, and I will be right back. All right, what's cracking, team? How you guys doing? We're back in business. What's new? What's going on with you guys? People sleeping is the new meta for YouTube. It kind of felt like it was for a couple minutes there, man. Kind of did. Okay. So again, this matchup, Wrathmongers were very, very good before, obviously. I still think they'll be nice, but after some of the nerfs, maybe the Greenskins can contest them better. Tim could use a double like Colossal Squig, but I don't think that's his style. I think Tim is going to play a more well-rounded Orc Boy spam build. That really seems how he's going to be pumping. Will we get Tim building up his forces and then swarming everything at once? It could happen, although in the Greenskin Corn matchup, I don't see that being the case. Usually buildups are used against like defensive gunline factions, so you want to overwhelm. Corn is more like, let's Unga Bunga, let's Kawa Unga Bunga on the middle of the map. Right, that's usually what you're going to be seeing there. Hey Frost, thank you for the 40 bits, dude. Thank you, man. Hey Frederick, what's going on? So glad to see Total War Warhammer competitive still going strong. Yeah, man, we're still rocking it. Just kind of in the waiting room for 40K. You know, we're hanging out. Hopefully it'll come. This is very sweaty though. I would say between these two players, Oishi is a very good tournament player, but Tim has competed at a higher level and gotten further in more major events overall. But, you know, you never know. It's best of one here. And it's Oishi on his main faction. Oishi is a very good corn player. So there is that. Okay. I'm just doing some adminning stuff here. Still nothing. Might need to drop somebody else too. You're lurking, Frederick? Yeah. No, we're all lurking a little bit. What's my favorite Primarch? So I don't know the lore of the Primarchs that well. I mean, I know the very basic lore, but my favorite Primarch, aesthetically, I really like Mortarion as a demon Primarch, like the huge moth wings and like the Grim Reaper scythe and like the gas mat. I love that aesthetic. So I have no idea what that means. The bold guy, I have no idea. Yeah, I like the stinky Primarch. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we will do this. So Madion is going to be here. And we're going to drop this player. Okay. So the drop is completed. And I think Dr. Jellyfish should have Dr. Jellyfish. One. Should have 2 wins here. Dr. Jellyfish has 2. Okay, so I did fix that. Okay, I'm not a complete idiot. All right. And there we are. You check out Trench Crusade. I don't have anybody to play with at the moment, you know, where I live. I might be able to talk one of my buddies into playing it, but I haven't. But I would definitely play the old Trench Crusade. I love grimdark shit, so yeah. Yeah, Mortarian's model is the best of all the Primarch, Demon Primarchs, I think. It's so good. It's just Old Faithful. All right, so wow, Warrior Wall with the frickin' okay, this is cool because we get to see the nerfed Hellforged Bellowers. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Hey, Mafro Afro gave out 6 community sub gifts. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate that. I don't know what that means, but it's something nice. Thank you. All right, let's mess around no longer, ladies and gentlemen. They decided on Itza. So we have map bans, guys. And Itza was in the next round also. And because right now the map pack isn't working, so we have to use the OG maps, plus the ones that were added to the game. So yeah, you're going to be seeing some repetition of some maps for now. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 4 of today's tournament. Here we have 2 undefeated players facing off. It's going to be Oishi rocking the Forces of Khorne versus Tim the Wilder, the Lord of the Goblins here, and he's going to be on the Greenkins. For Oishi's build, frontline is going to be Marauders and Chaos Warriors, actually. So using some armored boys, some big tall hat boys. Talk about tall hats. Khorne definitely doesn't mess around in the tall hat department. But it is going to be those bad boys. And yeah, in the backfield, what else do we have? Marauders of Khorne. We have a Skull Taker. Now, Skull Taker is a pretty durable, grindy character with crazy stats. He also has the Totem of Endless Bloodletting, so he gives a nice leadership buff as well as melee attack buff to nearby units. And last but not least, the other motorcycle unit is going to be the Hellforged Bellowers. Now, these things got heavily nerfed, massive accuracy nerf, and a range nerf down to 160. So curious to see if Oishi is going to be able to work on these bad boys. We'll find out. So where's he going? I'm really curious to see the Hell Cannon. For Tim the Wilder, bringing the dreaded Spider Great Shaman. Oh, taking a shot right to the face. So he does take some HP damage from the Skull Cannon. He does have the Goblin Great Shaman with Itchy Nuisance and Sneaky Stabbin'. So buff spells against Khorne makes sense considering all their spell resist, but a very good anti-large fighter. The rest of the build is going to be Orc Boys with Orc Boy Error Boys in the secondary, and they're going to be moving up to do a little bit of poking, while Tim is going to try and contest the objective a little bit. So Tim is going to be grabbing Objective 1, while Oishi is going to be sounding the horn of war and moving forward with basically everything. Marauder's grabbing Objective 3. And is Tim going to charge with his bacon? Oh, the sweet pig. So the pig's coming on in there. Definitely going to get a nice charge from the Warriors there. And the Warriors will take some minor damage. I mean, they have decent melee defense at 39, and these are boar boys. Their melee attack against infantry is really trash. So there is that to consider for sure. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Skull Cannon continuing to shoot into the Goblin Great Shaman there as the Skull Taker lurks nearby and is looking for opportunities. Here comes the Squigs. So the Squigs are there. And yeah, they're a hard counter against Chaos Warriors. I mean, the Chaos Warrior would beat a Squig unit, but it's an uptrade for the Squigs. The Squigs are very cheap. They only cost like 400 gold. So moving on in are the Squigs, and the Warriors are going to get grinded. The Hell Cannon continuing to shoot the Goblin Great Shaman. So Oishi really kind of leaning into sniping there. Now Khorngors are going to be called in with Hounds. So anticipating the Boar Boy spam, definitely good to start mixing in some Khorngors into the build. Top objective owned by Khorne, and the outside objective owned by Khorne as well. The Greenskins have kind of taken up position here in the middle. As some Boar Boys getting the sneaky stabbin' actually managed to surround the frickin' Hellforged Bellowers. Now Skull Taker's moving in. I don't know how he let this happen, but if Oishi blunders his Hellforged Bellower here, that's going to be rough. Tim using the Don't Even Try It. So that is the sniping ability that the Goblin Great Shaman has. And he just, man, catches Khorne slipping right now. Now, Skull Taker is trying to salvage this situation, but it looks like the Hellforged Bellowers are going to be taken down very quickly, and down it goes against the Wog. So the Broken Tusk Mob with the Sneaky Stab and the dreaded 51 melee attack. Very, very nice stuff. And so retreats the Goblin Great Shaman. Talk about a smash and grab right there, man. The Greenskins getting a big, big value lead as they're able to snipe a very big centerpiece for the Khornate army. A very rare mistake by Oishi, but, you know, when you're playing against a player of Tim's caliber, you know, he can catch you off guard. He's really difficult to beat. Chaos Warriors of Khorne going to get charged by Squig, so the bacon is coming in. A couple Fleshhounds maybe thinking about trying to help out, but they themselves will suffer against the Orc Boar Boy Biggins, as we do see the Wog continuing to move up. It did a flying explosion. Yeah, it was actually kind of cool. Crunch. It did get crunched indeed. So Tim is going to need to find a way to get another objective soonish. You know, he's not that far behind in points. And the WOG is going full tilt now. So we got the boys moving forward, orc boys everywhere with squigs and baconators kind of stacked on top. The archers are also pretty comfortable. We do see the archers still shooting away happily, and shooting them into the fleshhounds is going to be a pretty decent target priority for sure. Now, Khorne, though, is going to be collapsing from the high ground. We do see some units coming in, some Khorngors and what appears to be some warriors. Savage Orcs will uptrade and crush, not crush, but they'll be able to beat Khorngors, although those are actually Chaos Warrior halberds. Oh, that's interesting. It's a bit of a rare sighting there. Khorne trying to value trade back here. You could literally see the value difference of 1,600 between them, which is basically the cost of the Hellforged Bellowers. So losing those things early is very, very rough here. But the Chaos Warriors fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Fleshhounds. We do also have the Skull Taker, and he's getting some skulls for Khorne. You know, the skulls are on their way, and it has some really good animations. I love this thing. But yeah, going to be giving a combat stat buff to the Khornate Warriors nearby, but the WOG might be able to overwhelm the Khorne forces. We do see the Chaos Warriors here getting afflicted by Itchy Nuisance. There are some, Hound units lurking nearby here and some Warriors, but Greenskins have a lot of cost-effective armor piercing, right? And now it looks like they're going to be rotating to the outside. We got some Orc Boy Spears coming over. Archers are mostly online. Savage Orcs are trying to chase down these Marauders of Khorne and stabilize the archer units. You can see these archers for the Greenskins going to be kiting here. Squigs and Pigs, thank you for the donation. I love the name, by the way. That's great. And Halo of Spores, thanks for becoming a subscriber over on Twitch. Thank you guys so much. All right, but so Tim definitely in a commanding position, but we do see the value kind of creeping back for Khorne a little bit. It is currently about 1,000 value difference, and remember, Khorne has some crazy grinding potential, especially with the force multiplier that is the Skull Taker. He's going to be an absolute menace. In the backfield, we do have what appears to be the Ruglud's armored Orc Boys coming in, Savage Orc Air Boys moving up to the high ground, but Fury's called in to chase down the archers, and we could start to see maybe Tim get pushed back a little bit by Oishi. Now, that would be an incredibly impressive grind back, an incredibly impressive. Marauders of Khorne trying to get on top of the Savage Orc Air Boys. A couple of Goblin Wolf Riders called out by Tim. I don't know how much I like that. I feel like just calling out like a Squig unit would be better because the Wolf Riders will lose to those Marauders. In the middle, Khorne actually contesting the point. Sword of Khorne coming in with the steel chair, crushing these Savage Orcs. Not a super brutal one, but still about 300 gold value, which isn't bad. As these Savage Orcs are able to stabilize the Air Boys here. Looking at the value, 5.6 against 5.9. Tim the Wilder is kind of getting the gap closed a little bit here, as we do see the Skull Taker moving in. And if we do start to see the Goblin Great Shaman get his butt kicked by Skull Taker, which makes sense, Skull Taker is a very good fighter, that could flip the game, right? That could totally flip this game right on its head. I know a lot of people in chat were calling GG early, but at the very high levels, some of these guys are just so good that they can claw their way back from big deficits, whereas like a lesser player would just kind of fall into the pits, right? And Skull Taker using the Bloody Onslaught to lower the melee defense of the Spider down to frickin' 5. And what's crazy about Skull Taker is he has such a good stat line that even though he's an anti-infantry character, he still messes up big monsters just because his stats are so frickin' good. And he continues to bully the big spider. Tim's Goblin Great Shaman is actually frickin' shattered. Oh my god, and we see Oishi pulling a big value lead as the Skull Taker takes the skull of the Goblin Lord. Okay, guys. Okay. So that is pretty nasty. Now, looking at the objectives, we do see Objective 3 belonging to Khorne, Objective 2 belonging to Khorne, and Objective 1 belonging to Khorne as well, as the Skull Taker continues to cackle all the way to the bank. And suddenly, Khorne is collapsing from all angles. They got Furies in the backfield ripping shit up. This position gets compromised for the Greenskins. And remember, Greenskins are one of the worst factions in the game when their Lord's dead. Their leadership on their base units is pretty rough. Like, base leadership is 60 on these guys. Goblins are going to be like 45 to 50. A lot of rough shit. But Skull Taker just put that game on his freaking back. And yeah, he spins to it. Dude, he's pulling a Garen from League of Legends. The dreaded spin to win. Dragging down the Orc Boys here. And Objective 2 is going to be belonging to Khorne right now. And honestly, it looks like Khorne has a rock, I wouldn't say rock hard, but a pretty erect triple cap right now. How the turntables, indeed, they are turning. So old Skull Taker here, able to run down the Orc Boys with spears. Looking on the other side, Khorne is overwhelming pretty much all the Greenskin positions. Tim doesn't know it yet, but this kid, he must know it. He's an extremely seasoned player, but you let Oishi on Oishi's main faction, which is Khorne, and you're gonna have a hard ass fight on your hands. Oishi's Khorne is terrifying, and one of the main ways they climbed to the top of the leaderboard was playing Khorne and SFTs. So Skull Taker moving in, and we do see the Motorcycle of Doom getting a nice spin to win right there. As the champions of the Blood Gods, the 8-foot-tall Giga Chads moving in and pushing the Orcs back. I would have liked to maybe seen some Black Orcs in the mix. That could have been kind of fun as well. But Yep, that's going to be it. I mean, look, mass rout for the Greenskins. I don't think they're putting up a fight anywhere, really. I mean, up on the high ground, we have a couple of Goblin Wolf Riders. Just straight up desperation tactics here from Tim. But that's not going to work out. A couple Spears fighting, but they're going to lose to the Chaos Warriors. Tim trying to get cheeky and getting these little objective caps wherever he can with some raggedy-ass units, but it's not going to work out. And Oishi rolling in, and yeah, that's going to be the motorcycle, man. Skulltaker just being super freaking awesome. I mean, he's a really cool character, let's be honest. Look at that freaking guy. And why did Creative Assembly not include the Skulltaker's like actual name? His name is Uzul Skulltaker, but they just put Skulltaker. I don't know, is that some oversight or maybe some weird censor? I don't know why they did that. His name is actually Uzul in tabletop, isn't it? I could be wrong, but maybe some old school fantasy nerds here can let me know. Objective 2, firmly under the control of Khorne. A little bit of a blunder by Oishi, letting his opponent grab the high ground objective. I think he could have responded with some hounds or something, but he does have some Chaos Warrior halberds and flesh hounds, who should be able to reclaim that. Middle objective owned by Oishi, and Oishi could easily just win on one objective, but you can't let Tim get these freebies like this. Like, you know, again, the pendulum could swing the other way. If Tim got really, lucky and was able to snipe Skulltaker or something, I doubt it. Skulltaker has passive healing, but moving across, yeah, these guys should definitely get rolling, yeah, and get that objective and make sure it's nice and secure. On the high ground, we got the Flesh Hounds, the good doggies, such good dogs. And they get in there, and they just start ripping apart the Goblin Wolf Riders. It's going to be an absolute massacre. And, man, they're so good in this matchup because of the magic damage against all the Savage units who have Fizz Res. Oh, my God. Khorne does so much work with that. All right. GG, well played. That's going to be game uno. Between these two, of course. But the fourth round, going to Oishi, defeating Tim the Wilder in the Battle of the Sweats. The sweatiest of battles has concluded. Now, if Tim wins the fifth round game, which is coming up after this, he could definitely get a chance at revenge in the semifinals. And it's the same thing. Yesterday, I was able to beat Tim in the last round of the tournament, but then he came back and got revenge because Tim is very clinical the way he thinks. He's going to come up with the solution for this build, and it'll be strong. All right. We got, hey, Sotek, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that, man. And Champ Hank, man, you guys going hard in the paint. Yeah, no, we're just having some old fun on Twitch, There's people on there who haven't seen multiplayer, so we're going to be spreading the good word. And, yeah. I honestly, build could have gone either way. Kind of looked very Tim favored in the beginning. He caught that freaking Skull Cannon, kept that thing to 500 value. But, yeah, tricky stuff. GG, well played. All right, so let's see how the tournament is looking right now. Let's go ahead and close this down. I don't know why that's open. And look at the tourney. Okay. It's been a really good one today. This is going to be round 5. No, Blackworks, I think, could be good against Khorne. Because Bloodletters are not super meta there. Because Bloodletters get wrecked by the Cav and also by the Error Boys. So typically, Blackworks can be safe. Once I get banned for the hot tub streams, we'll move the kick in Facebook. Dude, Facebook streaming went hard in the paint years ago. Oh, no, Anticity was defeated by Maximilianaire. No, he could still make it, though, if he wins his next game. Skulltaker is officially known as Skulltaker for his tabletop profile. Azul is his name, but it's more of a background fact. Okay, understood. So there's precedent for just calling him Skulltaker, basically, which sounds good to me. Thank you for the lore tips there, Sotek. All right, so we are going to be going into round 5 in a minute. We have a handful of games still being played. Undefeated players at the moment. Oishi is the only undefeated player, but there potentially will be another one. Navigator and Orange Pest, my Padawan, are playing it out right now. So if you look here, you can see they're playing here. The winner of that will be undefeated. Anticity still 3 wins with a strong tiebreaker. So he still has a good chance at top 4. So does Tim the Wilder. So these two have a strong chance here. And if there is a tie, we will have a playoff round, potentially giving another game there as well. So, yeah, big tourney today. Holy shit, look at this. We got so many people in here playing. Charix dropping. I don't know. Hitman Hippo having a rough day too. But, hey, happens to the best of us, man. We all are in the dregs from time to time. So let's move back here. Get ready for the next round and just hang out. Yeah, the Halberds were good too. They're good, especially against the Boar Boy spam. Spreading the gospel of Total War on Twitch. That's right. Yeah, we're having some fun with it. Yeah, for me it was always like I'm not tech savvy, so there was a couple of people I work with and that talked me into doing the Twitch thing, and Yeah, now that I know how to do it, it's fine. But it was daunting to me before because I'm like an idiot with technology. So, yeah, I am what they call an idiot. Okay, perfect. So, let me see if there's any admin stuff. Yeah, the Shaman resummon is a good idea for Tim in that game because, you know, you need your leadership back. It looks like, did my Padawan win? He's playing Navigator. Navigator's a very good player, so not an easy one. Still a handful of matches to go. And yes. Oishi undefeated. And looks like Orange Pest did defeat Navigator, so he should be undefeated as well. Let me refresh this. All right. So going 4-0 basically guarantees you a top 4 spot because then you play the other undefeated player and, you know, you guys both have such strong tiebreakers and you have a 4-1 record at least. So that's going to guarantee you a spot in the top 4. Let me look at this. Yep. So Oishi and Orange Pest are undefeated. The Padawan doing great. Navigator was defeated there. Anticity's still in top 4 for now. If he wins his last game, then, you know, then he'll be cooking. Yeah, he'll be cooking. If you're so bad with technology, explain why all of your thumbnails are amazing. So thumbnails don't require much in the way of technology. I literally use Microsoft Paint or MS Paint for my thumbnails. Yeah. That's like one thing I've been doing so long. I mean, you'd think if I've been making thumbnails for 8 years, I would be at least at that level. Shout out to everyone born in the 80s. I was born in 1988, man. Yeah. Powerful stuff. The MS Paint meta. Fear it. Fear it. Dabin, you need to talk to Frost about that. Yeah. Because he handles that stuff. Will Turin said he uses MS Paint for... I do use MS Paint for the thumbnails. I do. I used to use MS Paint. Okay, to be clear, I used to use MS Paint, but now I use paint.net. So I don't know how to use Photoshop. Photoshop is too complicated for me. I use paint.net. It's like a Walmart version of Photoshop. Yeah. Turin, when are we getting a hot tub stream with Sparty and Pone? I mean, look, I'm down for it. Let's do it. Laura got stuck on the mass stuff, tiny brains, no self. Yeah. Let's do the dreaded collab of the gods. That's how you get big on Twitch. You got to get on those hot tub streams, man. 1988 for you as well, Fa. Nice. Born in 2000, says Chocolate Milk. Damn. About to turn a quarter of a century old. I don't want to hear it, dude. Quarter century? Dude, you're a youngin', man. I'm like getting into my 30s. My hands are stopped working. My one eye barely works. I'm like one of those decrepit pugs at a shelter that you just, you know, have to. Those are my favorite dogs, by the way. Someday I'm gonna just come home with like four, you know, special needs pugs, and just I love pug dogs and those like weird flat faced gremlins and 3-legged beasts. Those are the creatures that it's all about. You know, they have great personalities. The Nurgle hot tub stream? Yeah, could be. Could be. You played Pong? Yeah. Wookiee was so we got, what do they call it when, like, there's a term when you go on like a date with someone and then, like, you know, the picture they had on their, let's say on their like dating profile was like different. God, what is the term for that? Catfished, right? Yeah. So Wookiee catfished us. Yeah, Wookiee catfished us. When we rescued Wookiee, I was just randomly on a shelter website when I was in college, and the shelter was in Utah. I don't know. They came up in a Google search, and I saw Wookiee on this shelter, and I was like, he's like my spirit animal gremlin, just like, yeah, catfish, dogfish. What the hell is that? Oh my god. But yeah, I saw Wookiee on this like shelter website in Utah, and it's so funny on that. I mean, not that I care. Like, I would have rescued an older dog. I don't care at all. But on the ad, it was like, yeah, he's a perfectly healthy 1-year-old Affenpinscher pug mix, and then we get Wookiee. He's missing half his teeth. He has a deformed spine and an enlarged heart. The vet said he was like 6 years old. It was like when they like in that horror movie when they like adopt a child who's actually like a 30-year-old woman or something. You know? Yeah. So we just got like the most like gremlin beast you could possibly imagine. And yeah, That was pretty funny. I mean, I didn't care at all, but let's see here. Okay. I got you. Okay, so a little bit of adminning here. Let me do this. Son of Heaven is his name? All right, so we need to drop you. Let's get the drop going here. Dogwarts bamboozled. Yeah, the orphan, yeah. Wookie was like a pug Affenpinscher thing. We don't really know what he was. Yeah, he was some sort of a forbidden gremlin. Who wrote the ad? The dog? Yeah, Wookie probably wrote the ad. Horace Heresy, thanks for subscribing over on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Holy shit. You guys are out of control. Okay, so then we need to fix Maverick Sloth score. Maverick Sloth should now have 2 points, I think. Yeah, everything's good, Cthulhu. Yeah, like, no complaints, man. We're having fun. How do you contact Frost? He's in chat right now. You can talk to him here. And then you can message him in Discord. He'll sort you out. Okay. You see him there. He's got the cat face. He's the mod. Was it Maverick Sloth? No, wait. Who was he playing against? I don't know, man. There's so many people. Oh, Solo Spaghetti. Okay, that's who it was. We should be about ready for the next round. Should be about ready. So Solo should have how many wins? One sec here. 1, 2. Yeah, he should have 2 wins. Cool. Should have dose wins. The Cursed Dogs are the sweetest. Well, that was the funny thing about Wookie. You know, like I was like, yeah, he's gonna be like one of those dogs that, you know, had it rough and is gonna have a sweet personality. But like Wookie also just like player hated on me like so much. When he only cares about my wife. Well, only cared. He's passed away now. That was many years ago. But like I would just like walk past him in the living room and I would see him like lurking under a chair with these like bulging veiny eyes just like staring at me with hatred, and I'd be like, oh great, well, I love it, you know. And like if it was dark at night and I was like walking around the house and he would like think I was like an intruder and chase me, and I'd be like, oh Wookie, stop. Yeah, he was a really, really unholy nightmare. Like Wookie was just like pure evil gremlin shit. All right. But the thing is, he loved my wife, and that's all I really care about. He loved Anna. He was like a loyal guard dog, and yeah, he also shat on me on stream once. Yeah, I was holding him and he took a fat shit just right down my shirt. That was a highlight. That was truly a channel memory there. Yeah, little Gollum, he was. He was. All right. Yeah, 1 game to finish, and then we're in round 5. Longer tournament today, though, which is good. Longer tournament. If you could add a legendary lord to the Lizardmen, who would you select? I have no idea. I don't know anything about Lizardmen lore. They're a faction I don't enjoy too much. Yeah. Yeah, little Gollum. It was during a Blood Bowl stream. Yeah. It was during a Blood Bowl stream. Truly blessed by Nurgle. He was definitely a Nurgling. Yeah. And like he had like a hunched spine. So like when he walked, it would look like this like little shambling Nurgling gremlin thing. Is there a faction that can stack miscast debuffs? Oh yeah, you can get it up to 100% with a lot of factions. Yeah. Which stream was that? Oh, I don't know. Lucy, that was literally like 7 years ago or 6 years ago. So I'm not sure. Yeah. How are Lizardmen in Old World? I haven't played against them yet. They're not very popular because they're a legacy faction, which Games Workshop really botched Old World with freaking legacy faction shit. It's so freaking lame. Shadow Goose, thanks for subscribing. Thank you, man. Goddamn, Joe Rogan. All right. So are we ready for the next round? Oh, yeah. Give it to me, Precious. We are ready. And let's advance the Swiss. Round 5's coming. You see the casting announcement for the next Avengers movie? Some amazing OGs coming back. No, I didn't see that. I'm not surprised to hear it, though. That's like a classic franchise like fatigue thing. It's like, all right, people are getting tired of our brand, and how are we gonna do this? Bring back the old popular characters. Bring back the old popular storylines. Star Wars even tried when the sequels were sucking. They were like, bring back Palpatine, but it wasn't enough. All right, so we got the next round. Goblins. Round 5 is live. So I think let's cast. You guys want a power sweat? Do you guys want a power sweat game? Oh, we could do. Man, okay. Let me get a couple. Yeah, do you guys want like a sweaty battle right now, or do you want like something you maybe haven't seen? Because we have my Padawan facing off against Oishi. We have Serkia versus Maximilianaire, which is a good matchup too. Anticity's playing Navigator, and they're playing for like a fourth, potentially a spot in the top 4. Lots of great matches being played right now. You want the sweat? I don't know the matchups yet, but I assume that it'll be like Tomb Kings versus Korn or something, maybe, because Orange Pest is a Tomb Kings main versus Oishi. They're the only 2 undefeated players. You want the sweatiest game? Mega Sweat? Okay, I'm going to get it. So, lobby code, please. We're going to give you the sweat. I saw the announcement against my will because I read the comics online. Ah, yes. I actually just, I'm really late to the party, but I just started watching the Invincible show. It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Oishi. Only 2 undefeated players. You're basically... Okay, so we'll give you the Giga Sweat, yeah. So these are the only 2 undefeated players right now in the tournament. Keep at it. All right, let's see what's cooking. So just waiting for the lobby code from these guys, and then we should be good to go. Okay. So tag the players. They should be good. And let's join Orange Pest lobby here. Ah, curses. Okay, so we need to join as a spectator. It is... Look at all these games in here. I love to see it. Love to see all these multiplayer games. Make you feel like you're trapped in a sauna. All right, if you say so. Looks like he had an Orskin game last game. And a M in lobby. First, come on over. Okay, let's get you. Great. So these are the only 2 undefeated players in the tournament right now. Hey, we got some new subscribers over on Twitch. You want popsicles? Shadow Goose, and one called Nico. Thank you guys so much. I watch on YouTube, not a Twitch fan, but I've got this free sub and chill over here. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, that's huge. Very generous support. Let's get it, man. No, we don't know what the matchup is yet. They're going to determine it right now. So, yeah, this is Oishi. So we just saw Oishi defeat Tim the Wilder. And now my Padawan, Lord Vader here, is going to be trying to take on Oishi. So... Not going to be easy. Not going to be easy. I just picture Gatorade green sweat from these guys. Yeah, the 90s and the 1990s America, we had like a lot of like very vibrant colors, like the Nickelodeon, and like even the drinks and the food would have like these really vibrant like teal and blue dyes. Yeah, those were some times. Those were some times indeed. So it begins. And we will see what the matchup's going to be. Pick and ban process is really quick in this tournament. It's not something that takes long. Sorry, guys, just dying off mic a little bit. Man, you guys ever had those like lingering coughs that just last for like 3 or 4 weeks? That's some forbidden shit, man. Turin is longing for Bretonia. We already had Bretonia. We had a Bretonian win early. Let's not tarnish Bretonia's memory by showing them getting crushed in the later rounds. You know, let's just take that victory for Bretonia and just hold it close to our hearts, you know, and just roll with it. Oishi is going to get Korn, probably. Oishi probably went... Like, Oishi is a power sweat. Like, Korn, Ogres, and whatever other overpowered faction there is what they're playing, probably. Pest also is pretty sweaty. A little bit different, though. He likes some Haggard factions, but typically we'll lean on to Tomb Kings pretty hard. Yeah. I got bronchitis. I don't think it's bronchitis. Maybe. I don't know. It's the Rona. Who knows what it is? I took tests for Ronas and everything. Ogres are actually... We don't know if they're OP yet, but it's going to be Ogre Kingdoms for Oishi, and no way are we getting Empire here. So there's not like a ton of stakes to this game because they're both guaranteed a top 4 spot. With a 4-1 record, you're basically guaranteed. But it's still cool to see. You know, we get to see a preview of what the finals can potentially look like later. So, yeah, I had the Rona. I don't know. Maybe I did. I took the test and everything, and it said negative, but Hey, Jugu, thank you for the subscription, dude. Yeah, all right. Turin had walking pneumonia and had a cough like that. It was terrible. Oh, God, it's so frustrating. It's like getting better day by day, but it's like a tiny improvement every day. Tiny improvement. I long for Nurgle Sweat. Well, you should go watch yesterday's tournament if you want Nurgle Sweat. I played Sweaty Nurgle 4 games in a row. Just pure, disgusting Nurgle Sweat. Yeah. Wife and I had a 6-month-old, all had COVID lucky. Oh, man, yeah. It's not, yeah, it's tough. My friends who have kids, they get sick all the time. The gremlins go to school and bring back some foul Nurgle afflictions. It's pretty common. I had a cough that persisted for 5 months last year. Thought I'd gotten, oh my God, geez, that's brutal. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Influenza A was really big this season. I got it earlier this year, and Doc said the cough can last up to 3 months. Jesus, that's probably what it is, honestly. Primary schools are just Nurgle cults, yeah. That's not far from the truth. I remember some of the disgusting shit back when I was in school. Oh my God, I can only imagine. I'm sure it's the same now. Never had COVID before. I've had COVID before. I had it like 3 or 4 years ago. I avoided it when it first was making its rounds, but yeah, this was worse than that though. This was worse what I had. I was having some wild ass fever dreams like a week and a half ago. Oh my God, like a week. Yeah, it was crazy. Oh, Norska versus Ogre Kingdoms. Now this matchup actually is pretty decent for Norska. Norska's javelins are very, very good in this matchup. They can wreck a lot of the ogres, and yeah, it's a fun matchup. Throg is just S tier here. He's very good. Wolfric not so much. Wolfric gets bullied by a lot of the ogre stuff. We need a Nurgle Cauldron unit that spreads all them juices. Well, Festus kind of does that. He literally has like a giant vat that he carries around on his back. After my first bout with COVID in 21, I had to get an inhaler for a month because I had a cough that wouldn't leave. Yeah. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. So, Norska versus Ogre Kingdoms is the matchup, which is good. No word. All right. Sounds good. Let me know in next 5 minutes if they no-show. The 5-rounder tournaments are great, but you do get a lot of attrition. There's a lot of people who burn out in 5 rounds. I think I so he is playing what? He is playing Maverick Sloth. His opponent didn't show up. Oh, Madian, let me ping that guy. He was talking in chat earlier. Your opponent calls. All right, let me see here. Did he message me to drop? I don't think he did. Okay. Might just be a drop. We'll have to see. Oh, Rona's a true chaos plague. It definitely is. I'm too weak, Anakin. Okay. So, yeah, Norska, Skin Wolves are S tier in this matchup. Javelins are S tier. There's a lot of good stuff. There's so many elements they do well against Norska. But Norska, don't forget, guys, Norska has freaking, not Norska, but the Ogre Kingdoms have slingers now. So the cheap, crappy Ogre slingers might be really good against the Javelins. Maybe they can outrange them and trade. You're a teacher, you've had COVID like 8 times? Jeez. Why are Chorfs being banned so much? I don't know. People are just afraid of the Chorfs, like, because they got some buffs. But the faction overall, I still think isn't going to be that strong. I think they'll be a solid mid-tier faction. Let me see what the Chorfs win rate is at right now. Yeah, 16 wins, 10 losses. It's too early to tell. I mean, that's a good win rate, but there's, like, stronger factions for sure. Kislev is doing very well. Let's see who's the worst faction. Tzeentch hasn't gotten a single win yet. Tzeentch is 0-2, but that's, they're just, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised Tzeentch as a faction isn't more popular. I've not understood that weird conundrum, Wife is home. Hey, take care, Conradical. All the best to you and your family. Nurgle needs to do some collabs with the other Chaos Gods. Yeah, absolutely. Meta Dreadquake? Probably never. Yeah, probably not going to be a meta thing. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves got banned out. I rolled Dark on Dark. So you rolled Dark on Chores today as Cathay, and they don't feel that different. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay. I don't know what that is, Spooky Dan. If you guys talk anime, you might as well be speaking speaking Chinese to me. The only anime stuff I know is Dragon Ball Z, Let's see, the animes I've watched in my life: Dragon Ball Z, Record of the Lotus War, Fist of the North Star. I watched one season of Attack on Titan when it first came out. I don't know if Avatar: The Last Airbender counts as anime. Like, maybe. Yeah, I've seen that though. What else? Oh, and yeah, I watched season 1 of One Punch Man in a trade agreement with Professor Pone. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z rules. That was really fun as a kid. I remember like rushing, and you knew what time it was coming on TV, and you would just like be set up for it and ready to go. You know. What's the Chaos Dwarf meta at this point? Honestly, not much has changed, Michael. Chaos Dwarf Warriors with the trains, with the Hobgoblins, the Bale Taurus, they just got cost reduction, so they can squeeze out a little bit more now, which is good. Yeah. Avatar is Western animation, not anime per se. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fist of the North Star rules so hard. Yeah, I watched that like in the 90s. I remember watching that in my friend's living room in like the mid 90s. Yeah. All right. Let's get it going. Thank you all for joining. And here we are. Oh, the dreaded double Thunder Tusk. Is the Forbidden Thunder Tusk going to be oppressive still? They got some big nerfs, but I still think that they're very disgusting units. But we'll find out. This will be the first step in, discovering that the strength of those units. Norska does have good anti-large and Throg, though, so maybe they're going to be able to fight it up. We will have to see. Those are great days when you make it in front of your TV by 5 p.m. for the double Dragon Ball Z. Yes. I think Seekers might still be problematic, Tyler Peterson. I'm collecting data on it, but likely Seekers and Heart Seekers are going to get banned out again. Yeah. Because Creative Assembly just missed the ball on that. I don't know what they were smoking, but they just straight up did. We told them the problem with Seekers and Heart Seekers, and they just did nothing to fix it. It's very strange. They just gave them 100 gold, but that's not even the issue. It's the mechanical issue of the unit is the problem. All right, guys. Wolfric is very risky against Ogres. Throg is way better. That's my only concern with my Padawan's build here, but aside from that, we do have Marauders. So we got a lot of Marauders in the back and a couple Spears in the secondary with Javelins in deep support. So Javelins are S tier against Ogres. If these things are allowed to stand and shoot at Ogre Bull units, they give them an absolute beating. I like the Skin Wolf Werekin. I think that's like a nice anti-large tool and potentially going to be able to chase down the Thunder Tusk and give it the business, so I think that is quite good. Now looking at Oishi's build, Oishi going full power sweat here. Front line of Noblars backed up by Pigback Riders. So this is like the forbidden old meta. But yeah, Thunder Tusks have had some nerfs, but I still think they're very, very powerful monsters. So there's going to be 2 of those. Single Lead Belcher in the back, and also we do have a Slaughtermaster of the Healing with Great Maw. And yeah, so basically Oishi is just abusing the old meta. And we'll see if it's still good. It's just don't present with bull units because the Javelins are going to counter them. Present with crappy Noblars, abuse the overpowered monsters. Use a single Lead Belcher to control the battlefield, and yeah, that's kind of it. We got the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw coming, and I'm really curious to see how this unfolds. So apparently Thunder Tusks have had some nerfs to the secondary attacks. One of the things that made them really OP was the Hunters riding on top. They've had their damage reduced. We'll see if that matters, and I think there were some other nerfs as well. I don't remember off the top of my head, but we will see. So here comes the Ogres. They're going to be shooting their dreaded snowball attacks. We do have Wolfric and also the Skin Wolf Werekin. I think that Orange Pest is going to massively regret not bringing Throg. Throg is a very, very decent tool against Thunder Tusk and Big Ogre units because he regenerates too. So this is the round 5 of the regular tournament. After this round, we're going to go to the top 4 and go to the semifinals. These both players are both undefeated in the tournament, and whoever wins this, obviously, they're both guaranteed a spot to advance. Would Mammoths be good here? No, not really, because the Lead Belchers will kill the Mammoths, the Pigback Riders will uptrade into them, Thunder Tusks will beat Mammoths in straight up combat. So Mammoths not really a good inclusion here, in my opinion. All right, so Wolfric and the Condom Wolf going to be moving over to the outside objective. But even at the peak of overpowered ogres in the previous season, we did actually see the Ogre Kingdoms losing to Norska a fair bit. Norska is a faction that has really cost-effective anti-large tools and good staying power. They're really able to hang in there with their enrage mechanic. They, of course, have this, so they get Phys-Res, leadership, and melee attack as they just straight-up fight, which is very, very good. All right, so the 2 objectives belong to the Orange Pest, and we do see the Chungus Kingdoms coming out here. And where are they going to go? Are they going to go for the home objective? Are they going to just kind of blitz over to objective 3? It looks like the Thunder Tusks thinking about moving over towards objective 1. And the rest of the Norskins going to be camping out in the tree line. We do see Condom Wolves being summoned. As long as they can avoid the Pigback Riders, they'll potentially be okay. Orange Pest's going to be creeping over. Where is he going? Is he going to go and attack the old Thunder Tusks? Going after the Noblars definitely is not what you want. You want to beat down the Noblars with Marauders. That is for sure the case. But looks like he's going to be yielding his home objective, letting the Thunder Tusk get that, which is kind of interesting. He's got 1,500 supplies, and now the Snowball attacks of Doom are coming in. Fear the Snowballs, and they did dodge that. So good micro there. He was able to avoid that shot and mitigate that damage. And a little bit of the ammunition is in the drain there. So Orange Pest over on objective 3, cackling with his 2 characters. Just kind of hanging on to the point. And now for the Ogre Kingdoms, we see one of their first callouts here, which is going to be the Mournfang Cav with Grey Opens. A good choice. You know, they'll fight well against Skin Wolves. They'll fight well against a fair amount of the big Norskin threats, like the Condom Wolf as well as Wolfric here. So I certainly don't hate that. But yeah, that objective is going to flip, and it looks like the Norskins are going to be advancing out from the tree line. A couple of Marauders are coming here, but you need to support them. These Marauders will get obliterated by the Thunder Tusks. Good dodging, though. Yeah, look at that. Good micro there. But the second one does hit and make some contact. Skin Wolves coming out of the trees. You know, maybe looping them under to support the infantry against the big boys could be a good idea. And where is Wolfric going to go? Leadbelchers are out, and what are they going to be targeting? It looks like they're going to be targeting the Marauder Hunter Javelins as the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire waits in the bushes. Now, interesting choice using fire. I think it's fine, because Noblars are very prevalent in this matchup, more so than Ogre Infantry. So using the Burning Heads to clear through the Noblars isn't a bad idea. I don't think it's terrible. So moving across, we do see the Norskins jumping up on objective 1, and it looks like the Chungus Kingdoms are going to pull back, and the reason why they're pulling back is because of the Javelins. They don't want any of that smoke, and we are going to be seeing Orange Pest grab the victory tickets as he calls out what appears to be Norskin Ice Wolves, which I think are the best unit on the roster. They're very, very good. Now, charging in here is what I think a big mistake. If you get embroiled and trapped up by those Mournfang Cav and those Thunder Tusks, they're going to give you the dirtiness. So, yeah, you don't need to fight him on this point. Just maintain your 2 objective cap. Granted, with Javelin support, it could become a decent fight. He does manage to grind a little bit of value off the Mournfang Cav there and only takes damage on his regenerating Skin Wolf. So, he ends up, getting a decent little trade there. Thunder Tusk going to be shooting into the Skin Wolves, and they don't do that much damage. So retreating back is Orange Pest as the doggies come in and the Marauders are going to be pushing up. A Burning Head opportunity. Definitely should have targeted the Pigback Riders. They look the same, though. They literally have the same icon, so very frustrating. But, yeah, the Burning Head on the Pigback Riders would be a little bit stronger. So Condom Wolves diving in. That's really dangerous from Orange Pest here. I don't like that play because now the 2 Mournfang Cav are just going to collapse on them and give them the dirty. However, the Javelins are nearby, so if you can retaliate with Javelin Focus Fire, then maybe you'll be fine. The Skin Wolves going after the Thunder Tusk. Skin Wolf Werekin a little bit idle right now. Javelin's getting some respectable value, and it looks like there is going to be a Troll Guts being activated on the Mournfang Cav right now, as the Skin Wolf Werekin going to be looking for some opportunities. And a little bit of a positional error here from Orange Pest. He's got 2 idle Javelins over here that could be much better used in the mainline fighting. And we do see the Javelin Firepower was able to get some great work in. But sacrificing that Condom Wolf was not a great play. Definitely paid the troll toll there. So moving on up, we got more Skin Wolves coming in. Wolfric, Laura Boats down the line here would be very good against all these Pigback Riders. And the 2 Thunder Tusk monsters are causing a ton of havoc. They're just kind of bullying everything in front of them and really, really giving the Norskin army a bit of a beating. So in the backfield, we do have some Javelins caught up in melee with Noblars, not really throwing. This is a little bit messy too, like the Norskins have a lot of units stacked here. Burning Head going to be activated onto the Pigback Riders as we see a massive value lead start to get pulled for Oishi. And clearly the Forbidden Ogre tactics are still very, very good. Granted, I do think there's a fair amount of blunders that Orange Pest is making that are kind of leading to the value lead even more. Granted, microing well on some fronts. Actually going to be using Wolfric to go after the Slaughtermaster, and the Slaughtermaster would get his butt kicked by Wolfric pretty bad in a straight-up duel. But with the Mournfang Cav coming in from Oishi here, we are going to be seeing the big beatdown squad, and that is going to be quite scary indeed. Some Javelins throwing, getting a little bit of damage in there. Marauder Spears trying to hold the line, but being overwhelmed by the Mournfang Cavalry as well as the Thunder Tusks. So really, really brutal stuff coming in there. And yeah, I mean, Orange Pest is going to need a miracle to get back in this game. The Ogres are completely bullying him right now. I think the positioning was a little bit off. And here we do see the Skin Wolves diving into the secondary. This is a good call, getting on top of the Leadbelchers and having Wolfric pick off a couple of the Leadbelcher models certainly isn't bad. But the Big Daddy Thunder Tusks are going to be on their way back. So here they come, and they're moving on into party. In the meantime, we do see Objective 3 hanging out here. Under the control of Norska. Norska's probably only hope for winning this game at this point is going to be stuffing tactics and trying to keep the ogres back. That's the only way I can really see them getting back in this game. So Ogre Bulls and Mournfang Cav with great weapons swarming in. There is a Manticore there supporting, and Skin Wolves will be pretty good in this situation, but overall I think it's just a numbers game at this point. They're going to be having a bad time. And we do have the Thunder Tusk just going bananas. Value on them, we do have 1,000, so it's not that they've gotten crazy value yet. Pretty close to paying for themselves. Thunder Tusk costs like what, 2,400 gold or something like that, or 2,200, I can't remember. But they're on their way to paying for themselves. So Orange Pest does have really good objective play micro. That's something he's very good at in Company of Heroes as well as this game. So he does have the objective advantage, and it potentially is going to be capping the home objective as more Skin Wolves and the Skin Wolf Werekin moving in. 4.5k against 9.3, pretty big value deficit back here. We do see some Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes getting a little bit of DPS in there, but the Manticore and the Wolves probably going to be taken offline. On the outside objective, there are some tattered Norskins there. Some doggies are coming in to try and reinforce his position. And for Oishi's sake, it's very, very good that he did indeed hold this objective, so he didn't let that one fold up. Retreating is Wulfric the Wanderer. Skin Wolves here are going to be breaking, and I think that this is going to be the beginning of the end. I mean, Orange Pest will play very well on the objectives if he can, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, he's ahead on points, 723 against, 460, 470. That's not enough, right? You would need to be like 1,100 points right now to maybe even have a glimmer of a chance of cheesing on the objectives, but I don't think it's going to be the case, and we are going to probably see the end of the road. I think there was a couple very stark mistakes in this game. I think Norska taking the fight in the Ogre's home territory was a big mistake. They had the double cap, so sitting back like right here and just waiting for the Ogres to come to them would have been really good for counterpunching and not giving the Ogres immediate reinforcements. So there was some positional play that was also a problem. And then we saw some units get sacrificed into the Thunder Tusks and the Mournfang Cav, so there was a lot of things that were a little bit off there. Because here's the thing, if the Ogres have to extend into your lines, you can then surround them with Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Like, you see how this is going fine. Like, this is a really good trade for Norska. And if the Ogres had attacked into the Norskan battle lines, and also if you had Throg to maybe help against some of these guys, it could have been a very, very different game. So looking at the value of the Thunder Tusk, about 2,000, so very close to paying for itself right here. Back objective going to be taken by the Ogres. Norska has a couple rallying units trying their best to stabilize where they can. One Thunder Tusk here going to be getting a Troll Gut, so that's going to be a fat heal, while the Marauder Horsemen and the Manticores continue dragging it down. And yeah, I mean, you're going to see this Thunder Tusk getting dragged down here. It's at negative leadership. If plays like that had happened earlier in the game, I think Norska certainly would have a decent chance. But if Orange Pest is playing well here, he should not let that Thunder Tusk come back. Wulfric, though, is a risky choice against Ogres. I think he's all right at sniping like Ogre Lords, but considering how popular Thunder Tusk and Mournfang Cav are, and how their roster is mostly a large roster outside of the Noblars, I think Throg is just a vastly superior choice. So one Thunder Tusk does get healed up. Probably going to be it, and this is going to be a triple cap right here. Potentially a chance for these guys to rematch in the finals. We do see Norska losing the outside objective here, and objective 1 is going to be going into the pits as well. Wulfric, though, trying one last hoorah. The Hunter of Champions going to be battling it out versus the Ogre Slaughtermaster, and he might actually lose that fight. I mean, normally Wulfric beats the Slaughtermaster, but considering how freaking low he is, that's going to be tough. On the backside, Norskan Ice Doggies chewing up these guys. You know, maybe a cheeky snipe on the Ogre Lord here could do something. We'll have to see. So Wulfric does get back here. Some Marauder Horsemen do get hit with the Dismember. And yeah, there's some good plays being made here in the late game, but it's like, the value gap has actually been closed a little bit. But it's just too little too late. Too many big blunders in the beginning cost him the game. Skin Wolf Werekin has rallied. Going to be using him to try and shut down the Lead Belchers. Lead Belcher is a great counter against Marauder Horsemen. And will the Ogre Lord survive this? The Frost Wolf's able to get some great nibbling. Wulfric has good combat stats, so he's able to connect. But the big daddies are on their way in now. Those Thunder Tusks are coming, and that's going to be the end of the road for that position. That is for sure. That is like 2,800 gold there. It's very, very tricky. So throwing weapons on the way in. Burning Head going to be activated on the Noblar Trappers, and that's a good Burning Head right there. Noblar Trappers are a 500 gold unit. And the Ogre Lord actually does get broken, but that's going to be it. GG, well played. Hopefully a good lesson for Orange Pest on the positional engagements and some of the other tactical. There was a lot of like Norskan blobbing and infantry being in weird positions there. But both players will still qualify for top 4. It seems that the Forbidden Old Ogre meta is very much alive. Granted, much weaker. Less capture weight on the Pigback Riders. And, Thunder Tusk cost, so 1,900 value and 2,200 value on that Thunder Tusk, all right? So let's see. Did they actually pay for themselves? So we're going to go over here. And I don't know how it got me in that lobby. That's some weird shit. Okay, so let's go to the Ogre Kingdoms. But that style seems very forgiving for newer players too. Yeah, so neither Thunder Tusk paid for themselves. There is that. You know, if that had been the old Thunder Tusk, they probably would have paid for themselves plus like 700 or 800 more value. So that's, you know, at least the nerfs were shown there in that neither Thunder Tusk paid for itself. I think it was more blunders from Norska, and of course Thunder Tusk being incredibly strong. But yeah, you need Throg. You need Throg Daddy for sure. All right. Apostate had to drop. I do it myself, but my opponent, I got it. Okay, so let's do this, and we need to fix some scores on the website there. Famir weapons? I don't know about Famir. There's something that I have not experimented with yet. But, you know, Oishi is very good too, so it's a good lesson there. Okay, so we need to see who this was. So Solo Spaghettos, so Solo. We need to drop you, so let's go ahead and drop Apostate Prostate there. Apostate Prostate, such a freaking good name. Okay. Maverick Sloth. I will fix it. Okay. So that's one detail fix there. And now we need to see who Maverick Sloth is playing. And they're playing Madian. Okay. So Madian needs to have their score adjusted by 1. So let's refresh that and fix it. All right. Do people take the new Ogre units? Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen the new Ogre units being used. Not in today's tournament, but yesterday they were used. Yesterday I played against Ogres. I actually was able to beat Ogres with friggin' Nurgle. But they only brought 1 Thunder Tusk, and they brought a fair amount of Slingers. Okay, so Madian should only have 2 points here. So we will fix that. They would have paid for themselves eventually. That's right, Ethan. They would have. I agree with you. I still think Thunder Tusks are borderline OP. It's not as bad as they were before, but we're gonna see. You know, it's early. There was a lot of mistakes from Norska there, so I'm trying not to jump to conclusions, but we'll see. I do think they're a borderline issue though still. But you know, we're gonna have a couple days of tournaments, a week of consistent tournaments, get some really good data, and I'll make restrictions from there. Likely Seekers will still be restricted. Thunder Tusk, we'll see. You know, you could just ban Ogres from these tournaments, and you know, use them only in really sweaty events. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah, I think it's too early to call Thunder Tusk like super broken, but they still seem very strong. Yeah, very, very strong. We will see. It's too early to make calls, I think. That's why we're being very relaxed here. Ogre's win rate isn't sitting up too high, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to climb up, I think. Chaos Dwarf win rate going down a little bit, it looks like. Khorne doing very well. Vampire counts a nice record as well. So one of my big things about domination mode is I don't like to have too many restrictions. I don't want to go the same direction that, you know, the olden days of Warhammer 2 land battle and stuff went, where there's just like a million micro restrictions, you know, like I want the game as it is packaged to be playable. So that's always my goal, is to avoid restrictions. Yeah. Like it needs to be something really egregious or bugged for me to ban it usually. Yeah. Okay. So where are we going? What is cooking over here? Let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that as we load into the next round. The semifinals, I do dare say. So top 4, what's it looking like? It's looking like Oishi is the only undefeated player in the entire tournament. Orange Pest, 4 wins, 1 loss. Outer Region appears to have made top 4 too. So potentially going to be seeking revenge against the Orange Pest. And did Navigator need to drop? No, Navigator's still in the tournament. Tim the Wilder and Navigator might play a tiebreaker game. So we're going to go ahead and see how that looks. There's still some tiebreaker points to be determined, though. But we would have Tim and Navigator play a tiebreaker game. If it currently... Let me show you guys what it looks like. So we are getting the top 4 data here. Let's do this. Yeah, so Oishi's undefeated with really strong tiebreakers. Orange Pest is second place as of now. Outer Region, 4 wins and 1 loss. Navigator, 4-1. Tim, 4-1 too. And these guys have the exact same opponent score. So if that happens, what I do is I make them play a playoff game, which is good for you guys, because then you get an extra game. You know, we get a little something, something. We actually streamed earlier today. We streamed earlier. We started a little bit. Yeah, at least it's not the dreaded 6 p.m. stream. You know, the real late night sauce. All right. Perfect. The Lord Shaftesbury going 4-1 too. Maximilian also, but his tiebreakers were a little bit weak. Anticity I think the Grail Crusade has been ended for today. It looks like he didn't quite make it. Is he still playing? Did he lose to somebody here? My friggin' pirate eye can't find it. I'm oh, he lost the navigator. Okay. Yeah, you went 3-2 in your first tournament. Congratulations. That's really good. Well played, Snickerdoodle. Shout out. Let's get a shout out to our boy Snickerdoodle in chat. Well played. Tim the Wilder clapping you set you straight. Yeah. I mean, he claps everybody. He's very good. I mean, he did lose today. Oishi's on the warpath, you know. Man, there's so many good backgrounds. The Crusade is just painful to watch sometimes. It is. Bretonia is suffering. I'm surprised he's actually doing it. Like, I'll suffer for one Bretonian stream, but if you make... I'm not going to play, like, 3 streams of Bretonia in a row. No freaking way. That's just pain. Let's see what banner we want to rock. I love... the Chim Kings banner is really cool. You got the Black Pyramid over there and stuff. Yeah, that's rad. Queen of the Crone. Vampire Coast is extremely iconic, too. The underwater. Yeah, that's super fun. He's almost as good as Pone. He's getting there. Yeah, 3-2 is very good. Like that. Like I probably would have gone 3-2 today. You know. All right, let's refresh the brackets. Okay. Okay, so talking to my Padawan a little bit, and we're going to see if we're ready for the semis. So we still have 2 games to finish. Poison is playing, and Madian and Maverick Sloth are playing. It could affect the tiebreaker. Let me see who Tim played. Tim the Wilder. Wilder. So who did Tim play today? Any of these people relevant to his tiebreaker? Doesn't look like it. So let's see what the other player, Navigator, might have played one of those gentlemen too. Navigator. So Navigator played Stingers, Son of Heaven, Antony's, and only lost to Orange Pest. Just said he should consider selling the ladies' bathwater. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you got to take whatever advantages you can, dude. You can. All right. So I don't think either of these games will affect the tiebreakers, but just to be safe, I'm going to let them roll. I'm going to let them roll. And we'll go from there. Thank you guys for your patience. That is the dreaded Total War thing. Yeah, you can just change the background. No, Bob, dude, it's just part of the game. You can just click on this little arrow on the side and pick the background for whatever update you want. Yeah. I love the Chaos Dwarf one. The Forge of the Chaos Dwarves, like the billowing smoke and the Babylonian kind of ziggurats and like temples and stuff. It's so freaking cool. This one's all right. There's too many negative connotations with this DLC, though. That shit was haggard. Thrones of Decay is really good, too. Like the rain, the Baroque, kind of like Nurgle aesthetic. It's very, very good. Yeah, you can change. You can change. Okay, so let's refresh this. And see what's going on. I just blew your mind, I know. The things you learn after playing this game for 100 years. Okay, so Madian and Maverick Sloth are playing. And where are we at? Okay. Almost there. Do you have any videos playing tabletop? No, not modern. I have one from like 8 years ago. 7 years ago or some shit. I don't have anybody to play with near me consistently. That's why we didn't start a tabletop channel, is because I just there's no, the closest people that play consistently are like 2 hours away. So yeah, Chorfs and Ogre's background to the best. Yeah, Chorfs are very good. The Ogre one is pretty disturbing with the Maw. Let's see that Scarsnake campaign. I just literally loaded in for like a minute. Yeah. This is pod racing. Yeah, it is. It is pod racing. Total War has such a fun game to watch, but the downtime is rough between games. That's like the only thing that sucks. Whereas like another RTS, you can just fire it up and load in there, you know? Just get in there and raw dog it and get rapid fire games going. All right. So Maverick should be playing here. So Poison and Maverick Sloth, I think, are the players. All right. So Poison, let me know when done. And Maverick Sloth, let me know when done. All right. So message those 2 players, and we will see what's cooking. And go from there. Yeah, park continue campaign on France for posterity. That's a good idea. Why do you think they gave Exalted Pinks 5 armor? I don't know. It's just kind of a random ass thing, you know. Sometimes CA will just have these weird. I mean, it's not like a bad thing. Like I don't think like they were a super strong unit that is going to be problematic with 5 armor, but aces. 4, please. So shout out to Maverick Sloth. Hey B6, thank you. Are you the B6 Skaven player? If so, very cool. If not, welcome, and thank you for becoming a channel member. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. And Pray for Cheese on Twitch, thank you as well for becoming a subscriber. So thank you. The game versus Khorne did not happen. Oh, yes, of course. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw your Skaven versus Khorne game. It, as a matter of fact, did not exist. Oh, do we have... Let me see if Anna's here real quick, my wife. She just drew like a really fun Skaven graphic. Let me see if I can share that with you guys. In celebration of you B6, we'll get this going. Hold on. It is the illustrious warlord known as B6. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so that should be getting reported. And I don't know about the other player. I don't want to advance the top 4 in case it could affect the tiebreaker. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to go see if she has that. BRB. Yeah, I don't think she's here. Let me see if she sent it to me somewhere. Hold on. Okay, so back to this. Aces, winner reports. Okay, so maybe she sent me the Skaven picture somewhere. Okay, mostly cat memes. There's the Mortal Wombat. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if we got that. Okay, so now we're ready for top 4. Although we're going to have a playoff game, I think. I think it's going to be Tim. It's going to be Tim playing in the playoff spot. So those two have finished. Hopefully all the scores are in correctly. And, oh, never mind. It's a clean top 4. Oh, Maverick Sloth got in. Wow, okay. Maverick Sloth got in. Check this out. All right. Yeah, so Maverick Sloth won their game with the steel chair and ended up beating Navigator and Tim by 1 legit tiebreaker point. So that's easy. Now we're good for top 4. So we got Maverick Sloth, Outer Region, Orange Pest, and Oishi. This is going to be uber sweat. All right, uber sweat time. Yeah, we've got some good stuff here. So this is perfect. And advance to top 4. So let's do that. So we don't need to have a playoff, which is always nice. Okay. Cool beans. And now we're ready for top 4. Thank you everyone for playing today. And we're ready for top 4. So it's going to be Outer Region versus Oishi and Maverick Sloth versus they got you. Goblins. Thank you for playing. Top 4 time. Oops, wrong lobby code there. I don't know why I posted that shit. Let's go this. Okay, and we got top 4. So Oishi versus Outer Region. And then we have Orange Pest versus Maverick Sloth. Plug for top 8 next time. Yeah, Tim wants to get a top 8 there. Yeah, he does. It was a clear top 4, sadly, for you. So we're gonna do Outer Region versus Oishi. We need to. I want to see how that goes. Let's see those two Sweat Lords battle it out. Although we've already casted several Oishi. Yeah, we'll do Oishi versus Outer Region. Lobby code, please. So Outer Region only lost 1 game today. Oishi has not lost a game yet. Okay, so we're going to reach out for the lobby codes, and we're going to have some fun. Orange Pest making top 4 in a pretty sweaty tournament. Pretty sweaty. The Padawan doing well. Just dropping one tough game there. But it's all good. Yeah, when Anna gets back, I think she went to the store. I'll get the Skaven graphic she's been working on. She was drawing something fun. It's like a Skaven having an existential crisis is basically what the premise of the picture is. It's very good. It's very, very good. Yeah, Oishi's very good. I mean, and he will, if you want to see what the strongest shit in the game is, he's going to be playing it. So there is that. Where is that? Where's that lobby code there? Invalid game code. Okay, I am what they call an idiot. Okay. And here we go. It's the final hour. All right, so we got Oishi versus Outer Region. Outer Region has been trying to utilize Chaos Dwarfs today after their recent buff, so going to be fun to see that in action. And Oishi doing, Oishi things. Ogres, corn, all that goodness. All righty. So back in business. 716, thank you. This is real March Madness, it is. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. That is quite a journey. I wonder who's been a member the longest. Pone's been a member a long time. There's definitely some contenders out there. Some powerful green names in chat. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, so now Outer Region versus Oishi. They're going to be doing it. And yep, top 4 is decided. Well played to everybody. Looking forward to seeing Inticity continue his Grail series. How'd his games go? Did anybody else lurking on their streams? There are a few have you beat, Pone? Yeah, probably not too many though. Enough negative self-talk for the day. How do Chorfs do against Ogres? I mean, historically it's very Ogre favored, but I don't know, maybe after some of the changes and nerfs to Ogres, it's not so bad. Like the Chorfs can usually value trade against Ogres well, but they have problems with getting the objectives from them. That's really their issue. I am but a Padawan. Hey man, we all got to start somewhere. We all got to start somewhere. It's the final countdown. I think Outer Region might play Chorfs again. Inticity got whipped by Slanesh, otherwise was doing pretty well. Yeah, Slanesh is like just wrecks the friggin' Bretonia. I don't even know how you win that one. Seekers are probably going to need some restrictions, I think. We'll see. Pone was the first subscriber to my OnlyFans account. That's right. OnlyFans. That's good. Yeah, we've talked about that before. We have talked about it. Okay, so how are we looking? Warriors of Chaos versus Chaos Dwarfs. This is fun. We're going to be on the Celestial Lake. Shout out to Sunshine for the great map. And this is one of the maps that you could see we've actually got 5 maps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps added to the game from the Total Tavern map pack that are officially in the game now. So without that, we would be doomed for the tournaments right now. So it's very fortunate that we were able to get that done at least. Because the map pack and all mods right now are basically busted. Creative Assembly, I think, did something to karate chop mods. Probably we'll get a hot fix, I would say, by Tuesday. I bet you they're working on a hot fix, and we'll get one by early next week. There's truly some foul tech on Chorfs for taking down the big boys. Yeah, we'll see. Inticity will have to complete the vow by starting a tourney at 3:17 a.m. Yeah, he's just going to start a tournament at like 2 a.m. so only like 6 people show up. That doesn't count. It has to be a legit competitive tournament. Are Norse going to Ice Wolf Chariot strong now? Don't know, Griffin. We haven't really seen him in action. Are you still planning on the Chaos Von Haggard Bannerlord stream? When we get a new Bannerlord update with the Greenkins and Dwarves, I will stream Bannerlord again, 100%. Yeah, we'll do it. So Chaos Dwarves versus Warriors of Chaos. This is actually a fun matchup. This one, it's good. I think Blood Beasts are very good here. Hellstriders are great. They dominate the mobile game. But Dwarfs, have some cost-effective infantry now, and artillery and Bale Tauruses. It's going to be fun. If Warriors, I don't know if we're going to get chosen in this matchup. Dwarfs are pretty good at killing elite infantry, so yeah. They have an issue with capital letters breaking mods. That's what I've heard, which is really funny. But it's all good. We have enough maps added to the game, like good maps that we can run tournaments, Like Black Ark is fine, It's is fine, Borderlow's good, Celestial Lake is good, Gates of Ekron is good, Glade's good. there's a couple other ones, like Road to Talabheim's amazing. Spawning Pools isn't a bad map. Toothgrass Hill is actually a very good map too. That's a CA map. It's good. So there's a handful of like base game maps that at least we can just kind of, get through tournaments with them. What dwarf and orc character need to be named something related to Von Haggard? I don't know. We'll think of something. We'll think of something when the time comes. It's Walk versus Chorfs though. What's up, Hypex? How you doing? Welcome. And on the other side, we have Orange Pest playing against Maverick Sloth. That's a good fight. Maverick Sloth's very good. He's one of our tournament hosts too, so he hosts events. Very strong. Usually Maverick Sloth is in top 16. Somewhere lurking in that realm. Yeah, he lurks in the shadows. He waits in the wings. Do you play any games for single player? The only single player games I've been playing lately is I've been playing Bannerlord single player, the vanilla Bannerlord game, just to kind of relearn it. And I've also been playing a little bit of Civ 7. I play Warcraft 3 every single night. I play at least one. I play like one Warcraft game a day. I'm not that great at it, but just to like keep the rust off, I love Warcraft. And I play off stream too, quite a bit. Is a really fun game to just like jump on with the homies late at night and have some reps. There's few things more competitive than getting up at 2 a.m. for tournaments. Yeah, I haven't done that in years. The last time I got up for a tournament at like 3 a.m. was I played in a Chinese tournament. It was pretty fun. So there was like a Chinese invitational. So the Chinese Total War community in Warhammer 2 invited 4 Westerners to play against their 4 top players. It was very fun. I felt I didn't deserve to be invited to it, but it was fun. So yeah. When are you getting your grubby live coaching? Someday. I don't know. Someday, maybe when my damn cough is gone, we'll consider it. One of these days. Thoric Haggard brow. He's coming. Better watch out. That'll be our Bannerlord character's name. Yeah, so the Chorfs are ready. Probably going to be trains, but Bull Centaurs are actually pretty good in this matchup too. Bull Centaur Renders can crush Blood Beasts and trade well into Hellstriders, so there's a couple options with them. All right. Sorry about that. Just keep muting myself there as I'm just dying over here. Who won the Invitational? So that was the interesting thing about the Invitational. So yeah, like I said, the Chinese community invited us. They invited me, Felcon, Tlaxlan Soothsayer, and a Russian player named Fistek. So it was like a group stage. So basically every player, you had to play every single player. So it was the Westerners versus the top 4 Chinese players. So I ended up winning 3 out of my 4 matches. I went 3-1. I only lost 1 series in game 5 of the finals. But at that point, they were supposed to advance the tournament and take the peoples with the best records. So that would have been myself, and I don't know who else had good records. It was kind of like the communication was a little bit tricky, and then just like the tournament never advanced past that. They just played the group stages, and then I guess they just stopped doing it. Yeah, it was strange. It was very strange. Yeah, but it was fun. I mean, they were really nice people. I had a great time playing with the Chinese community. The meta was different. Like the way they played was different. The builds were different. It was fun. It was very fun. I like those kind of like collaborations like that. It was a great time. All right, so still waiting for these players to ready up. Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing yet. But I want to see some Chowie innovation. Is this going to be the time of the Dread Beast, the Kadai Destroyer? Will it rise from the ashes? Well, I guess yeah, ashes make sense. That thing just always explodes and dies and does nothing. So yeah, what the Chinese meta wasn't used to was the gyrocopters. I cheesed a lot of games in that tournament using gyrocopters because in the Chinese tournaments at the time, they had heavy restrictions on gyrocopters. But this tournament, they did not. So they weren't used to playing against like dwarf gyrocopter builds. And I remember cheesing a couple really solid wins from those. Does the Chinese community, other parts of Asia, still have a Total War community? Yes. China has a pretty active Total War scene. They play domination mode, to my knowledge. Korea, I'm not sure about Korea. I know there's a couple really good Korean players. I don't know. I don't know what their scene looks like. I know they have a creator named Gramash. Or they used to, but I don't know if he's still around. I'd have to look into it. Bro, Oishi's very good. He lives in Korea. He's a Korean player now. Outer Region is a maple syrup champion. He's up in Canada, so. But Oishi doesn't lag actually. When we play with a lot of folks on other really far regions of the world, it tends to lag. But Oishi doesn't lag really, which is nice. Yeah, Zash. Well, we're here, dude. That's the thing. Total War competitive is old faithful, dude. We're always going to be lurking here, and come and get your fix whenever you need it. Yeah, I was actually talking to a Chinese streamer gentleman who streams tournaments recently, and I was talking to him about potentially helping them get a total tavern set up over there, something they could use for the tournament circuits and stuff. So that'd be pretty fun. China also keeping the Total War Three Kingdoms scene alive. I'm not surprised to hear that. Wasn't Lotus? No, Lotus Moon is actually Polish. Yeah. Yeah, he's Polish. I think he's one of his parents is Polish and one of them's Australian. I can't remember, but he lived in Australia, I think, but I believe he grew up in Poland. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. South Korea has some of the best internet in the world. Yeah, not surprised. Holy shit, a Kadai and a Dreadquake? Okay, here's the thing, guys. Outer Region is not a meme player, okay? He usually does not meme. I'm helping. I'm dying here. One sec, guys. I need some water. Goddamn. Yeah, so that is a freaking Kadai Destroyer and a Dreadquake Mortar. I don't know what he's smoking. If this shit works, I'm going to be just super surprised. And look at this, we get a freaking Kolek build too? Dude, sign me up. We're getting the good shit right now. Let's freaking go. So front line for Chaos. Going to be a combination of Warriors and Marauders, which makes sense, including a couple of Halberds, probably to counter Trains and Bull Centaurs. Now, Kolek is coming off some big buffs. He got plus 10 leadership, which is very, very nice. So Kolek is going to be much tougher to break. And also will be good against the Destroyer. So Kolek versus Kadai Destroyer. Let's freaking go. Marauder Horseman Throwing Axes, a very, very good choice. And now looking at the build, Outer Region does not really meme, in my opinion. He is not a meme player, guys. So his battle line is going to be just shithouse hobgoblins, okay? A Kadai Destroyer, the freaking Iron Demon towing a Dreadquake Mortar, and then a Baletor is probably a metal. No, actually going to be Death. Spirit Leech and Kolek is actually a very good idea. So this is some truly forbidden tech. I don't know what this is, Urethron. I have no idea. If I were a wagering man and I saw this Chaos Dwarf build, I would just assume he's going to lose. I would be like, all right, that's not going to go well for you. Let's find out. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the semifinals of today's tournament, so welcome and thank you all for joining. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, make sure to drop a like if you're on YouTube. I don't think you do that on Twitch, but either way, I appreciate you all. And yeah, the Iron Demon, what is it good against? I mean, it wrecks infantry. Iron Demon, Dreadquake Mortar can definitely put the Pound Town on a lot of units in close quarters combat. So yeah, he's not Outer Region anymore. He's out of sanity. Yes, outer sanity. This is some nuts stuff. The Kadai Destroyer, I believe, got some minor buffs in this patch. Nothing crazy, but yeah, we'll see this thing cooking. We're going to see it in action. The Mounted Dreadquake is still broke with no minimum firing distance. So yeah, that's fine though. I think it's kind of cool that it can shoot up close, honestly. I don't see that as something that's that oppressive. Although apparently it's one of the crutches that Chaos Dwarves lean on in land battles and stuff. All right. Advancing up are the Dowie Czar, and we're going to be seeing Oishi, the Korean powerhouse here, grabbing Objective 1 and then heading over to Objectives 2 and 3, and he's immediately going to triple cap the Chaos Dwarves. The first Dreadquake shot, all right, this is what we're here for. This is that's so easy to dodge, though. That just seems so haggard, you know? It seems so haggard. You could just dodge and micro away from that thing so freaking hard. All right, so he gets that objective. Kolek and company going to be advancing. The Marauders and the Chaos Warrior Halberds. I like that, actually. I think that's a nice combo. You have the Marauders to fight the Chorf Infantry, and when the Trains and the Bull Centaurs and Kadai get there, you have Halberds. Nurgle Sorcerer is an auto-take with Kolek. If you're going to be going for the Mountain God, you need to bring the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. And yeah, Chaos Dwarves don't have Fireglaves. They don't have a lot of the traditional tools. We see another shot coming in, and it looks like it is going to be a swing and a miss as the super haggard Chaos Dwarf army continues to move out. Really, really going for that Chorf cheese, that stinky, ripe Hashut cheese. Because this is definitely, I would say, leaning into cheese build territory, where it can work, but it's definitely a gambit here. It's a risky one. So Kolek able to grab that middle objective, and the outside objective has not been taken yet. Definitely could send like a Marauder out there to get that. But the Horsemen, skirmishing fine. Mountain God is going to be chilling here, and the Warriors of Chaos will also be arriving on objective 1 in a moment, and should be able to mitigate that. As the Horsemen do split up, some of them go to objective 3, and Kolek and the Mountain God going to be preparing here. Now, what is the call-in going to be? Oh, Hellstriders. Yeah, no surprises. Should be able to counter the Hobgoblins, and also will be feasible against the big monsters. Yeah, all right. So he's going to park his crappy Hobgoblins on objective 1 and try and use his big brick of just nasty units. Oh, Dreadquake! We got a direct hit! Let's freaking go! All right, that's my power fantasy, seeing the Dreadquake connect here. I mean, beating Oishi with this build would be pretty hog wild, too. Certainly be impressive. Moving on up. Oishi has been the Terminator today. We saw Oishi defeat Tim the Wilder, also defeated the other undefeated player in Orange Pest. But now the Warriors of Chaos are going to be engaging, and the Hobgoblin Cutthroats will be going against Great Weapons. Oh, a blunder like this could definitely give Outer Region the game. If that Nurgle Sorcerer gets his butt kicked by the frickin' Baletor's character, I mean, with Spirit Leech, this is a big, colossal blunder here by Oishi. And that, like I said, could give the game to your boy here, because he just mismicroed that super hard. And now this thing is gone. If we see good play from Oishi, he needs to continue chasing it and breaking it, and then he needs to use a Hobgoblin Wolf Rider to chase it off the battlefield, right? So that Nurgle Sorcerer going to be escorted to the Shadow Realm. In the meantime, the Warriors of Chaos have not gotten the objective back. The Hobgoblins are holding reasonably well. And the Nurgle Sorcerer barely gets away. Okay, so that's big. Oishi able to stabilize that. That's a big play right there. If that thing had gone into the trash, that would have been really, really bad. The Mountain God, though, Star Crusher and Tempest Rage activated, but the Destroyer's getting in there. We got some Godzilla King Kong shit going on. King Kong is, I guess, the Kadai Destroyer, but yeah, he got some big damage on Kolek, and Kolek is going to need that fleshy abundance. In the meantime, on the objective, Chaos Dwarves are holding on to it, and we do see the Iron Demon train getting worn down quite a bit. Some of the Hellstriders did dive into the backfield as sacrificial lambs and were able to get some value. Mountain God's going to be turning about face and maybe thinking about going after the Kadai Destroyer again, as double Hellstriders are now called in. So Chaos Dwarves are down on points. Here comes another Dreadquake shot, and it does nail some Warriors. Nothing crazy, it just hated a couple of those guys in particular. Bull Centaur Renders with Great Weapons called out, but they're going to struggle against the presence of the Halberds. But here comes the Pain Train. King Kong as well as the Iron Demon Toe Train are going to be moving in. The Baletor's Breath Attack really nice as the Kadai Destroyer continues going. Yeah, Mecha Kong, yes. Mecha King Kong, that's right. Chaos Warrior Halberds getting folded up. Oishi going to be getting pushed back. Kolek Suneater is going to be on the retreat. As in the other side, Hellstrider is going to be on their way in. And could this Forbidden Outer Region build be working? I don't know. I think Oishi's going to pull back and yield the ground and stop trying to fight over there. And Oishi's just going to try and force the Chaos Dwarf build to overextend and maybe isolate it with throwing weapons. Get Kolek on there jumping. Remember, Kolek got some fat heals too. In the meantime, we do see another charge coming in as the Hellstriders come to support some of the Marauders on the ground and also maybe block up the Pain Train. Couple Marauder Horsemen back here trying to get in distance to use their throwing axes on the Bull Centaurs. Some Hobgoblins trying to chase them down where they can, but Hellstriders should be able to counter them effectively. These Hellstriders do get forced back, and the Iron Demon still cackling all the way to the bank. Granted, only 900 value so far on the Dreadquake Iron Demon, so it's not close to paying for itself yet. It needs to get a lot more value to do that. It has been a decent deterrent, but I really like what Oishi is doing now by disengaging. Continuing to fight the Chaos Dwarves in this area is just all bad. That's where all their strength is, and they have a bunch of big, powerful single entities. So force them to spread out. Make them waddle towards objective 2, make them waddle towards objective 3, all that kind of shit like that. That's the game plan there. That is the game plan indeed. And hey, Jay Kelly, thanks for becoming a subscriber on Twitch. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it, my friends. So on the outside, Hellstriders of Slaanesh going to be hanging out in the wings. Another bombardment coming in. A big, fat, steaming hot payload right on the face of those Chaos Warrior Halberds. And it looks like the Warriors of Chaos are going to be trying to contest this point. But Outer Region's going to take his single entity Goon Squad and move in. And definitely do some damage as Mecha King Kong is coming to drop some big poundage here. And yeah, Kolek is a really, really good anti-large fighter. But he cannot beat a Destroyer and a Sorcerer Prophet together. That's a little bit too much stopping power there, I think. So Chaos now moving on to the other side. Realizing, and this is another good way to play against this kind of play too. If somebody has like a big SE Goon Squad, just like wait for them to move somewhere else and then attack their weaker position because all their gold is going to be tied up. But man, those Slaaneshi Cav really getting balls deep in there, ripping apart the Hobgoblins, ripping apart the Goblins, and immediately stealing that objective. Wowza, that's brutal. And we do see a couple Hobgoblin Wolf Riders coming in, but they're going to downtrade pretty horribly. We do also see a Manticore call in from Oishi, just using that to try and, you know, keep things busy as the Hellstrider's moving across the battlefield. And we just, like, that is the problem with these kind of builds. Now, in land battle, this build would be a menace, right? Because in land battle, you can just kind of unga-bunga around with SEs and really, really get a lot of value. But the objectives force you to maneuver around, and it's a big way to kind of keep these SE Death Stars from being, you know, oppressive and overpowered. So, yeah, memed a little. I don't think Outer Region's memeing, honestly. I think he's had success with this kind of playstyle. You know, a lot of veteran, even the veteran players or intermediate players in tournaments, what they would do is they would basically just commit to fighting here around this Death Star. But Oishi, really good game sense. He disengaged from that bad fight, and it forces Outer Region to move out of his comfort zone. And then when Outer Region moves to the middle, he alpha strikes the weaker positions, right? It's really, really good RTS game sense. Certainly really enjoying it. And yeah, it's quite a bit of fun to see. So on the outside here, Chaos Feral Manticore is going to be coming across, throwing weapons, dropping it like it's hot onto the Iron Demon. And where is the Sorcerer Prophet? He's thinking about it. Another shot through the heart. Is it too late? Did you give love a bad name? Doesn't look like it. It does miss as the Chaos Warrior Halberds continue to feast. You know, they're going to trade very, very well here. I mean, sure, they'll be overwhelmed, but they're occupying a massive portion of this army, holding down that triple cap. As we do see Outer Region falling behind in value. And oh, Mountain God, Tempest Rage activated. He's going to be hitting for 750 weapon strength, but immediately does start to get 2v1 by those two big monsters. And Kolek is a tactical lizard. You know, he's going to be running away here. As these halberds are just going Giga Chad mode. I mean, they're going to get chair routed in a second, but they're doing really good. About 500 value since they've been called in here, which is quite nice considering they're fighting like literally 10,000 gold worth of units. Very, very strong. Dreadquake shot, and it looks like it did miss right there. Broader Horseman throwing axes suppressed, pinned down a little bit, but they're going to be retreating back as we do see objective Uno belongs to the Chaos Dwarfs. And advancing out are the Chaos Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons and more Chaos Dwarfs. So the Shawi Infantry are on their way out, but I don't know. Probably going to be too little too late. The one thing is the Destroyer has been pretty badass. 1,300 value here. The Iron Demon sitting at about 1,600, nowhere near paying for itself. And the Death Prophet sitting at about 1,800, so that's not too bad, but certainly not enough to get the dub here out of the gates. Alrighty, and still see skirmishing coming in from the Horsemen. Marauder Horsemen going to be encircling here. Manticore waiting in the skies. And yeah, like why? This game is a really good educational lesson on dealing with SE shit. You know, like this is what like Orange Pest should have been doing in the previous game that we saw versus Oishi in the Ogre Kingdoms against the Double Thunder Tusk. You know, fall back to your 2 objective advantage. Force them to overextend and then take advantage of their weaker positions. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. So Kolek going to be getting another heal, it looks like, as the Marauder Horsemen continue kiting back. And now, are we going to be seeing this on the outside? The Gorbeast Chariot, look at this shit, and some Hellstriders. Manticore is going after the Demonsmith Sorcerer. The Demonsmith Sorcerer was brought just for the healing. He was brought just for the Reforge ability. Another bombardment going down there. Chaos Dwarves are blowing up their Hobgoblins, which is always fun. Marauder Horsemen going to be pulling back against these guys, and now we're probably going to see the Alpha Strike, yeah. Hellstrider's moving in, Manticore's coming back, Gorbeast Chariot's going to be moving, and yeah, he just continues his pressure. As the Mountain God's going to be making his way over here, the Chad Gorbeast Chariot's on the way in, so they do get it rolling, and they're going to be rolling nice and dirty into those Chaos Dwarf Warriors, so there they go. Mountain God coming in, the big Hammer of Justice going to be dropping it on the Iron Demon, which is now a little bit unsupported, and the Chaos Dwarf is making an attempt for the other objectives, but the Marauders can just park here, and out here we do have Marauders cackling, and probably Hellstriders going to be called in to deal with these guys, or at least fight them, although maybe the Chaos Dwarves will be able to wrestle that outside objective. We'll have to see. Outer Region's fighting very well, you know, considering the adaptions that we've been seeing from Oishi. Outer Region's doing a pretty good job scrapping and staying in this game, because he's still very much in it. He is down in value, I would say by a considerable amount. Kolek Suneater popping Star Crusher, 900 value. That Star Crusher is fat, it is thick, and it is erect, and it is going to drop it like it's hot on that train. He's going to continue going after the train, and then Kolek might be able to come in and actually bash the Kadai Destroyer too. So there he goes. Another Dreadquake shot, going to be going after the Hellstriders who dodge it and then get a good charge into the Hobgoblins here. On the outside, the Wolf Riders and the Bull Centaur Renders were able to get that, so Outer Region does get the double cap. But is he going to be able to get back on the board in time? Kolek Suneater trying to run away from the Sorcerer Prophet. Honestly, could maybe turn and fight. It depends if he has any Nurgle magic in the wings. Hellstrider is getting a beautiful engagement and crushing the Hobgoblins. That's one of the harder elements of this matchup, is how hard the Chorf mobility loses to Chaos mobility. So yeah, get the Hellstriders back in there. Definitely get a pin on this this thing. That'd be quite good. And it looks like the Mountain God is going to be trying to get away. And the Warriors of Chaos, oops, let's return to the game here. going to be moving some units up. So what needs to happen here for sure is he needs to grab this unit, and then move up onto the objective and kind of, you know, get a little cover on that, right? That's what needs to be going down right there. So on the backside, we do see the Chaos Pharaoh Manticore and the Gore Beast Chariots moving in, getting a nice charge into the back of these guys. And eventually, I think that the Chorfs will lose that fight, especially with a little Hellstrider support coming in. And the Mountain God is just avoiding the bad fights. You know, he's just avoiding it. The dreaded Train survives and does have 2k value. Kolek going to be moving back in and taking the Destroyer. Oh, that was actually cool. The Destroyer had like an explosion when Kolek hit it. Yeah, there goes the Mountain God. He's got the Tempest Rage, super badass. Big stat line buff, 750 weapon strength, more than the Kadai Destroyer, that's for sure. And Kolek's going to be committing to the fight. That is for sure. Absolute overwhelming in this side. We do see the Gore Beast Chariot and the Double Manticores crushing that position. And probably going to see the Iron Demon go down here. They need to focus on grabbing this objective, though. You never know. And on the outside, it looks like this objective is going to be grabbed by the Warriors of Chaos. Obviously, the SE focus build of Outer Region can't be everywhere at once, but this was honestly a really good game. Like, Outer Region kind of was able to claw back and get some value there and made for a very, very fun matchup here. So charging into the Hellstriders, there they go. Kadai Destroyer, 4,000 HP, going to be hanging in there. Spirit Leech going down on Kolek Sun Eater. And I think that the Warriors of Chaos are going to be able to flip this. And it looks like Oishi is going to be making it to the grand finals of today's tournament. So Oishi, as of now, guys, is freaking 6 wins and no losses today. Hasn't dropped a single damn game. Not a single game. What are you drawing? You know what it is, Mark. Come on, dog. Don't act all naive over there. You know how we roll around here. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thank you. All right, so Kolek Sun Eater, Star Crusher activated. And yeah, Kolek is getting caught now, and Outer Region's finally starting to get some good trades. But Oishi's just going to probably hunker down on Objective 3, whatever he can. Kolek actually getting bullied a little bit by the Bale Taurus character. You know, he had been getting 2v1, 3v1 all game here. On this side, the Warriors of Chaos pretty much seal the deal. Hellstriders, and I love seeing a Gore Beast Chariot in play. Gore Beast Chariot getting about 600 value. Not terrible, honestly. And the usage of the basic Manticores is another really, really cool tech. But this was honestly a pretty cool game. Pretty cool game. And yep, the Hellstriders moving on in there. And on the other side, Mountain Chad, he has done it. He's back. Oh, love seeing Kolek get a fat dub, dude. Who doesn't love seeing a fat, erect Kolek W? All right, so 2,000 value on Kolek. Horseman hard carried. 1,200, 900, 1,600, 1,400 on the frickin' Marauder Horseman. Throwing axes are so good. And Hellstrider is obviously very good. Extremely meta. The only thing that wasn't here that was meta was probably the Blood Beast. But yeah, like probably cutting the Gore Beast Chariot for a Blood Beast would be a stronger build. But man, Outer Region did good. Frigging 2,800 value on the Kadai Destroyer. What a Chad. I love to see it. And 2,300 on the Train. And the Sorcerer Prophet got 4,300 value. But like, you know, that's what happens if you go a little too hard in SEs and players have good micro. You can sometimes lose on points, which is a good way to keep the game balanced, honestly. GG, well played. All right, so we're going to do the finals now. So Turin finals. Let's get this going, and there we are. All right, so let's refresh this. And we're going to go ahead and get this. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'm checking here. Let's see what happened on the other side. Okay, so who ended up winning that other game? Are they still playing? Okay, Oishi has gotten there. Finals lobby. And let me talk to Orange Pest. And who won the game? Checking in here on the other side. You passed out at your desk? Hey, it happens to the best of us. Got close, G. Okay, so I think that knowledge learned. Okay, so Maverick Sloth I think got the win there, right? So Maverick Sloth versus Oishi. Interestingly enough, these are two Khorne players. These are two Khornate mains, and we could end up in that type of a situation, right? Okay, Maverick Sloth. Maverick Sloth versus Oishi. Finals. Let's go. Should just play Ogres 24/7, do it. Okay. And perfect. Are we going to be doing an FFA? We'll see. It's been a kind of a long stream, so maybe we'll do an FFA, maybe we won't. Thank you to all of you guys for joining today. It's been very fun, and these two folks are going to duke it out. Oh God, I'm ready to lose to the Devil Thunder Tusk. It was beaten earlier in. Yeah, he's very good at it. Yeah, players have bans, so if you're worried about freaking double Thunder Tusk, just ban the ogres and play against his Khorne. You know, it's fine. Khorne isn't unbeatable. Khorne is a very fine faction. Yeah, so there's plenty of options here. Hey, I appreciate that, Pavel. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, Chores fought hard. They did. Wish you started a bit later. Yeah, we're gonna be. We might have a late night stream tomorrow. Maybe like Company of Heroes, Warcraft, something like off brand for the night. Yeah, we'll figure it out though. All right, so there we are. Yeah, they're taking their sweet time joining the lobby here. Okay, let's get you in there. And finals lobby code. And then we have, okay. So sending them the codes again to see if they've registered that. Khorne with Hellforge Bellowers? I don't know. The Bellowers haven't done too well in the games I've seen. It's still probably very good. But, like, I don't think it's any more cracked than, like, a freaking Kemrian War Sphinx. You know? Like, it seems like it's in the ballpark. 100%. Yeah. It is very good, though. I've been having a blast. I love playing Ko casually. Ko is a very fun game to play team games with. I don't enjoy the 1v1 in it as much. Like, I prefer Warcraft 3. I prefer this game, obviously. But yeah, we're going to see what's cooking. Thanks, Gunhound. I appreciate that, man. Absolute MVP. There we are. All right. So it begins. Oh, no, because you play Tomb Kings, therefore Tomb Kings are bad. Yeah, please buff the Sphinx. No Sphinx buffs for you, dude. None. No Sphinx buffs. We've had enough of this. Yeah, no Sphinx buffs. Not today. Not today. All right, one sec here, guys. Dude, this cursed cough just lingering is the most troll shit ever. The War Kitties, they need milk. They don't need milk. Despite your name, they don't need it. Yeah, so you ban Oishi's Ogre Kingdoms, and Khorne is a balanced faction. They're fine to play against. And I don't know what else he's playing. Probably like Beastmen or something. But like, you can totally beat them. Play a Khorne mirror match if you're worried. You know, let's see who the true champion of the Blood God is. You know, there's plenty of ways to do it. Orange Bass your win rate. You know, it could just be that Tomb Kings really click for you and the style, you know? Tomb Kings are pretty good, honestly. And Tomb Kings are good against Ogre Kingdoms. Like, you can't bring, like, the Thunder Tusk against Ushapti Greatbow play and the Sepulchral Stalkers. They're going to have a really bad time. Yeah, they're going to have a really, really bad time. Okay, so what's cooking here? Bretonia for Oishi, that'd be so funny. What if he just shows up in the grand finals and just flexes on everybody with a fat frickin' Bretonian win? That would be insane. Let me know, map, when you got it. I don't think Khorne is that problematic. Their win rate's high right now because a couple good players are playing them, but I think Khorne is fine. Like, I was beating top players on Khorne with freaking Nurgle, you know? I think they're beatable. Yeah, there's a lot of great factions to choose from, man. There's a lot. And this format's pretty fun because you could just kind of, you get a ban, right? So if somebody has something you really don't want to face, you can ban it. Yeah. It's a fun format. Pick 6 is a fun one too. I still like Pick 6. I think I might go back and do that. But the problem with Pick 6 is it's not very welcoming for newer players. It's hard to know how to play 6 factions in a tournament. And what's cool about this is we've been seeing huge numbers of signups of players who are newer getting into competitive. And yeah, Beastmen for Maverick Sloth, strong, very strong. And Beastmen versus Khorne is a total fine matchup. It could go either way, honestly. Butchers of Kalkengard are great. Does Turin read Twitch? I read both, Jester. I have both. Yeah, I have like I have an app that it combines both the chats in one chat log, so I can see everything. Yeah. I need to go to my doctor appointment. Hey, take care, man. Hopefully you feel better. Hopefully you feel better. Oishi is Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, and Ogre Kingdoms. Yeah. Yeah. And if we see some factions getting a little bit too crunk on these pick 3 tournaments, we might start restricting them a little bit. I don't think Khorne needs restrictions. Ogres, you know, too early to tell. Too early to tell. What's the most universal faction to play in this mod or beginner friendly? I would say Norska is very beginner friendly and Khorne is extremely beginner friendly. They just have such cost-effective melee. You don't have to, especially Khorne, you don't have to worry about spell casting. Yeah, Norska is very good for beginners. I think that I think Khorne is pretty good for beginners too. Those are very good, very easy factions to play and very strong. Yeah, this is a good finals though. I mean, Oishi is one of the best Khorne players in the world, and Maverick Sloth is also. But Maverick Sloth playing Beastmen today. You guys want to look at some win rate data? Let's see what's cooking. So yeah, Khorne is sitting at a what? Yeah, I mean they've got a lot of games, but 60%. It's again too early. Beastmen looking very strong. Slaanesh very, very strong. Ogres are creeping up. Not a lot of people playing ogres actually. Yeah. Yes, perfect. Okay, so we're back in it. Turin is watching everyone's webcams live. I see y'all. Yeah, we're like the Eye of Sauron over here. Just getting all creepy. Yeah, we already get spied on, I'm sure, by all these friggin' tech companies. Just friggin' the Amazon Alexa thing just sitting in the corner listening to your private conversations. It's great. So it's so creepy, man. Like, you know, part of me wants to get a new car. You know, one of these days. We have a very old car. But like, I really don't like how modern cars have like so much integration with tech. And like these electrical systems that are just like, you know, if it breaks or there's any problems, it's just like super expensive to fix. I hate that shit. I don't know if I'm just crusty and old, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like that. We have a very old car. I think our car is like from the like early 2000s, 2005 or 6 or something. Yeah. Yeah. Million Khorne games without win, yeah. But ogres are spec because Turin plays chaos. It's true. I'm sure the company Palantir would never spy on us. That's right. Nothing's more unsettling than talking about something. And I know, I hate that shit, man. You talk about something, you know, Anna and I will chat about something and then I get an ad for it on my phone. Yeah. That'd be kind of a fun way to troll your friends, right? You're hanging around your friend's technology and you start just like, you know, they walk in the other room and you just walk up to their Alexa or their phone and just start like talking all this like weird anime shit and then they're just going to get bombarded by it. Yeah. Dude, if man, that shit is nuts too. Do you guys know about, I forget what the exact term is called, but there's a term, it's like economy. Okay, hang on. Let me try and like put these words together in a coherent sentence. Basically, car companies, like, you know, these car companies and these computer companies will purposefully design technology to fail at a point. So like it won't last long so that you have to in like 5 or 6 years buy another one. Whereas they have the ability to make the technology last longer, but they purposefully sabotage their technology so that it will fail in a set number of years. It's like something like economic. It's like some weird, I forget, I learned about it back in when I was studying business in college, and it's the most disgusting shit. Oh my god, it's freaking awful, dude. That shit should be freaking illegal, man. Like, you're paying for these goods that are being like sabotaged. God, there's so much. Oh, dude, don't get me going onto a rant, dude. Yeah, manufactured obsolescence. Yeah. Oh, it's so yeah, that kind of shit pisses me off, dude. God, you know. Yeah, like technology, your phone. You ever wonder why your phone just like fails every couple years? You know, like, and then like you have these like old Hondas from like 1990 that just last like 45 years. Yeah, light bulbs are lasting so long, the company's gonna make money off people buying the new ones. Yeah. Everybody remember how to, yeah, obsolescence. Yeah, you guys are nailing the spelling on that, by the way. That sort of stuff will, yeah. Dan says, hey, look, glances at the Discord update. Yeah. Premeditated suboptimal engineering. That shit should be illegal, dude. You know? And like, you want to get into like some, okay, I'll save these rants for when we start a podcast eventually, but that shit pisses me off. The American tax system is such a freaking joke, by the way. That also, and then also the American healthcare system. We have good doctors in America, very good doctors. But like the finances and the predatory nature of the health insurance industry is like the most effed thing ever, dude. That shit just makes me fume, man. Oh my god, it's especially awful when you have your own business like I do, and you have to like pay for it all out of pocket. You don't have a company like helping with your healthcare stuff, dude. You get freaking reamed. Dude, how predatory is the tax industry? All these companies like freaking TurboTax lobbying to keep taxes complicated. Oh, dude, don't get me into that shit, man. That pisses me off so much. And like, ever since I started doing YouTube, I've also had to do my, taxes in a more complicated way, right? It's not like the company just sends you a form and you submit it. Yeah. Oh, dude, I can't even get into this. There's so many easy slam dunks as a politician. You just get in there. Do you know how many easy slam dunks would massively increase the quality of life of the average American or whatever country you're in? But like these politicians just suck so bad, and they're so corrupt with the frickin' lobbying in our government. How is lobbying frickin' legal, by the way? God, that shit pisses me off, dude. Anyways, yeah, rant for another day, man. Rant for another day. We'll save that for the podcast when we eventually start it, because we try. And these aren't even like political issues that are going to polarize people. This is shit that like I'm sure all of us, regardless of our political affiliations, agree on that shit. Old man yelling on the back porch. Yeah, that's right. That's gonna be the podcast. Oh, dude. I swear to God, sometimes I power fantasy about going into politics and just like yeah, it's, oh man, it's just, dude, I hate that. There's so many inefficiencies. Oh, it's awful. Do you know how much better people's lives would be if our tax system just didn't suck? And like people were taxed the appropriate amount, You know how much better people's lives would be? How much more spending power people would have if they just weren't getting a fat dong in the face from our tax system and our health insurance? Dude, oh my God, I can't even get into it. And people are just so content, with that system. And they just get, oh, dude, no, I can't even get into it. Bad turn. No, I'm not going to get into it more. No. Life is an endless series of dongs to the face. That's so true. It's so true. Yeah. Old man Turin rocking chair. My rocking chair has manufactured failure. Yeah, and I'm falling out of it. Yeah. Are there ever any duo tournaments hosted on Total Tavern? No. Yeah. No. Man. So I have to pay like for health insurance. Like we have good insurance, but we have to pay out of pocket, right? Because I'm self-employed. So we pay like a fortune, like just to get like decent insurance. It's like $600 a month per person. And you're like, oh, okay, I'm paying $600 a month, right, for this insurance. Surely when I go see a doctor for my health issues, it must be cheap if you're paying $600 a month, right? Then you go to the doctor and they're like, oh, here's a $90 baseline bill plus like, oh, we need to do a test. That's another like $80. You're just like, Jesus, dude. Like then you go to the doctor, it's like a $200, $300 bill. And if you need any significant treatment, it's even more. Then there's like this whole thing with like deductibles. Oh my God. You got to stream stuff into the void sometimes. That's right. Yeah, dude. Tell Oishi to hurry up. Yeah, no. This isn't even like, these aren't controversial political opinions. These are just things that like, I think everybody can agree on, Yeah. I'm going to become Chancellor Palpatine, dude. You better watch out, You're ready to lose? Dude, get that confidence going, Maverick Sloth. Let's go, man. You enjoyed the rant? Yeah, I know. Okay, so here it begins. We got the Beastmen versus the Forces of Khorne. Yeah, $600 a month for the healthcare, and like that's one of the better ones. But like even if a cheaper option would still be probably like $300-400 a month where we are. Yeah. Pay yourself. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, a healthy patient will never make pharmaceutical industries money. That's right. Dude, I'm going to become Palpatine. This attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. Yeah, man. There will be a lot of good rants, for sure. When we eventually, there will be a podcast someday where we're going to shoot the shit, and we can have those kind of conversations. Yeah. Okay, so I know, but yeah, we obviously do avoid, heavier political discussions here, but those are just like basic human things, basic human things, man. Like, yeah, it's nuts. Like I've known people who've had like successful careers and then they get like a chronic health issue or they like get in an accident and then they just like get into this pattern of like medical debt and like, oh dude, it's so effed, dude. It's so screwed up. You're a basic human thing. Thank you, Gunhound. I appreciate that, dude. Who's going to be is Pone going to be the Jar Jar? Yeah. Yeah, man. At least there's, okay. Yeah, no, we're good. We're not going to get into like actual political stuff. These are just like easy things, you know, but thank you for the donation. I do appreciate that. Yeah. Your insurance is like $28 a month. Yeah, though, I mean, look, as much as we do grief, like the issues that we have in our country, there's a lot of things I love about this country too. Like I love the, you know, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for entrepreneurship here and like, you know, creating your own businesses and there's a lot of great stuff, great people as well. It's just, you know, that the issues I was ranting about are like a lot of countries have those issues. Yeah, of course here it's pretty pronounced here, but yeah. One eye has set him down this path, my haggard eye. Yeah. Yeah, no, the haggard eye is going. It is. My one eye is twitching. Dude, what is taking these guys so long, by the way? Oh, am I on the wrong map, by the way? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh my god. Toothgrass Hill. Oh. They were waiting for me while I was going on a boomer rant. Oh no. Okay, there we go. They were both waiting for me. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. I see Frost coming in as well. Hey, Anticity, thanks for rating, by the way, dude. Yeah, I just saw that. Thank you, Anticity. All right. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. Yeah, living in the Ogre Kingdoms for sure. No, I love this country, man. I love America, and it's just I feel very grateful to have been raised where I was raised, and yeah, man, it's just you just see people suffering around you, and it's just like, does that really need to happen? Like, I don't think so. That's the end of the boomer rant for today, and I'm done shaking my fist and yelling at the storm for now. But Anticity almost made me spit out my water. He just is like, yo, Bretonia sucks. Dude, what is with these desyncs in the finals, by the way? What is this shit? Okay, so we're going to need to try this again. This happened to us yesterday, too. Okay. We'll do finals and 2 S's here. Yeah, we had the exact same thing happen in the finals yesterday. Okay. Was Oishi in the finals yesterday? Did that happen again? Yeah, I can't remember. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. These guys can hopefully come on their way back in here. And let's do it. I'm thankful for tuna and squid. What a beautiful country. Yeah. I like me some seafood as well. Although tuna has never been on my like favorite kind of seafood My favorite seafood is salmon. I love salmon. Like a good cooked salmon. Oh, it's so nice. It's very, very good. Oishi just has no idea what's going on. Yeah. All right, so we're ready now. Hopefully we can load in fine, but corn versus Beastmen is going to be the jam. Yeah, canned tuna is a great source of protein. Yeah, it's very healthy. It's very cheap too. If you're really on like a tight budget, you can really get your bang for your buck out of canned fish. Yeah. Here we go, man. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. And let us do it. Welcome to the grand finals. It's going to be Oishi with his dreaded Skulltaker playstyle. Skulltaker earlier defeating Tim the Wilder in the round of 5. Despite losing a Skull Cannon almost instantly, by the way. Some nut stuff there. Tuna steak is S tier. Yeah, I got to get back into that. Yeah, got to try some of that. But let's go ahead and break down the builds and have some fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be looking at the Beastmen build. Holy shit! The Vanguard on this map. The Beastmen can Vanguard on every single point. Oh my god, that is nuts. That is nuts. Yeah, that actually made me almost spit out my water though. And Anticity just rolls up in the stream and is like, "Yo, Bretonia sucks." You know, like it's. Yeah, I mean, dude, you might need to take a break from Bretonia for the sake of your sanity, you know? Yeah, finals are best of 1 here, correct. All right, so we got Gore Herds into the Sunset. We have a Razor Gore Chariot. And what the hell is this? Is friggin' Cygor? Oh, that's not good. I feel like that's not going to be very useful. But it is a Cygor. Certainly some decent value trading. Yeah, so the Beastmen going to do a mass Vanguard on the hill. Hey, and that's one way to establish dominance. You know, you just Vanguard up on the hill. You're going to keep going? What a Chad, man. But yes, the Beastmen going to be jumping up on the objective here. And Khorne also Vanguarding pretty heavily. So we have Skulltaker, Marauders, Corngors, and Marauder Horsemen, plus some Chaos Furies on the other side as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to be winning today? Is it going to be the forces of Maverick Sloth, or is Oishi going to continue his undefeated streak? Khorne has crazy aggression and mobility, so Khorne can definitely go balls deep and push up. Yeah, Anticity is going to end up as a Grail Relic. It's true. He's going to be carted around by his loyal followers. Yeah, maybe so. But here on the outside, we do see the old Ungor Spearman herds camping on Objective 1. And the battle is now on. So Khorne is going to see everything. And honestly, that could have been more aggressive by the Beastmen. We could have had an immediate triple cap, but he's going to be taking it a little bit easier here and just going for a double cap. Now, the Cygor, oh my god, is the Cygor going to march up to the hill? Oh, I love this. The fact that the Cygor is marching up to the hill, just like some triumphant beast, and it's just going to be throwing boulders at the Marauder Horsemen. That's actually really, really funny. And you guys forget, the Eye of More Sleep does have a snare ability. It has 3 nets, actually. Okay, first boulder throw in the face, and it does pick off a couple horsemen, as we do see the ROR Skull Cannon getting a pretty cost-effective shot onto the Gore Herds there. So the Gore Herds do get the business, and they are going to be pushed back. Oh, I love lemongrass, like kind of style food with like Thai food stuff. It's very, very good. Centaur is being called out. Centaur is going to be an awesome pursuit piece for chasing these Marauder Horsemen. And what is the Cygor going to do? Where is it going to throw its boulders? The Cygor is making its way to the high ground point. Making my way downtown. And still getting up there. Obviously, big nerfs this patch coming in from the Hellforged Bellowers, but this unit still could be pretty insanely good. We don't know. We do have a Wildcaster and a Cygor Summoner. So, oh no, that's actually Devolve and Mantle of Gorok. Okay, so that's not going to be the case. Wargore moving in, getting a big hit on the Hellforged Bellowers, and also the Razorgore Chariot charging in for some Mortal Wombat. On the backside here, looks like the Beastmen have this one pretty comfortable. Definitely want to rotate some of those units up to the top of the Toothgrass Hill. And now we got the fight. Oh, look at that! The frickin' Eye of Chadsleep. Using the Warp Gaze on those bad boys. And yeah, able to really nail them down. Oh, that was a dank play. Just wiping out a Horseman KO. The Eye of More Sleep. Here's the thing, guys. If the Eye of Chadsleep can use that eye, snare down like 3 horsemen over the course of the game and guarantee their kills, that is 100% worth it, right? So Beastmen, they have their Gore Herds fighting and War Gore Herds here. We have a Haggard Chariot fight. The Bray Shaman going to be running away from Skulltaker, which is smart. You don't want any of that smoke. And yeah, the Beastmen just kind of cackling at the point. More boulder throws going down and going into the infantry right there. Able to get that Marauder. So that's very, very clean. Meanwhile, the Beastmen going to be cackling up on the high ground as the Khorne motorcycles continue grinding out a lot of value. Maverick Sloth rotating his units from the other side. Chariot's going to be slamming into the Khorngors. If they're not braced, they can actually do some good damage, but you need to micro them away quickly. So that was a nice charge there. Probably a lot of casualties. Yep, Khorngor took quite a bit of HP, but you don't want to stay there. Those halberds are very, very cost effective. On the backside, we do see the Beastmen, the Centaurs battling the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, and the Gore Herds here grinding them down. And honestly, dude, if we get a freaking Cygor W today, that is going to be just the unholy tech. I mean, we have not seen Cygors used in competitive play in ages. In frickin' ages. So yeah, Beastmen still getting good stuffing. Value trading is favoring Maverick Sloth. When are we going to be seeing the dreaded net? Another boulder being thrown at the advancing warriors, and that one is going to be a bit of a swing and a miss. But the Beastmen able to fend off the Khorngors using the foot-based Wargore. So we do have a Wargore on foot and Gore Herds here. Now, Beastmen coming off a massive wave of nerfs, but they still seem to be pretty competitive. I'm curious to see their win rate after like a week or two of solid tournament play, right? But yeah, another Centaur charge into the Chaos Furies down here, and the Khornate Horsemen really in a bit of an awkward position, right? We see the Khorne Horsemen here, here, and here. So these bad boys are going to be lurking around and really not doing too much, just kind of eating boulder shots over the course of the long game. As we do see Maverick Sloth at 4.9 against 3.3 favor lead for sure for the Beastmen. Beastmen could still throw, though. If they lose their Great Bray Shaman, that would be a big game-changing play. And Oishi is being uber cautious. You notice how he's not moving in his horsemen? Because he's respecting the Eye of More Sleep. He's fearing the dreaded eyeball of the Cygor. Okay, he's coming in. Eye of More Sleep is marching. That means he wants to get a snare. He's probably going to try and snare down the Marauder Horseman here. Is he going to get in range? I think not. I think he's a little bit too far away there. In the meantime, Skulltaker doing quite a bit of work, but the Gore Herds and the Haggard Chaff units holding well. Pestigors on their way up. I don't hate that. Pestigors are a good grindy unit, and they can trade pretty well into a number of things. And the Eye of Chadsleep, does it get a snare? It does not. Centaur's engaging versus the Hounds here, and the Flesh Hound's actually getting disintegrated a little bit. Fury's coming overhead. And the Cygor could actually get trapped up here. It could get surrounded, and then maybe an opportunity for the throwing axes to get in and drag it down. We'll have to see. The Grog Hooves of Wolves Run normally would maybe struggle being jumped by Furies, but the Furies are low, and the Bray Shaman does use a nice Traderkin right there to drag those guys down. And moving on up, we do get the Pestigores moving, and Razorgore Herds are on their way in. So Objective 2 owned by Beastmen, Objective 1 owned by Beastmen. Far side objective is going to be owned by the forces of the Blood God. And the pigs, are we going to get a snare? Is it going to happen? No. They're going in. Eye of Morsleep still has the kind of combat equivalent of a giant. It's close. And now we do actually see the Hellforged Bellowers getting a little bit surrounded by throwing axes and by Baconators. Pestigore Herd's going to be moving in. A bit of a mistake sending him into the Skullman. Skulltaker is very good against infantry. But how is the Skull Cannon doing? The Hellforged Bellower is only 800 value. It seems like the nerfs have been substantial. I mean, old Hellforged Bellowers would have had a lot more value at this point. But what do we have here? We have the Pestigore's slowing ability. Sword of Khorne with the steel chair on the Pestigores doing big damage. Beastman down here kind of bullying the Khornate reinforcements, getting good surrounds, using his Wargore foot character and the Gore Herds to just keep farming the Khornate troops as they march in. Is very, very clean, but is he going to be able to hold on to the objectives? 8,000 against 5.8 here. Maverick Sloth playing very, very well, certainly doing RTK proud today as he moves in with the Pestigores to do battle against the Marauder Horsemen here. The Eye of Morsleep doesn't have any snares. A snare here would be backbreaking. If he was able to snare down a healthy Marauder Horseman, that would be so good, but you could see the Tears of Nurgle are actually slowing down this unit. So when Pestigores are near a routing unit, they trigger an AoE slowing ability, which lowers vigor and speed. It's actually incredibly good. And all the mobility of Khorne here getting absolutely hammered. Look at that. What a beautiful play. And 911, thank you for becoming a subscriber on Twitch. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so moving on up here, we do see Objective 2 going. And Pestigores moving in to do battle as the Great Bray Shaman of the Wild is sitting at 3,000 HP. That would be one of the only ways Beastmen throw hard here, is if they let the Great Bray Shaman get, caught and killed. But dude, who would have thought that the frickin' Cygor would be the hard carry? It's putting in frickin' work. It's dropping frickin' boinking boulders on the head of Skulltaker. And we do see the snare being used on Skulltaker there, the Warp Gaze. And yeah, he's dropping fat bows on the head of Skulltaker and not giving up ground. On the outside, Beastmen do have some housekeeping, need to unsummon, and maybe keep those chariots in play. A couple Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are going to be on their way back in. And dude, Giga Chad Cygor getting it done. Oh, this is so fun. I'm loving this play coming in from Maverick Sloth here as he drops a huge boulder shot there. Big downhill chariot charge coming in for the Beastmen. The Razorgore chariot's just going ham bone, dude. The bacon is being unleashed. They're able to get a big ramming push there through those Khorngors, but if they get stuck in those halberds, they for sure could fall. So on the backside, Centaurs are on the way. They're going to be cruising this way as we do have Objective 2 here in the middle. A couple Furies overhead. Where are they going to go? Fury's going to be descending onto the Pestigores. And yeah, looks like Beastmen are definitely favored here. Call out of the back here is going to be Centaurs. Centaurs could move over this way. Definitely could steal this objective, and I don't think Khorne could do much about it. Lucas Evans, thank you for becoming a channel member. Greatly appreciate it, bud, and welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream today. We got 2 new channel members, a bunch of new subscribers. Thank you guys so much, and welcome to the party. So Pesties battling it out. Another fat boulder in the face from the Eye of Morsleep as the Beastmen and the forces of the Blood God fight tooth and nail over this high ground position. 10,000 against 8.4. Obviously, disintegration is a variable for the demons. And Centaurs here kind of getting folded up by the Furies. Good play from Oishi, getting a rear charge and surrounding. Furies are very, very good at that. Gore Herds are being worn down. And is there any play on the outside objective? It doesn't look like it. Rather, it looks like they're just going to be fighting for the high ground here. Very, very close match, man. This is a tight game here. So what's going to be the call-in for both players? We see 900 supply for Oishi. So Oishi, what is he going to call in for his next summon? Looks like on the outside here, we do see some Khorngors. A great choice. Beastmen have tons of large mobility, so having halberds in the late game there is very good. And for Maverick Sloth, he's going to be sending Centaurs to capture Objective 3, which I think taking advantage of the mobility here is not a bad idea. Beastmen mobility is better than Khorne, so that's good. Bray Shaman with the downhill charge, but that's so dangerous! No, this is how you throw! Oh man, charging your lord into a halberd unit? Oh god, the pain. It was downhill too. Oh no! The Khorngors ripped up that rickety old chariot. Ouch. That could maybe be a throw. No, don't leave. You still have a chance. No, don't leave. You still have such a chance. Oh no. I still think he could have won that even without his lord. The magic was not necessary. He already had used all of his WOM. He had a Cygor, he had Centaurs. Dude, he could have won that still. No. Oh, no, dude, he could have won that. I still think he could have won it. He could have used his mobility and probably won on points. I think that was like a rage. Not a rage. Maverick's a really cool guy and very level-headed, but that was like, I think he overestimated how bad the situation was. Oh, dude, he was up like 2,500 value too. Maverick, no, you were doing so good with the freaking Cygor. Oh, that was so good. I love the Cygor. I'm stealing that tech. If I play Beastmen, I'm going to steal that tech. Hey, guys, let's give a big shout out to Maverick, though. He played very well against one of the best players in the world, and he's also very good as well. And I think he had that game. I think he had it. The Centaurs were going to get that third point. Beastmen, you just start spamming Centaurs and pulling apart the Corn player, and I think you can win still. Sad moves. Sad moves. A little bit of sad mooing is going on here. Well, nonetheless, it was still a great tournament. We had a really, really good run. I think it was super fun. I'm going to be playing in the next tournament because I can't watch all these guys having all this fun and not want to get involved. You know what I'm saying? So we'll be back soon. And if you guys enjoyed this stream and all the sweaty games, we had some serious pools of sweat today. Serious pools of sweat. Do drop a like on the way out. It helps quite a bit. And I just want to thank you guys all for joining. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. We've been streaming for about 5 or 6 hours now, so I'm going to take it easy. And big thank you guys all for joining. Super fun. We got a lot of new Twitch subscribers and followers over on Twitch. Thank you guys so much. A couple new channel members on YouTube. You guys rock, man. Am I hosting tomorrow? No, Anticity. No, nothing hosting. I'm out of town. Yeah, Anna and I are heading out to run some errands and whatnot. So I'm gonna stream tomorrow night, but it probably won't be Total War. It'll be something else. Yeah. So thank you guys for joining. Thank you to new channel members, all the subscribers. We're going to have the emojis updated for everybody in the next few days. Before our next stream, we'll have it set up. And remember, if you're going to be watching this VOD back, just give it time to process. Yeah, give it time to process because it usually needs like an hour or two before the quality can boost up. So, yeah, host Anticity, get going, dude. Yeah, get the. Are you going to suffer with Bretonia again tomorrow? Is that what's going down? Is it happening like this? Dude, that was one of the better games we've had in a while too. What an unfortunate way for it to end. I get it though. The charging into the Bray Shamans are not very tanky, and Corngors are very killy with their halberds. Dude, what a freaking game and a half. Yeah, thank you guys for joining. Super fun stream. I had a blast. Anticity, you're gonna keep going, dude. What a talk about mental fortitude for the Kraken King over here. Just still going deep. Playing Bretonia in the dregs. Yeah, it's wild shit. All right, guys. You guys rock, man. That was a really fun one today. Hopefully you enjoyed my grandpa rants too. Always a good time. And we will be back streaming sometime in the next few days. And I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. And before you go, Gunhound dropping a link to Anna's new t-shirt designs for her business. If you want to check those out, that would be awesome as well. All right, folks. See you around. That's it. Adios. Do widzenia. And we will see you all on the other side.